Hey, what's up, guys? I don't know. My camera is not working. That was weird. Just a second. Let me welcome to the show, Mr. Andrew Branca. Hey, what's up, man?
I'll be glad when this is over, as always at this point in a trial.
Yeah,
Only
it's
got another week to go, I guess.
it's dragging on. I'm not sure what is up with my camera.
Well, I'm a boomer, so I'm going to suggest you turn your computer off and turn it back on again.
I actually may have to do something similar because my camera is actually working. It's just StreamYard. Yep, there we go. It's OBS. See if we can get this fixed without rebooting. That would be great.
Well, Law and Crime is late too, it looks like.
Good. Good, because they're terrible. Terrible piles of garbage that they are. You know, I wish a nasty bout of gonorrhea would go through them. That's all I have to say. I have nothing but
As long as it's
distaste.
not personal.
They chose this life. I did nothing. All I did was make some videos. Oh my God. And I'm tired. Let me see if we can. Tools. Start. Yep. No, it's busted. I will be back in just a minute. Everything will still run. I just have to restart my computer when this happens. So
Is the page live? It's live now.
yeah, the video is live right now. So
everyone's watching me at the moment.
Yeah, everyone's watching you, and everybody's watching me in gray face here.
Video is live right now.
All right, that's awesome. Good to know.
Yeah, everyone's watching you.
Oh, weird. Now I hear the echo.
Well, at least I wasn't picking my nose, I guess, so that's good.
Yes. Yes. Sorry for the no warning. You're live. Hey, here you go. You're live. What's up? All right.
Done, folks.
I'll be right back, and then my camera should be on just a minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, for those who don't know, by the way, every morning I do a legal analysis and commentary on the trial. Usually I get that posted up before we start with Nick in the morning. I'm running a little bit late. I did get it recorded and written. I'm going to have to do a little post-production while I'm on with Nick in real time. But you can find all of our past coverage, our law of self-defense past coverage of the Curtis Reeves shooting of Chad Olson over at lawofselfdefense.com/popcorn. In fact, I'll change my nick here for that purpose. And those that analysis dates all the way back to the original event. Let's fix my camera a little bit here. I think I did my first legal analysis of the event within a day or two after it happened, followed most of the pre-trial proceedings through the years. I did not cover the self-defense immunity hearing. I must have been involved with some other case when that was going on. But there's a lot of background content there. And the more recent content since the trial started includes segmented video of all the relevant witness testimony, legal arguments, including yesterday's legal argument around a judgment of acquittal, which was, as expected, denied by the court, but which nevertheless was quite interesting. So you can always find all of that prior law of self-defense coverage of this case over at lawofselfdefense.com/popcorn. This morning's coverage of yesterday's event isn't up quite yet. As I said, I literally just finished recording the video and podcast segment of that minutes ago. running a little bit late this morning, but we'll do the post production of that as Nick gets his IT system straightened out, and as the trial gets off to, usually it's a little bit of a slow start first thing in the morning for this court, and I'll make a mention during the live stream of when we finally have all of when I finally have my analysis of yesterday's proceedings all caught up. By the way, for those who don't know, we also have a law self-defense podcast you can access for free at lawselfdefense.com. Well, we're on Spotify. I'm not sure how you get there, actually. I guess you just go to Spotify and use their search function for Law of Self-Defense, and it'll pop up for those of you who use Spotify. We're also on all the other major podcast platforms, iHeart, Apple, Google. I don't remember their names, but the distribution platform we use for our podcast content goes out to all of those. And I guess it's traditional to mention that it would be appreciated if you could say, do a review or give 5 stars or say nice things about our podcast content on the various platforms. It's supposed to help the algorithm, whatever that might actually be. But I'll leave that up to you. If you like the content, feel free to say nice things. As always, of course, and especially in the morning, gentlemen, it's always nice to get hard, and you can get hard for, well, not for free. The hardcover is not free, folks. The hardcover, we do ask you to pay for. It costs substantially more money to print up the hardcover than the softcover, but they are all autographed like this. I just autographed several hundred of these the other day, so they'll be in the warehouse today to be shipped out. You can look at the reviews for this book on Amazon. 5 stars, over 1,000 reviews, very well received. You'll see the lawyers that come on Nick's stream who've read the book think highly of it as well. You can get hard at lawofselfdefense.com/get hard. You guessed it, and get your own copy. Great looking book. Makes a great gift, by the way. Father's Day is coming up. Something you may want to think about for the dads in your life. And if the hardcover is more than you're willing to spring for, you might consider the softcover version of the book, which we do provide for free, meaning we eat the cost of the book. We do have people in our warehouse, and we do have the U.S. Postal Service that expects money. We do ask you to cover that portion of it, the shipping and handling, but the book itself is free. If you order this book from somebody else, they charge you the shipping and handling and the cost of the book. We only charge the S&H, folks. If that's too much, feel free not to order the book. That's fine. But if you'd like to get the free copy of the book, just cover the S&H, you can get that at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. And if you do nothing else, I urge you to at least download our 100% free infographic, The 5 Elements of Self-Defense. These are the 5 elements of any self-defense claim anywhere in the United States, folks. If you don't understand these 5 elements, you can't possibly understand use of force law in America. It's free. You're crazy if you don't get this. It provides the 5 elements and a brief description of each. PDF download doesn't cost anything. For those of, and you can get that at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. For those of you who might be firearms instructors or would otherwise like a poster size version of this, we have those too. Those are not free. It costs us money to print and ship those, but you can get the poster size version of that also at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. And I guess if Nick is going to stay off his own show. Oh, there he is.
I'm here.
Well,
I'm
you're
here.
mute. You're mute.
What? You're mute. Just a
Oh,
second.
I guess maybe he wants to be muted. Nope.
No.
Well, as long as Nick
it
is
says
ball
I'm
gagged in
on.
his own studio, I can also go ahead and mention our Law of Self-Defense Platinum Protection Program membership. This is the program. It's the only way to have me available to consult on your case. Effective this year, we're only providing legal consults to members of our Platinum Protection Program. It's all we have bandwidth for. We've turned away at least a half a dozen consult requests on self-defense cases so far this year because the people making the request are not Platinum Protection Program members. And Platinum Protection membership gets you access to our thousands of blog posts, videos, podcasts going back years on use of force law. So he's pointing at me now.
It's you. It's your ears. I'm on.
Am I muted?
Your audio.
Okay. Got to hold up a piece of paper and write on it.
Okay.
See, I'm hearing me. My computer is
me
saying
yet?
I'm making noise.
Let's see. Here we go.
Maybe I need to pop out and pop back in. Oh, there we go. Well, I know I can't hear you either. Oh, they can hear you.
They can hear me.
All right, I'll leave and come back in and see if that makes a difference.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know why the audio, because I could see on StreamYard that it was sending audio through. Hey, how about now? Nothing? Nothing? Now I can't hear you. Oh my God. Somebody kill me. Mm-mm-mm.
If only we could
Okay.
trust the comments.
Okay, I can hear you. Just you can't hear me. Check your headphones, your audio.
Check.
I can hear you just fine.
I can't hear Nick. Oh. Okay. I can hear you now.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I think it's something with your audio.
Yeah.
All right.
Now I have a little echo. There we go.
We have the technology. We can do this.
All right, folks. Anyone who wants a 100% free refund, just contact nick@ricardo.law.com.
Yeah. Yep. Do that.
All complaints to nick@ricardo.law.com.
All refunds will be sent with dollar for dollar value in penis pictures right back to your inbox. So careful what you ask for, because I will oblige. Okay. Now that we've got that done, let me see.
Well, it looks like thankfully the trial still has the stream of the court has not begun, so we got lucky.
It has not. I don't know why it hasn't begun.
I'm not surprised. The defense is going to start its case in chief. I'm sure there's lots of stuff they want to introduce into evidence that the state finds objectionable. I'm sure they're arguing about all that now. It would be nice if they did it on camera.
Yeah, these trials where they don't want to have any legal arguments on camera is they're very frustrating to me. I do not enjoy that sort of method. Let's see. Tallest teenager in the world on Florida Academy's basketball team. There you go. I bet he's terrible, though. That's how it always goes when those dudes are like way too tall and they're like, oh, this young basketball prodigy. It's like, oh, it's just a young guy on stilts. Doesn't mean he's any good at basketball.
I always like it when they have those little league players with the full facial hair.
Yeah.
from Central America.
I am up to bat. What are you talking about? I'm 9. How much testosterone did you eat this morning, sir? Okay. So, yeah, well, we'll just have to keep an eye out for the trial to start. Curtis Reeves live. Kim Potter starts at 9 o'clock, if nothing else. Oh, they just went live. So here we go. Let me see. Still trying to find another source. The other sources tend to go live a little bit after Law and Crime, which is annoying. Not that I'm overly opposed to using Law and Crime, but they're just kind of gay. And I mean that in the best way. I really do. I mean that in the full 2022 way. Curtis
Ghey, right?
Yes. Trial live. Okay, so I show up. They show up. Well, that's it. That's all we need. Just add them to the old screen-aroo here. And there's currently no audio. It's not that I'm not sharing it. It's that it doesn't exist at the moment. Here we go.
There's Thunder Becker or whatever his name is.
Thunderberg.
Thunderberg.
With an F.
Okay.
With an FU. Steve was a real treat yesterday, by the way. He was great. I hope he finds time to come back on. Okay, let me pin the links. Pin the links.
And Steve's one of those rare kind of genuinely intellectual lawyers. Like he gets into it like a lawyer geek. Does a lot of good work.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Looks like maybe something's about to happen.
All right. Are we ready to get the jurors in?
They're about to call the jury in. I'm just checking to see if there's one other place that I can find it. Mainly because dealing with this long crime bullshit is going to be annoying. I have a feeling that this is not the only video they're going to try and falsely strike on me. Okay, I've got another one. Okay, pause you.
I mean, it just has to be so humiliating for them. You know, with a multi-million-dollar budget and tens, if not dozens of staff. And
ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide
Oh,
by the
yeah.
instructions during the recess? All right.
Okay, the audio's coming through, I assume.
yeah, I got it on my end.
Just we're ready to begin. Mr. Escobar?
Your Honor, the defense would call Detective Aaron Smith.
Detective Aaron Smith. Notes here.
Yeah, 10 Tampa Bay.
Big sigh.
Constantly emoting quite a bit throughout this whole process.
Well, that doesn't look like an Aaron. That looks like an Aaron. Aaron.
Hashtag seppuku, says Stephen Cooper. Oh, I think if I'm not mistaken, this guy comes in. Someone was telling me they watched the previous hearing, and this guy comes in and just annihilates that detective who's already been annihilated. That
I wrote about him this morning for my blog post. Oh, that
you
poor
might have
bastard.
to write about him again. You might have.
I
to
hope they
write
had a suicide check on him
Morning,
last night.
Detective Smith.
Yeah, write an obituary after this guy.
Let's talk a little bit about your law enforcement experience. I believe you started somewhere in maybe 1999. And
So he's an expert witness. He's not with Pasco.
And that was a small town that you were a law enforcement officer in. Is that correct?
Yes, it's
About
correct.
8,000.
I think roughly somewhere between 7,500, 8,000 people around there.
And in that department, there were about 15 police officers and 2 of them were detectives.
Generally, the numbers of detectives would change here and there, but there's usually 1 or 2 people assigned as a detective.
And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office would actually be in charge of handling homicides there in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
It was generally a combination of the Attorney General's office and state police major crimes that did the investigations.
Okay. And while you were working, I guess you worked there for about 11 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, New Hampshire, that little town was not a very violent town.
No, not particularly, no.
And so during that period of time, those
Did
11
they say
years,
the name
I
of the
believe
town? Did you
you
catch it?
assisted in homicides.
They did, but I don't
the Attorney
remember.
General's office. It was
Sorry.
lead, right?
Yes, sir.
On 2 occasions. Is that correct?
As I recall, 2, yes.
So you didn't have a whole lot of experience in dealing with homicides back in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
They weren't very common in that town, no.
Okay. Now, likewise, even in your assisting the Attorney General, you really didn't have much experience in dealing with.
Is this a negative qualification of their
self-defense and
witness?
homicide.
I don't think either one of the cases that we investigated involved a self-defense argument, no.
Okay. So in 2009, 11
Why are
years
you here?
after 2009, you come to Pasco.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And you're hired, it's my understanding, as a patrol officer.
Oh, this
Yes.
is the
And so
guy,
between 2009
who
and
is
2011,
attached to
that's
the-
exactly what you did.
the guy who didn't know what he was
officer.
doing,
Yes, sir, till about 2012.
according to
Yes,
the
sir.
other
about 2012.
detective.
And you were doing that patrol duty in a very small town here in Pasco County. Is that correct?
No, I work for the sheriff's office, so our duties are countywide, so the entirety of the county.
Was there a Meadow Point area that you were responsible for?
There was a time in patrol that I was assigned as a contract deputy to the Meadow Point area, yes.
How long was that contract in that small community of Meadow Point?
I think about a year. Well, it was an ongoing contract, but I think my assignment there was about a year.
About a year. Okay. And so in 2012, I guess it was a year because 2011, right, is when you left patrol.
I believe it was
2012?
2012.
Okay. Is that when you went to the detective division?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the detective division that you went to was major crimes. However, your responsibility primarily in major crimes was to investigate missing persons. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then in 2000 and I guess 13 is when you moved over to major crimes, dealing primarily with homicides.
Yes, sir. It was the same squad that I was on, but my assignment changed to be a major crimes detective.
But that didn't happen until December of 2013.
I think that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you would agree as a police officer throughout all these years, you had some training in threat assessment and use of force.
Yes, sir.
As part of your work as a police officer, you have to be well-versed in being able to pick up those cues that could put you in danger.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty much for all police officers. Is that correct?
That's a pretty basic training for everybody, yes.
Okay. And the assessing of danger, those skills, that's not easy, is it?
It's complex, I guess you would say.
Complex.
Objection leading.
Yes.
This guy is he's straight out leading this witness. Although there may be a rule like there is up in Wisconsin where when you are a defendant and you are calling a state police officer as a witness, you can automatically treat in a homicide investigation, you can automatically treat them as hostile.
Yep.
And therefore do cross-exam. I don't know if that rule is in Florida, but it is possible that it is. We found that out during the Edgecombe trial. I had not particularly seen that rule before, but very, very cool rule that should, I think that's a good rule in my opinion, in all honesty. Because often in a homicide investigation or a homicide case, you are not going to have favorable police witnesses, and skipping the pretext of having to have them, be resistant and all that stuff and just move right into you being able to cross-examine them even on direct is a useful step for
I'm
this
just
type of case.
inclined to be much more, give much more leeway to the defense on this kind of thing in a criminal case.
Yeah. Well, in general, I want to give pretty much all the leeway to the defense in all criminal cases, in all action. Like, I don't think I'm actually okay with quote trial by surprise from the defense.
Yep, me too.
Because I really don't care what the state's prejudice is when we're talking about the state has brought charges against a defendant who is otherwise unmolested. And yes, that even includes the horrific drug dealers and bad murderers. If they're going to conduct trial by surprise, it's up to the state to still prove the case. And so that's their burden to deal with. Whereas the defendant is supposed to be presumed innocent.
Just like in this trial.
Yeah.
Kind of the opposite of the standard for the JOA, where for the judgment of acquittal that was denied yesterday, the evidence is looked at in the light most favorable to the state, meaning if it's ambiguous, you presume the state is correct. When you get to the actual deliberations, the defendant is presumed innocent until self-defense is disproven beyond a reasonable doubt, not merely to the point of ambiguity favorable to the state, beyond any reasonable doubt.
That's what they're supposed to be. But do you think that a jury goes into that deliberation room starting with not guilty in their brains? And
I
then
think it's
working
really
from
the
there?
responsibility of the defense to maximize the prospects that is going to happen.
Yeah.
I think what they did in the George Zimmerman trial, where they had the jury prospects commit to that emotionally with a big graphic upfront during jury selection, I think is very powerful. It helps get to that point. Theodore in the B. Ivory did the same thing in the, I forget when he did it. It might have been his opening statement as opposed to jury selection, but he had what looked to me like the identical graphic from the Zimmerman trial.
I think that was at close.
Maybe it was. That's too late.
He
then.
might have also had it at open. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
because I think you really have to frame the jury's understanding, their mindset on that threshold from the first moment. So everything they're seeing and hearing, even voir dire, is being filtered through that legal standard. I think if you wait to the end, it's pointless. Then you're quite right. Then it's much closer to a preponderance of the evidence conviction or acquittal than it is anything like beyond a reasonable doubt.
yes. Okay. What do I want?
And I think that's the norm, by the way. I think what I suggest as best practice is the small minority of cases.
Oh, here you go. Now we hear it straight from Andrew's mouth. He's looking for small minorities. Okay. God, I knew it. I always knew that that's what this person was about. If you can even call him a person. Let's see. Oh my gosh. So I'm in this annoying predicament. So I have two phones. I have a personal phone and a business phone. And I just found out that for something for my business, I have to have an iPhone, which I've never had an iPhone. I've always just had Android phones, but now I have to get one. And so now I have to figure out like how to swap my stupid phones around. Because my personal phone has also broken, so it's not the worst thing in the world to have to get a new phone. But I'm not sure if I can swap my existing business phone over to my personal phone number because they're on different networks. God, and now I have to I hate figuring shit like this out. I hate cell phone companies with an unbridled passion. Oh my God, what a disaster. Oh, we want to lock your phone into our service. No, every phone should be unlocked. Every phone should be unlocked. And all phone companies should also be put to the sword. But no, I've never had an iPhone because, well, like I was going to say because I'm a man, but I've never had one. So
I've had nothing but iPhones since the first one. Before that, a Palm Pilot. Am I aging myself yet? Let's see.
Yes.
Before that, a Nokia, like some kind of weird bag phone you kept in your car under the seat in case of emergency.
Someone said you can buy unlocked phones. I know you can buy unlocked phones. I'm saying all phones should be unlocked because the last phone that I bought was locked because in my stupid town, if you want to go just get something rather than order it and wait for it to come and all that stuff, if you want to just go get something, you're rather limited. You cannot buy an unlocked phone in my town. So I just don't know if my current locked phone can be transferred over to my other service. It might be able to. I just don't know. I have to check into it. And I just it's dumb. All phones should be unlocked. But I can't, Kimberly, unfortunately, I can't tell you why I need an iPhone because I'm under an NDA. So I actually can't tell you why, but just know that I actually need an iPhone for something that I can't talk about, which is cool. But yeah. So the whatchamacallit. So you mentioned Palm Pilots, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Apple had a Palm Pilot before Palm Pilots existed?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I was
It
not
was
aware.
It was called the Apple Newton.
Oh, that
And
does vaguely ring a bell.
yeah, my uncle was the I think the project lead for it. And he brought it to one of our family gatherings before it came out. The prototype model, and it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen, right? This little device, you could write on it with this archaic runic language. And it would do stuff where you could write on the screen, and then it would also like smooth out your writing, because it was the screen, pen detection at the time was just trash, but it would smooth it out. It was really cool. And it went straight into the toilet. Like nobody bought this thing. And then a little bit after that, Palm Pilots came out and were wildly popular. It was like the Newton was just a hair ahead of its time. But I remember my one time my dad was making fun of my uncle because someone on some message board was talking about the Apple Newton years later as a failed project. And they're like, "Where's that gutless worm, Paul Ricada?" So it's like, you just got called a gutless worm. It's as if it was his choice, whatever happened to the project. Oh my goodness. But yeah, my uncle worked for Apple, and he actually he coded I think the network software for the airport base station back in the day. Great and wonderful man. Haven't seen him in a little while. Miss him quite a bit. But such is the life when you live thousands of miles away from family. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, you are taught in your profession and how to respond to life-threatening situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are a variety of cues or indications that you have to look at, correct? In when to respond.
I guess you would say to respond to an individual person or decide how you were going to handle the situation. Yes.
Exactly. The threat situation, right? And one of the things you're going to look at is you're going to look at environment, right? You want to know what environment you're in, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to look and see if it's dark, right?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's dark,
Correct.
if you're in a dark area, it puts you at a disadvantage.
It could, yes.
And if you're in close proximity to someone, it could put you at a disadvantage.
It gives you less time to react.
I bet Florida must have the
And if the
law and
relative
leading questions
size
for
and
law
age
enforcement.
of the individuals, that could put you at a disadvantage.
I have to
Okay.
He's asking this guy if the relative size and age can put you at a disadvantage in a fight.
Yeah.
I object. Your Honor, how do you possibly know the answer to this?
Well, what the state doesn't want, obviously the defense is doing this. So on closing, they can say, even officer so-and-so told you that age and frailty make a difference in a fight.
Yes. Leading question.
Don't take my word for it. Don't take the defendant's word for it. Take the word of a decorated police officer.
Let's see. Leading questions should not be used on direct examination of a witness except as may be necessary to develop testimony.
process of reacting to those cues takes time.
Yes, sir. You have to take time to make decisions about what your actions are going to be.
You got to see it, you got to be able to process it, and then you got to be able to react, right?
Correct. Yes,
That
sir.
takes time.
Yes.
You also are looking for, we talked about the size of the individual, correct?
That's definitely something you would consider. Yes.
And facial expressions and boning up and fighting stance and those things, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would also look to see if his actions are out of character for the location, right? Like if you're in a church and you're getting up and screaming profanities at everyone, that's out of character for church, right?
So I'm guessing this is just
I don't think
what they
that
would
the physical
consider
surrounding like
a
that
witness
makes much difference
identified
as, like,
with an
physical
adverse party.
obstacles, things like that to look at,
Let's talk
because
about that if we can.
Okay.
So you're saying that someone getting up in a church and yelling profanities is not alarming
it's definitely alarming. Yes.
because it has an indication that that person may be out of control, correct?
Well, it indicates that there's something abnormal going on.
You want to assess individuals as to whether they're in control or out of control, right?
That's definitely a consideration. Yes.
Because out of control individuals are much more dangerous.
That they can be. Yes.
And you agree, I think we've talked about this before, hands can kill
Yes.
and hands can cause great bodily harm.
Yes, they could.
And hands are particularly dangerous because they're the most coordinated parts of our bodies, right?
Yes, sir.
Your head is extremely sensitive and prone to serious injury, right? Your head,
Yes, sir.
they control
Your
a lot
head
of our
especially.
bodily functions, right?
Remember that from when I
Computer
beat you
in our
yesterday.
bodies.
Yes, sir. Your brain obviously is running the show.
And so if your head's
Maybe
being
not yours,
exposed to
detective.
danger,
Your Honor, objection, same objection you had at the bench. Relevance.
I'll overrule.
Your
so
Honor,
if your head is being exposed
strikes to the head are
danger, it's a more
irrelevant.
critical
It's
situation.
like you may as well object. You got a
Again,
50-50
it's
shot.
overall consideration, and
Got the magic 8-ball of
You have to do
judges there.
all these things within split seconds.
depending on the situation, it could be yes.
Now, you
I'll
had
allow
some
it.
training in classwork, correct? In simulation classwork,
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
meaning
Sir.
where they put you in different situations, you got to act appropriately.
Oh, simulated training? Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those, you fail, right?
It all depends on your reactions to the situation.
But you failed, right?
Yeah, I'm sure I have failed before. Yes.
It's
First
not
class,
that
one of
you-
the first things I said was
Uh,
objection leading the
because
witness.
if it
However,
was in real life, you
there's a
die.
rule on leading
Could.
witnesses,
You
and
could,
you get
yes,
to
sir.
do it when they're a hostile witness, or a witness identified with an adverse party. That would be a police officer in a case against the state. So you actually, here,
You're
I'll show you the
also aware
rule.
that physiologically, certain things go on in one's body when they're in fear.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
He thought he was going to say
so-
age.
Let's talk a little bit about, if we can,
Florida statute 90.612, right here. When a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified with an adverse party, interrogation may be done by leading questions.
January the 13th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
So defense is
Yes,
within
yes.
the rules here.
And you were out with another detective actually doing some investigations concerning a missing persons. Is that correct?
Yes, with Detective Moyer.
Okay.
Call me out on integrity and I will show you exactly
tell
what's
me
going
what-
on, man.
What you did. What time did you get there?
I think it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, somewhere around that time. We were over on the west side of the county, so we were probably about a half an hour, 40-minute drive away when I got called, asked to respond there. And then, so I think it was around 2 o'clock that we got the call, and it was probably around 2:25, 2:30, somewhere there that we got to Wesley Chapel.
And when you got there, your first assignment was not to be the lead crime scene detective. Your first assignment was you were just going to interview some witnesses, right?
I was specifically asked to interview Mrs. Reeves and their son.
And you were asked to interview those witnesses by Sergeant Harris,
Detective Harris, who was the acting sergeant at that point.
acting sergeant.
Yep.
I'll leave it with Detective Harris. Acting Detective Harris is way too much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so at the time that you arrived at the Cobb Theater, you had only been the crime scene detective on the one homicide before this one, correct?
Correct.
And certainly it wasn't of the magnitude of this investigation. You would agree with that?
I guess I don't understand what you mean by the magnitude.
Well, this
sir.
was a case that had, 100+ witnesses, and it was in a theater. It was quite involved, right?
Yes, sir. There was a lot more time involved, and I guess you would say the amount of witnesses made it much more time intensive.
And at the time that you arrived at the theater, you were brand new in dealing with homicides, correct?
I wouldn't say I was brand new, no, sir.
Or you were brand new to the division that held homicides, right? Because you were a missing persons before. You assisted homicides while you were a missing person detective, but now you were a homicide detective, right?
Yes, sir. When I was assigned as missing persons, anytime the squad is on call in major crimes and a homicide comes, everyone on the squad responds. So missing persons detectives came out. So any major incident, attempted homicide, the missing persons detectives would come and get assigned a role generally, but it was not one of the main roles in the case.
And certainly you had only been assigned one time before as a crime scene detective,
Yes, sir.
right? And you had only had one self-defense homicide case that you were involved in, right?
Yes, sir.
Before Mr. Reeves's case.
Yes, correct.
Now, in your experience as a police officer, throughout your 11 years in New Hampshire and your years with the Pasco Sheriff's Office, you certainly realized, even before you went to the Cobb Theater, the value of video evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that video evidence is critical if it's there.
Obviously, if it recorded part of the incident, you'd want to get the video so that you can view it. Yes.
It gives you an independent view, correct?
Depending on what the video is and what it captures, it's giving you, I guess, a view without any opinion involved.
And if you're fortunate enough to be able to view the video before you conduct interviews of witnesses, that really helps because it could bring a myriad of questions that you can pose to the witness that you're interviewing.
The video can definitely help you understand what the witness's statements mean and what was actually happening at the time. Yes.
And question witnesses about what you see in the video,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So it gives you a much better perspective of doing a thorough interview of a witness.
It's all dependent on the video and what it captures, but if it captures enough of what you need to know, then yes, it can definitely be beneficial.
Now, you would agree that when you arrived, the general rule in your homicide division was that you are not to be the lead detective on the case, on a homicide case, until you've gone and taken the homicide course that's required within your department, right?
Yes, I don't think it was a written policy, but that was the general accepted rule. Yes.
The Kim
And when
Potter
you
sentencing is
arrived at
supposed to
the,
start in 45
Cobb
minutes,
Theater
guys.
on
We may
January
cover it at
13th of
lunch.
2014, you had not taken that course yet.
Not yet. No, sir.
And about the only training that you had received in homicide investigations was whatever assistance you provided between, I guess, 2012 and 2013 when you were in the missing persons division, right? You were assisting homicide with interviews and what have you.
Yes, sir.
And you shadowing Detective Proctor because you didn't have any formal in-service training when you first went into the homicide division. You basically were assigned a detective, Detective Proctor, and you just followed him around.
I guess I don't completely understand. I mean, I'd had multiple trainings over the years throughout law enforcement that involved, interviews with people, crime scene preservation, processing crime scenes for
Yeah,
fingerprints.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about specific to being a homicide detective. When you go in to that division, you gone away from missing persons. Now you're in the homicide division. There's no formal training, classroom training that you go through when you become a homicide detective. You basically get someone to shadow, correct? And you take your homicide course, which you hadn't taken yet, and you're on your way.
Is we have what we call a field training program, detective field training program. So like Detective Proctor was assigned as my detective field training officer. And yes, I would then be educated by him on policies, procedures, and then shadow him on any of his cases to learn.
And that's what that field training is. It's really a shadowing process. You're trying to learn from someone that you hope has more experience and more knowledge concerning the investigation of homicides than you would, right?
It's a shadowing as well as an evaluation, because it's for Detective Proctor to evaluate my knowledge and my ability to learn as we do things. Yes.
So you were going to be evaluated by Detective Proctor.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that the two main detectives in a homicide are the crime scene detective and the lead detective.
It all depends on the case. I mean, we can have multiple jobs. We sometimes call people a secondary to a primary. So that would be probably a more important job than some. But each job's important, which is why we break it down into individual jobs when we're processing a major scene.
So you were initially assigned to do some interviews.
Yes.
And you started to do those interviews there at the Cobb Theater. And so I would imagine that when you were doing those interviews, that you had your tape recorder with you.
I did not know, sir.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that a tape recorder for a homicide detective is a very important tool?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to capture not only the testimony of that particular witness, but you want to capture the emotion and everything that that conversation entails, right?
The recording can be useful. Yes, sir.
For that purpose, right?
For several different purposes. Yes.
That
And to
being
include that.
emotion, pausing for long periods of time, maybe not knowing that answer. You want to capture all of that, right? So that at some point in time, we can present it to the jury and they can listen to it for themselves, right?
You have to use it to assist you in writing your reports, because an audio recording is not necessarily going to capture emotion. You know, some of it could be in the tone of someone's voice, but a lot of it might be visually. You're looking at their face. You're describing their reactions. So
Someone's crying, you capture that, right?
it depends. I mean, if they're audibly sobbing, would it capture it? Yes. If they weren't, I mean,
And
if they had
someone
tears,
saying,
then
oh, let me think about that. Man, you capture all that, right?
anything audible you would capture. Yes, sir.
And those are good things for everybody, right?
Yes, they
Right?
can be.
Because at the end of the day, we want the truth, the absolute truth to come out, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you did not.
It's a great
go
question for
into
you in the
crime
chat.
scene.
You think trials would improve if they would introduce something akin to number girls in boxing?
Always in favor of number girls in boxing, depending, of course, on the quality of the numbers.
You didn't go into the crime scene. Is that correct?
Well, for this case and most cases like this, we had kind of like layers of crime scene, we would call it. So we would limit people from coming in and out of the building altogether. And then we would have the interior crime scene is the room where the actual crime occurred.
My question to you is, did you go into Theater 10 before you went to go and interview Mrs. Reeves? Yes or no?
No, I did not. I did not go into Theater 10 before the interviews.
And did anyone prior to doing that interview give you a complete outline of what, you knew there were officers in that Theater 10, right?
Yes, sir. The forensics investigators had started their process in there.
And there were officers as well.
Officers, yes, that are dealing with security and things like that.
Harris was in there.
I'm not sure. I would assume, yes, he was in there, but I can't tell you that for certain.
And so you didn't get any sort of briefing as to what specifically was in that crime scene prior to going and interviewing Mrs. Reeves.
I know Detective Harris gave me an overall synopsis of what had occurred during the shooting, but I do not recall a crime scene specific information from him.
And so the recorders are important, but you don't have a recorder, is that correct?
I did not have it with me, no, sir.
And do you think the recorder was in your car?
I honestly don't know.
You never went to go to your car to check?
I did not go back to the car, no, sir.
That's normally where you keep it, right?
It could have been at my office, at my desk. It could have been in the car, because obviously when you're done with interviews, you take your recorder out to transfer the recordings to your computer while you're typing. So it could have been at my office. I honestly don't know where it was at that time.
But you didn't even bother to search.
I did not go back to the car to look for it, no, sir.
Well, since there was such a battalion of officers there at the cop theater, I'm sure it would have been quite easy to ask any one of them for their recorders.
In hindsight, yes, I could have asked somebody.
You should have, right?
Yes, sir, I should have.
Now, you would agree the first one that you interviewed was Mrs. Reeves, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember Mrs. Reeves being vividly upset, correct? Crying?
I think I believe it's visibly, not vividly necessarily, but
Both.
yes, she was obviously upset.
Vivian was vivid.
Crying, physically shaking?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize
when you
her
get a
to be,
second, check your Twitter
in her
DMs,
70s
please.
and a very thin woman.
I do remember being small frame, yes, sir.
Now, in that particular interview, I would imagine that you wanted to try to get some indication of what the setting was when the shooting took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so did you ask Mrs. Reeves what the lighting conditions were during the previews when this event happened?
I do remember her telling me that it was during the
Objection, hearsay.
Well, I'm asking if he even asked her about it. There's no answer yet. Did you ask Miss Reeves
He just
what
ignores the
lighting
objection.
conditions were
Does it again.
inside the theater?
I don't remember if I asked a specific question. I do know that we discussed the lighting conditions in general, meaning that the previews were on and that it was a darkened movie theater.
Did you ask Miss Reeves how loud the previews were?
I don't recall asking that, no.
You realize that both sight and hearing are the two most vital senses that we have, correct?
Yes, sir.
In assessing situations, right?
Yes, sir.
We get information through our ears, right?
Yes, correct.
And we get information through our eyes
Yes.
that we process.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't ask her how loud it was.
I don't recall asking that, no, sir.
You know what backlighting is, right?
If you mean a light being behind a subject, sir, yes, I do.
Okay, and so you've been to theaters before?
Yes, sir.
And did you know when you interviewed her that Mr. Olson was standing directly in front of her and Mr. Reeves?
Yes, I would have known that at the time, yes.
You would have known that. And so did you ask her whether there was any backlighting effect that was taking place at the time of the incident?
I don't recall asking that specific question, no.
And you know what backlighting does to the person that's seated in a chair, and someone's standing in front of him, and the theater screen is bringing light behind that person, right?
Depending on all the lighting conditions, yes, it can obscure or cause glare, I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Did you ask Mrs. Reeves the type of previews that were playing at the time of the incident?
As far as types, I guess. I
Yeah,
don't
like,
understand what you mean.
Sabotage, RoboCop, those action-packed.
Oh, it's the
Sabotage.
clips? No, sir, I did
Yeah.
not.
You realize that if it's an action, if it's a RoboCop, a sabotage, they tend to be louder, right?
It could be, yes, sir.
Certainly louder than a love story, right?
Probably, yes.
Depends on how violent the love story is. Have you seen 50 Shades? So, by the way, apparently RoboCop
Okay,
and
so now
Terminator were
you interview,
actually the movies that
Mrs.
were
Reeves without a
previewed.
recorder.
That seems to have
And
come
your
out
next
somewhere.
subject is Matt Reeves, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Matt Reeves is the son of Curtis Reeves.
Yes, sir.
You learned that,
Yes.
right? You learned that he was a Kent police officer as well at
Yes.
the time,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you interviewed him without a recorder.
Correct.
Now, in addition to interviewing him, you asked him to draw a diagram for you, correct?
No, sir. I recall drawing a diagram in my notes showing like the ramp entrance to the theater. And I remember asking Matthew about where he was and where he had come in about it.
He actually drew on that diagram, did he not?
I do not recall him drawing on the diagram. No, sir.
Well, certainly if he had drawn on that diagram, that's a piece of evidence, right?
Yes, sir. It could be.
And that piece of evidence should not be destroyed because later on, again, we can show it to the court, we can show it to the jury, and they can see exactly what was taking place in the conversation between you and Mr. Reeves.
I don't necessarily think it would show the conversation, but definitely if a witness had drawn a diagram, I would consider that, yes, that would be, could be important evidence.
Did you know at the time that Matthew Reeves was the individual that actually caught Mr. Olson as he was falling to the ground?
At some point in my interview, I would have known that. I don't necessarily know if that would have been when I was asking him where he was or not.
So you knew certainly that at the time of the shooting, he was in the theater.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that both the interview of Mrs. Reeves and the interview of Matthew Reeves was extremely short.
I would say there were probably 30 to 40 minutes, probably.
30 to 40 minutes, that's what
Yes,
you
sir.
recall.
Yes, sir.
Now, you had learned by that time that Mr. Reeves was a former law enforcement officer, correct?
I was aware of that through the interview with his wife and son. Yes.
Retired captain,
Yes, sir.
highly trained in the use of force, and you learned all that.
Yeah, I'm going to check.
It's the same argument, John.
I'll overrule for now.
There's no predicate for that right
Approach.
This prosecution team is very offended every time a question is asked. They just don't want that to happen. Guys, so the Kim Potter hearing starts in roughly 30 minutes, or should I say scheduled to start in roughly 30 minutes. I've got a window monitoring for it to actually begin. What we may actually do is pause at the time that it starts and shoot over there. But I want to make sure we skip any just fluff filler time. And then once that happens, then we can come back here and then resume watching, and then fast forward through breaks and stuff like that. So that will hopefully give us the opportunity to check the Kim Potter trial live, or her sentencing hearing live, while we get to and then we come back. We can muscle through some of the sidebars and stuff like that where we're just sitting. Like this sidebar, probably going to be 78 minutes or whatever. 'Cause man, they hate just getting through an objection argument quickly. But I'm actually not quite sure what objection they're actually raising here, because remember that all of this stuff is this is what a police investigator investigating a homicide scene, it's about what information they collected about people involved with the homicide. And so I'm not quite sure what's so objectionable about the line of questioning. I mean, what they want to do is avoid this idea that so-and-so was a superhero, greatest person ever, could have saved Chad if it wasn't for the state getting in the way or something. But you know, it's Ray Donovan stroking this blonde lady's hair. So I don't know. Maybe he's her brother. Maybe he's the widow's brother.
You both.
He looks pretty happy. Maybe he's got something going on.
The interview was very general. You just basically let them tell you a story.
Generally speaking, when I start interviewing people and in the interview training that I've had, that's how you start your first interview. You want to give the person the opportunity to give as much detail as they remember before you start interrupting with questions or before you ask specifics. So yes, that's how you begin an interview, just asking them really basic questions as to what happened or what they observed.
Page 1297, lines 12 through 16. Hearing. Detective, you remember a hearing in 2017 before this court?
Yes, sir.
And me asking you questions under oath?
Yes, sir.
Remember the following questions and answers. Question. So your interview of both of these witnesses, we're talking about both Mr. and Mrs. Reeves, Mrs. Reeves and Matt Reeves. So your interview of both of these witnesses were very general, and you just supposed to say let. It says met. It's a typo.
Okay.
And you just let them tell their story. Very few questions on your part. Your answer. Yes, sir. It was more a preliminary interview to find out what they had seen.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't ask many questions of them,
I'm sure I asked some questions. Yes, sir.
but not many, because that's what you said under oath in 2017, right?
As far as the number of questions I asked, I really don't recall.
You would agree that your recollection in 2017 is much better than your recollection in 2022.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you just asked.
You would agree that your recollection back in 2017 would have been better than your recollection in 2022.
I would imagine that, yes, I would have forgotten some things over time.
Now, you were aware that Mr. Reeves was armed in that theater.
Yes, sir.
That did not alarm you.
I don't know if I understand.
Well,
what you
because
mean.
your position is retired law enforcement carry firearms all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there is a federal statute that even encourages them to carry firearms, correct?
It doesn't necessarily encourage, but it certainly gives them authorization. They qualify to carry in more areas than your average person would.
He's talking about Leosa,
So you don't
folks.
think that
It's actually kind of a pain in the ass, but if you jump through the hoops, retired cop, you can carry.
Yes, sir.
Basically, it's a concealed carry valid
valid
everywhere.
Not encourage retired officers.
I wouldn't test it in New Jersey.
I think the intent of the statute when it was written was to give the ability to have more armed, trained officers in public. Yes.
Okay. Now, when you left that interview, you never told Sergeant Harris that both Matt and Mrs. Reeves had indicated that the theater was dark and that the noise levels were pretty high of the previews. Never told Sergeant Harris that.
I don't remember.
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay. You never told Sergeant Harris that.
Correct?
I don't remember making those specific statements. No.
He was the police officer that was supervising you there at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated to the jury already that darkness and noise is an important factor in this case, right?
It's an important factor in deciding your actions. Yes, sir.
But you don't tell the sergeant that assigned you to this responsibility.
I had conversation with him, telling him what I'd gathered from the interview. I don't remember specifically if I said that to him or not. No.
Those were the instructions, right? Interview the individuals and report to Harris, because Harris was going to try and disseminate that information to others, correct?
Objection hearsay?
Yes, sir. As a general practice, we meet periodically throughout the investigation to share information so that other people are aware of what's going on.
That's pretty important, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That communication.
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time that you've been in the situation to have to do that, right?
Correct.
But you told Sergeant Harris that you had interviewed both of these individuals. And it was at this point in time that you were assigned the lead crime detective, crime scene detective,
Crime scene detective. Yes, sir.
right? This is when it happened, when you approached Sergeant Harris with your statements.
I'm sure probably a short period of time went by because after I completed that task, Detective Harris probably had to decide who was going to cover what roles. So yes, sometime shortly after that, he assigned me as a crime scene detective.
Okay, and so now you've got this pretty awesome responsibility, correct?
It's important. Yes, sir.
Top two detectives on a case, right?
Again, I think it depends on the case, but I do think it's an important role. Yes.
Okay, and so knowing that and anticipating that you're going to be going into this crime scene, you realized that, you know, one of your jobs was to assess the possible distractions that individuals there in that theater were experiencing at the time of the shooting. That's an important issue, right? Distractions.
I guess it's a difficult question to answer because I'm not necessarily going to know by looking at the physical evidence on the scene what all the distractions would be because I wasn't present when the event actually happened.
Well, you certainly want to preserve evidence as a crime scene detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And evidence can take various forms, right?
Yes.
And some evidence can be evidence that distracts people. For example, noise can be a distractor, right?
Noise could be a distraction. Yes, sir.
And certainly light conditions can be a distractor as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you want to capture all those things because what you're trying to do is you're trying to recreate and preserve the scene as it occurred at the time of the shooting. That's your job.
When you first start processing a scene, it's to document everything as to where it is. Not necessarily to recreate then, but to document thoroughly, collect the items so that if you need to go back and review, then yes, the scene could be recreated through what you've collected.
But that first step is you have to secure the evidence before you can use it later on to recreate, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you don't secure that evidence, all of the evidence that's necessary and material, then when you try to recreate, you got missing pieces, right?
Yes, sir.
That's bad. In any case, right?
You definitely do not want to miss evidence. You typically usually do because you don't necessarily know the relationship of certain things. So you try to be as thorough as possible and collect everything you can that appears to be probative to what's the investigation and what's going on.
If you don't capture critical evidence, that's bad.
Yes, you definitely don't want to miss something.
And especially in a homicide case, right?
I don't think it necessarily is any more important than any other criminal investigation or proceeding.
Really?
So you don't think a homicide case is more
Your Honor, I'm
important?
going to object. I think the witness should have the opportunity to finish.
My
saying
apologies,
something.
Judge. My apologies. Yes.
We want to have the same level of thoroughness in every investigation. A sexual battery case is just as important to a victim. There's lots of other types of, violent crimes, robberies. So I think that they need to be treated with the same thoroughness. Yes.
You think that a petty theft, the consequences for missing evidence in a petty theft is just as serious as
No,
missing
I'm gonna
evidence?
object. It's argumentative to be explained in later parameters. Now it's argumentative.
I'll sustain.
So when you went into that scene, that crime scene, there were individuals that were already working the scene that had no direction from you whatsoever.
Yes, sir. I came in after processing had started.
And those individuals that had already entered the scene and were working the scene were what we call crime scene technicians, right?
We label them as forensic investigators.
Forensic investigators. They're
Yes,
not
sir.
police officers.
No, they're not sworn law enforcement.
Okay. And so those forensic investigators were in there doing something, right? You don't know what they were doing because you had just come into the scene, right?
Yes, when I walked in, I would not have known what they had processed yet at that point.
In fact, when you walked into that scene, you had no idea where Mr. Reeves's seat was during the time of the incident.
I had a general explanation that they'd been sitting towards the middle of the top row, but when I went in, I could honestly I would not have known specifically which seat it was.
Because that wasn't communicated to you by Sergeant Harris or anybody else prior to you going in.
The difficulty we had with the theater where there were no numbered seats, so I'm not sure if there was an understanding from anybody exactly which seats they were in yet, but that's, again, I'm not sure.
And you were able to see when you went into the theater, you were able to see that there was a cell phone on that top row. Let's call it row A.
Yes, sir.
And that cell phone was towards the middle of that row. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were able to see that as from your vantage point as you were walking the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But since you didn't know what seat Mr. Reeves was, you really didn't know the significance of that cell phone at that time.
Obviously, it was an item of evidence that was significant, as
Is it obvious?
many other things were. There was obvious spilled popcorn on the floor, things like that in that same area. So yes, I knew them to be important, but no, I guess I did not know in relation to where they were seated, where that was.
You didn't know what role that phone played, if any.
At that point, I did not. No, sir.
Okay. And certainly prior to going into that crime scene, nobody had told you that Mr. Reeves had indicated that he had possibly been hit with a cell phone in the head. Nobody had told you that.
No, I had not been told that.
In fact, you don't even know when that information was told to you.
I do not recall the first time someone told me that. No, no, sir.
You don't even know who told you.
I would imagine it was probably
We're
Detective
not
Proctor.
imagining,
But
we're in a court of law.
yes, sir.
Assuming you know it's quite dangerous.
Yeah, I have no objection in lecturing the witness.
I'm just
The next
asking him a
question.
question concerning that issue.
Well, he was about to finish and you cut him off, so let's refrain from doing that and I'll sustain.
You would agree with
Wait.
me that assuming things in a court of law is inappropriate.
I would, yes, agree with that. I guess I apologize for the wording of that. Most of my interactions were with Detective Proctor, and most of the conversations I had. So it would be likely that he would be the one to tell me that, but I do not recall specifically.
Okay. You didn't know at this point in time either when you went into the scene that this was even the possibility of a self-defense case.
I think I understood when I walked in that there'd been some sort of argument or disagreement because of my interviews with Matthew and Vivian. So yes, I guess I would have some understanding that that could be an argument.
And so I would imagine then that those issues that we talked about just earlier on direct examination, distance, lighting, noise, all those things that could affect someone's perception immediately from the beginning of your investigation was critical.
I guess I don't understand exactly what you're asking.
Preserving it.
Preserving.
You wanted to preserve the lighting conditions, did you not?
At the time we were in there, we actually turned all the lights on so we could see better the physical evidence and gather.
So are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you didn't want to, at any point in time, turn those lights down to mid-level 1, which was the previews, and experience that level yourself? That was not important to you.
Your Honor, I would object to relevancy. It doesn't matter. It's important to the detective. The important to
Wait, what?
both members' prior approach.
He's supposed to evaluate the self-defense claim.
Yeah, how would it not be important to the detective? Or these objections are baffling. Someone asked earlier, do all these objections make the state look bad? Well, does it make the state look bad to you? Because it may not. And that's the way it is for the jurors too. It may look bad, it may not look bad. I think in the chat we'd probably get a mixed result on if the objections are making the state look bad or not. And
They're
so,
effectively speaking objections. So the state's getting its word in, and it
Yeah.
appears to be a 50-50 coin toss whether it's overruled or sustained.
right, and it doesn't seem to be much based in law or the rules of evidence, as far as I can tell. Well, depending on when the objections are actually made, if they're, like, as you say, if they're speaking objections, they're not saying objection hearsay, and when they are, they're wrong. That's the beauty of that. But a lot of these objections are some other hybridized thing that we don't get to hear because they go to sidebar to discuss them. But the objection, this one is relevance. And a relevance objection, I mean, it has to be pretty far outside the scope of the case. But whether or not certain evidence is important to a detective who's investigating a homicide, I mean, that is a relevant question, especially because the theory of the case in this case is that they didn't thoroughly investigate the self-defense claim. And
He's not asking, was it dark enough it would influence your decision to use force, officer? That would be irrelevant because the officer's state of mind is not relevant
Right.
here. But did you look to see if the theater was dark so you could assess the validity of the suspect's claim of self-defense? That's a different question.
Yeah. So it's wild. But yes, the Potter sentencing is not scheduled to go live for another 10 minutes. Whether it will go live in 10 minutes and whether they will actually be doing anything in 10 minutes is a completely different question. So I have the window pulled up. I'll be watching for when they actually go. Knowing Judge Chu, it could be several days before they get started. Because she may allow it. Stephen Cooper says hashtag seppuku. Dude, this morning, that's what I feel like. Nate. Oh,
Detective,
Yes.
was it important for you to preserve the lighting conditions?
I think it's important to try to understand the conditions. Yes, sir. I don't necessarily know what you mean by preserving.
Well, did you ask management there to turn the lights down to the position that it was during the previews?
We did have the lights adjusted at different points while we were there and taking photographs. I don't remember asking that specific question to say.
When you're saying that you were asking management to turn the lights higher so that you could see, is what you're talking about there, right?
We actually did both because we were taking photographs of the seats and we had some difficulty capturing it because of the different lightness levels. So we had somebody controlling the light switch in there and putting it to different levels.
But you did not ask management, put the lighting conditions as it was during the previews. You never asked management that question.
I don't specifically remember asking that, no, sir.
And you could have.
I could have, yes, sir.
And you could have stood there with the previews that were playing, with the lighting conditions the way they were, and you could have experienced that yourself.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You could have done that, right?
Objection, relevance.
Move on.
I mean, again,
Have you heard
I'm
of,
not sure why
light
that was
meters?
this is.
Yes, sir.
It's directly relevant
You
to the
ever
questions
used a
that he's
light
been
meter?
asking.
Not personally, no, sir.
You know that light meters measure the amount of light in a particular area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then an expert can come and testify concerning the lighting conditions in that particular area based upon the light meter.
I would suppose if there was an expert in that area, yes, they could.
And there's something called a noise meter as well.
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement uses noise meters because sometimes you got these people out there that are playing their music way too loud, right?
We have used noise meters for
Damn
noise levels,
kids
different things like that for you.
playing the
And
rap
you can capture
music.
the noise. and
Playing
maybe
Tool.
before a court, and an expert can explain the actual noise level.
I would assume they could, yes, sir.
You didn't do either of those.
I did not use a light meter or a sound meter, no, sir.
Did you call the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and say, hey, guys, help me out here? Do you all have a light meter? Do you all have a noise meter that we can bring out to the scene so that we can capture as much evidence as humanly possible from this crime scene?
I did not reach out to anybody to get a noise or light meter, no, sir.
Did you reach out to the FBI? The FBI was involved in this case, right?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did
Asked
you
and
reach out
answered.
that day, January 13th, 2014, to the FBI and say, hey, FBI, come on, give me some help here. I need a noise meter. I need a light meter.
I did not ask anybody for a noise or a light meter that day, no, sir.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about cameras and video.
Yes, sir.
When you went into the theater, it was clear to you that there were 2 cameras on each side of the wall, right?
There was one camera on each side, sir.
Excuse me. One on each side,
Yes, sir.
about 30 some feet up.
I don't know the exact height, but they were pretty tall on the wall, yes.
Okay. And again, that perked your interest of, hey, there's possibly some surveillance equipment that's capturing what's happening in this theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that because the cameras were situated up high, that they could probably capture some overall down, right? Visuals.
Yes, sir. I didn't know the exact angle that the cameras would show.
But that view was going to be much different than someone seated in theater seat number 9.
Yes, sir.
In other words, what you can perceive in theater seat number 9 may be far different than what this camera is capturing 35 feet up in the air.
It's going to capture the same incident, but the perspective is going to appear different because it's a different location.
It's like going to a football game and sitting up in the nosebleed section and you can see a play develop, but you really can't see what's happening in the nitty gritty line when individuals are not playing kosher, right? Some of them are holding, some of them are using their hands illegally and the refs can't see it, but they can do what they do right there at that line, right? It happens all the time.
You can definitely see or observe different things from different perspectives because certain things may be blocked from view depending on where you are. So yes, it does make a difference where you are.
So if you're on that line, you're going to be able to see certain things that that camera may not be able to capture in a football stadium.
That's true. Yes, sir.
Okay. Forensic investigator Parrish and forensic investigator Garrison, when you walked in, were working that theater, correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. And do you know who they had received their orders from?
I would imagine it would be probably a combination of Detective Harris and Captain Steffens, who was the forensics chief at that point.
More
I
imagining.
don't know for sure who they spoke with.
You certainly didn't give them any direction whatsoever as to what they were to do with reference to measurements, right?
I don't recall any specific direction towards things. They were taking measurements as they went to different items. But I don't remember a specific direction that I gave.
Well, since you were in charge of the crime scene, why didn't you meet with them and give them specific direction concerning measurements?
There was definitely discussion between all of us, and measurements are a basic thing that we do at essentially every crime scene. So I knew that was part of the process that was going to get done.
Meaning you left it up to them.
I left it up to them certainly to do it because they're the trained forensic investigators. They have more training than I do in the actually making it happen and recording it. So I would probably take whatever they say is weighted heavily.
They never did teach me how to use a tape measure in detective school.
Did you? You didn't tell them, hey, listen, come here, forensic investigator. I want you to measure from this seat, the very front of this seat, to the very back of this particular seat. And then I also want you to measure from an angle from that cup holder to this particular. You didn't do any of that.
I don't remember specific direction on any specific measurement, no.
The only direction that you remember giving the crime scene investigators was, hey, guys, take the best quality photographs with the lighting conditions.
There were multiple discussions, I think, between all of us, and probably most specifically with investigator Parrish, because I think she took the majority of the photographs. But yes, we definitely had discussion over trying to capture the best quality photographs we could.
That was your main focus as a crime scene detective there at that scene. Hey, let's get good photos.
That was the thing in that particular scene that was proving the most problematic, only because of the dark colors of the floors and different things. So I think that, yes, that probably got the most discussion or attention.
And even though it got the most discussion, they didn't do a very good job, right?
I think they did do a good job.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you had to come 10 days later with other equipment in order to be able to capture correctly the theater.
I don't believe that it was an issue of correctness. It was the fact that we wanted to try to get the best quality that we could, and we wanted
So
to bring in
the
further lighting. Only because
obviously
we couldn't get
had
it quite as
lower
bright on the side
quality
as we would
at the
like.
beginning.
On the date of the incident, you couldn't get photos that were light enough to be able to critically see. You remember that one photo of the spent casing on the ground that you looked at and you said, where is it? Right? You remember that?
I don't specifically remember asking where is the casing. I do remember seeing that some of the photos were dark, and I remember the photo of the casing was against the black floor, and yes, it was dark.
You also remember that the placards that were placed on the seats themselves, you couldn't even read them.
You can in certain photographs, but they're washed out on others, yes.
And so you realize, do you not, that these forensic investigators have cameras that when they take a photo, you can actually see what it looks like.
You can see a small display of the photo, yes.
Did you ask them to see any of the photos that night when they were taking the photos so that you could approve them or disapprove them?
I don't recall specifically doing that, no.
Do you realize that the forensic investigators had the lighting to do proper photos in their van outside the theater, but they weren't using them?
I know that they do carry a lot of different equipment with them. I don't specifically know what was in the van.
Or did you ask them, since you were having these problems with photos, did you say, hey guys, you have any better lighting in your truck?
Okay, this is
I
stated
remember
in the
using the
zone
lighting that we
versus-
had, flashlights at different times. to
Sorry,
help
that was
illuminate.
me.
I don't specifically remember asking that, no.
You think a flashlight is a proper form of illuminating in a crime scene?
It can be, yes, sir.
It wasn't, right? Because it wasn't giving you sufficient light, was it?
I think it would depend on each individual photo, because certain photos showed good detail and other photos were a little bit lesser detail.
And we can't afford to have lesser detail, right?
As all things we do in our investigation, we want to try to get the highest quality that we possibly can with the equipment and the conditions that we have.
So knowing that there was a camera there, knowing that there was a video surveillance system there, the beauty of having as many officers as you all had there at the Cobb Theater is that you had officers from all different specialties, correct?
We had definitely several different specialties because it was kind of an emergency call that came in. So some of the detectives, excuse me, from property crimes had shown up, some of the detectives from vice and narcotics. So yes, we had several different specialty units.
And the most important, cybercrime, right?
I believe Detective Basone was there, who was assigned to cyber crimes at the time. Yes.
Detective Lindsay.
I don't believe Detective Lindsay was on the scene when I got there. I believe he went to the hospital.
Detective Papinella.
So- We'll switch over to Kim Potter in a
recall if
minute,
Detective
guys.
Pepinella was there or not.
Those were the three detectives that actually started the cybercrime unit for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, right?
I think Detective Basone came in a little bit later, but yes, I believe Detective Lindsay and Detective Pepinella were both the original detectives assigned to that unit.
That was a big deal for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. There was a lot of man hours that went into training those officers, correct?
Over time, yes.
In fact, they became quite an elite group.
Yes, sir. I believe
And
so.
certainly by January the 13th of 2014, they were quite an elite group.
I do believe that they had quite a bit of knowledge, yes, sir.
And you knew, did you not, that
They knew how to
Sergeant
operate an
Sessa had
iPhone.
specifically assigned Detective Busson
I've never been able to figure
to
it out.
capture and preserve the video surveillance that took place on January 13th, 2014. You were aware that Sergeant Sessa had specifically directed Detective Busson to do that.
I don't think I was aware that Sergeant Cecil was necessarily involved. I do remember having discussion with Detective Basone that he'd been requested to try to get copies of the video, yes.
And he told you he'd been requested by the sergeant.
I honestly don't remember if I knew specifically who had requested it.
Well, chain of command is important because you have individuals that are sergeants, captains, and what have you.
Yes,
that
I know
may have
Kim
more
Potter has
experience than you.
started.
Yes, sir.
We will switch over there in
And
a
so
minute.
if Busson is telling you, hey, by the way, I've been asked by a supervisor to take this role on, I would imagine that you would respect that.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't, did you? You told Detective Busson, who was a highly trained officer in cybercrime, you told him, you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's what you told Busson. Busson, this is my crime scene. I'm the crime scene detective. You're not going to do it. I'm going to do it.
I love the
right?
the
Definitely
tone.
did not tell him that, no, sir.
What did you tell him?
So Detective Basone had informed me that he'd spoken to management at the theater and requested copies of the video. What he'd been told was it was going to take several hours to back up the video, so it wasn't going to be available that day. So Detective Basone and I are very good friends and have been. So it was going to be an issue of coming to pick up video that was already downloaded for us. And I simply told him that I could take care of it when it was done because the crime scene and the physical evidence in the building was my overall responsibility.
You think that Detective Busson was going to let Cop Theater copy the video? Is that what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? You think that's what he was going to do?
Yes, sir. That's what he told me he did.
You know that that's not the protocol for cybercrime, right? The protocol for cybercrime is no, private entities don't do that. We do it.
No, sir, that's not correct.
So you're perfectly fine with having the Cobb Theater where a shooting has taken place and they have possible civil liabilities. You're okay with letting them do it.
Yes, sir. At that time and still currently, our policies and procedures allow an IT-controlled video system to be controlled by the IT department that owns it and hand the video to us. Yes.
Do you know who was the IT individual that was, in your opinion, controlling?
I don't think on that day I knew, but I eventually learned it to be
On
Eric
that day?
Andrews. I honestly don't remember if I knew the person's name on that day.
Do you know the level of competency or incompetency of that individual?
I did not know the individual in any
Do
way.
you know the reputation for honesty of that individual?
Again, I didn't know the individual in any way.
Do you know the alliance that that individual would have either with the Cobb Theater or with the Pasco County Sheriff's Department?
Again, I didn't know him at all.
And so you're letting a perfect stranger deal with a
How do you
critical
even know
piece
it's IT
of
control?
evidence in a homicide case, and you think that that's the protocol of the Pasco County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir, I do.
Before allowing this unknown person to do whatever the unknown person was doing, did you at least go up to the IT room that very moment and go to see what was in the IT room?
I do not believe I went to the IT room that day.
Hey, Nick, the window you
Oh,
have
you
for
didn't go to
Potter,
the
can you
IT
send me the
room
link
to
to
see
that?
How many DVRs were up there?
The streaming link?
Not that day, no, sir.
So you didn't go up there and actually get the serial
I was
numbers
hoping
and
this guy
the
would
models and make
kind
of
of
those
get to a
DVRs.
good
No, sir.
break.
And so
Yeah.
you didn't
Natural
go up
break.
there and get serial numbers of any of the hard drives.
Although I think we can fairly predict what the rest of the
And you
testimony
had
of this witness will look
absolutely
like.
no idea what was in that
Yeah.
room
Well,
at the time. that
why don't
this
I pause
incident
this?
Again, I
I was hoping for a natural break in it. I've got Kim Potter paused right at the beginning. They just made appearances, and here's Judge Chu. So we can do this. I can skip through any boring stuff that happens over here as well, and we'll see what happens in Kim
The
Potter.
attorneys to make their comments regarding sentencing. And then the family members of
God, the
Dante
pacing.
Wright wanted to address the court.
I feel like I'm experiencing PTSD.
Billy Potter will have an opportunity to make a statement as well. The guideline range on manslaughter in the first degree is
Oh my
74 to
God.
103 months. On manslaughter 2, the guideline range is 41 to 57 months.
See you guys when I wake up.
As found by the jury, defendant is adjudicated guilty of manslaughter 1 and stands convicted of that offense. Because manslaughter 2 is a lesser included offense of manslaughter 1 under Minnesota statute 609.04, there will be no adjudication entered on that count. The sentence will be on manslaughter 1. Now, the state
We'll be
filed a
right
notice of
back to that
intent
other
seek an upward sentence
to the other trial
on
in just
that count.
as soon as this is done.
In other words, the state sought a sentence above the guideline range of 103 months. It appears now that the state is seeking the presumptive sentence. The defense has motioned for a dispositional departure, that any prison time be stayed.
What are
or
they
hang
doing with
over
the mic?
Ms. Potter's head with conditions, and that the defendant be placed on probation. Alternatively, defendant seeks a durational departure for a sentence below.
So I'll tell you what's
the
going to happen here,
guideline
guys.
range.
She's going to get 86 months.
I'd like to start with the state. Mr. Frank, I'll hear your arguments regarding sentencing.
Yes, Long Crime Channel B is ahead of this because I paused it so we could hear the whole thing. Keep up.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Counsel, Ms. Potter. Counsel. Your Honor, I want to first speak to the likely factors. As the court knows, the rules require that we give notice of that way back at the omnibus hearing. So that's when we gave notice and had to at that time. The Blakely findings we asked the court to make in our previous filing because it's part of the trial process. And as the court may recall, Defendant Potter waived her right to have a jury decide those. And so therefore it became the court's function to make findings on those based on the evidence at trial. So we asked the court to make those findings. I know it has been reported that we were seeking a longer sentence, but that's not what our previous filing was doing. Our previous filing, I think, very clearly asked the court to make those findings because we had to ask at that time for those findings to be made. We did not in that filing make any recommendation about sentencing.
In Chauvin, didn't they do it after a verdict?
As the court pointed out on manslaughter
Yeah.
1,
That's what
we
you
are not
normally
asking
would.
the court to rely on those findings for a departure from the sentence. The court, of course, is free to consider that with the trial evidence and deciding on a sentence as well within the guidelines range. Your Honor, I want to also
As for a
on
middle of the
behalf
box
state,
in the
thank the
presumptive
jurors,
sentence, they're going to get it.
for
It's the easiest outcome for the
doing
judge.
their job under very
Judge has to
difficult
justify
circumstances.
any departures up or down.
It's obvious that they carefully considered all of the evidence and took their time and as a group carefully deliberated.
I don't know that that's
You
obvious.
know, it was a difficult task and it was emotionally demanding of them, as well as sacrificing their personal time
And risk of their lives if they return the wrong verdict.
thank them for it.
Yeah. Risk of their lives, properties, jobs,
We also
everything.
thank the Wright family and China Whitaker on behalf of.
Fortunately, the jury made the return to verdict consistent with their personal safety.
They
We
have
thank the
been
Wright family for raising
here
a stalwart and upstanding
throughout this
citizen named
entire trial.
Dante.
on what has been
Shot 2
just a
people and
terrible
was armed
emotional
robbering
roller
several
coaster
others.
ride for them. And I know that they are going to address the court. I will not take up a lot of the court's time trying to say things that they can say better than me. His name is Dante Wright. We have to say his name.
Say his
Say his name.
He's not just the driver. He was a living human being, a life.
Oh my God.
The highest principle of law enforcement.
Are you
is the sanctity
crying?
of life. And his life counted. His life mattered.
He's crying.
And that life was taken. And the law recognizes the severity of the loss of life when setting criminal penalties. The legislature decides what the sentencing policy is for the state for certain crimes. And the presumptive sentence in this case reflects the loss of life.
Am I crazy? Does he sound like he's breaking up a little bit?
As prosecutors, we represent the interests of victims.
He does sound that way.
We represent the
Has this
interests
man
of the
ever
community.
cried during a sentencing hearing before for any other case? I mean, he's probably done this 25
And
times.
so the presumptive
murders.
sentence, Your Honor, is something we consider appropriate given the loss of life. The jury found the defendant guilty of this crime. This crime reflects a level of culpability that we agree is not an intentional, it wasn't an intent to kill Mr. Wright, but it was culpably negligent. It represents a higher state of culpability. For those reasons, we believe the sentence is appropriate, the presumptive sentence. As prosecutors, we are ministers of justice.
Yes,
We also
high-minded
represent-
prosecution.
The community's interests. And there are many interests that the criminal justice system tries to take into account. Retribution is one of them. Deterrence. But the community also has an interest in rehabilitation, reformation, restoration. The defense is asking for a dispositional departure from the presumptive sentence. We are not agreeing to that, Your Honor, but we have to recognize this is a unique case. This is a very difficult case. A departure like that must be reserved for only the most rare.
Yeah, I'd say it is. You
rare
found criminal
cases, for the
culpability
most
based on negligence
compelling
from your
reason.
own closing argument.
And so what is unique and compelling about this case that will allow the court to depart from what the legislature says is the appropriate sentence?
The fact that they didn't follow the legal standard in making the verdict.
I doubt that Ms. Potter has remorse. But this is, Your Honor, I'm just going to speak quite candidly,
Please
This is
just speak and get
courtroom
on with it.
full of pain and anger.
More pain and anger as you keep talking.
How do we fix that? What can we do? This is a divided community. What can be done to help restore some of the faith and the trust between law enforcement and the community, in particular in this case? What can be done to help the Wright family through their pain and their loss? What can be done even to help Miss Potter deal with the consequences of what she has done.
She could go to prison. That's what could be
I
done.
submit to the court that her remorse alone is not enough. We should expect defendants to have remorse. We should expect defendants to have
I mean,
remorse for more than what has happened to them.
It's the
We should
sentencing
expect
requirement
defendants
for
to
departure
have
is remorse,
in the sense of a feeling of wrongfulness to others.
which would presume that they don't expect
We have seen
defendants to have
some
remorse.
evidence of that, but I submit not enough. What are we going to do today, going forward? Your Honor, the answer to that, we believe, lies with Ms. Potter. She is in a unique position to try and make something of what has happened.
Stop
Does he want her to like self-flagellate in the courtroom now?
She will, guaranteed.
Point
I
out
mean,
her
for
mouth.
like, if
It's
you're gonna
everything from
give her probation,
talking to officers,
self-flagellate,
about
whatever
the
you need
dangers
to
of
do.
weapons confusion. This is unfortunately
Do the
a
naked
true
shame
common
walk
of
or whatever.
occurrence. She can talk to manufacturers about this. She can talk to the right family, should they want. A key component, as we know, of restorative justice is this ability to kind of take the lawyers out of everything and let victim and defendant try to heal. It's not right for every case. It's right for some cases. And it has to be right for the victims.
Is he gonna argue
So
that
that's really up to them, but
they're
it's a
gonna-
possibility. And to have an acknowledgement of the wrongfulness of the conduct, an acknowledgement that police officers are subject to the law like everybody else.
Well, I mean, what's happened? Has every police officer in the jurisdiction quit?
Terrible errors, they can be held responsible.
I would
as
I would
well.
find a hard
jury
pressed to
found
stay
that
there.
Ms. Potter is responsible. But accepting that, acknowledging that is a key to moving forward, is a key to restoring some sense of healing and hope.
Your Honor,
the
we'll
community
forego.
At large.
We'll waive her right
and
to
for
appeal
the
if you go ahead
Wright
and
family as well.
do a downward departure for a
So, Your Honor,
probationary sentence of 1
it's
year.
our position that until those things are proved to you, to your satisfaction, that this is the rare case that warrants a departure from the guidelines.
Wait,
To
what?
impose the presumptive sentence under the guidelines. It is appropriate for what has happened. But that lies with Ms. Potter. Thank you. Your Honor.
She's supposed to do all those things now in this room?
All right. I understand that members of
Did he just basically make the
Dante
argument
Wright family
for a downward
would like to
departure?
make some comments.
Because it
and
kind
I
of sounded
think,
like it.
Katie Wright would like to be heard first. Would you please come forward, Ms. Wright?
He said they weren't arguing for a departure, and then he did just say they think it's the rare case that is good for a departure, but it's up to
If she
Potter.
did all these things, but she hasn't done those things.
Yeah.
Would you please?
She wouldn't have
state
had
it
the
for me,
opportunity to
and
do
could
those
you
things.
spell it for the record?
My name is Katie Ann Wright.
I'm going to refresh my coffee at this point.
ANNWRIGHT. Dante Wright is my son, my baby boy. And I say is and not was because he will always be my son. And I'm proud to say that. I have had many, many sleepless nights and days contemplating how and what I was going to say today. I have to be the voice for myself, my family, my community. Most of all, I have to be the voice of my son, Dante. Your Honor, I hope the defendant is listening as I speak loud and clear today. And yes, I refer to her as defendant because I will not give her the respect of calling her by her name.
I guess
Refer to Dante
not much chance of reconciliation there.
and over again
Yep.
as the driver, as if killing him wasn't enough to dehumanize him. She never once said his name. And for that, I'll never be able to forgive you.
That lady standing next
And
to
I'll
her is
never
a
be able to
victim
forgive you
advocate.
for what you've stolen from us. I hope you're listening and don't mistake any of my words because we can't afford the defendant to make any more mistakes. His name is Dante Demetrius Wright. Let me tell you what you've stolen from us. Dante was born October 27th, 2000 at 9:25 a.m., one of the happiest days of our lives. My husband named him after Dante Culpepper because he loved the Vikings. I knew our son was a star from the moment we looked into his eyes. He played way too much, and he joked a lot. Even when he'd get on my nerves, I couldn't stay mad at him because Dante's goofy laugh. Dante loved hard, loved his family, friends.
Did he
and
get
his
hard?
son. Dante's smile was genuine and big, just like his dreams. You took this. You took his future, what he could have been, and it was so many things.
You know what's remarkable is this same statement could be made by the person Dante Wright shot in the face.
Of my life.
Yeah.
A
By his
police
family.
officer who was supposed to serve and protect so much took so much away from us. She took our baby boy with a single gunshot through his heart. She shattered mine. My life and my world will never, ever be the same. And I often replay that phone call in my head over and over again. And I blame myself because I should have told him that I shouldn't have told him it was going to be all right. I told him he was going to be okay. And just to find out a few minutes later, he wasn't. A police officer that took an oath to serve and protect for 26 years. But not on this day. On this day, she did not protect. She failed Dante, our family, and our community. She did not render aid to Dante, Elena, or the elderly couple that was in the vehicle. His car was held.
It would have been improper for her to do so.
While my son bled out in the driver's seat. The last memories of Dante's life is now watching him being shot over and over again. Seeing his lifeless body pulled and dragged onto a grassy spot.
We can thank Matthew Frank for
On the
that.
ground for hours as people all over the world watched. I had to cry from behind a caution tape. I couldn't go to be with him. My motherly instincts was to go, to hold him, to caress him, kiss him. And even in my mind in that moment, I wanted to save him. Another opportunity that was stolen from me. She left our world with so much darkness and heartache. The best way that I can explain it is what I feel every day since Dante was killed is comparing it to a sinking feeling that a mother gets when she turns around and realizes her kid is missing in a grocery store and you can't see him, feel him, touch him, know if he's scared, safe, okay. She took a grandson, brother, uncle, cousin, friend. She took a son from his father, a son from his mother, but most of all, she took a father from his son. Dante was only 20 years old, He had so much life ahead of him. The defendant left us with memories and a picture. I have to grieve in public. The whole world sees my crying face, and it's plastered all over. My shattered heart has been on display for almost a year now, and I have to live in this nightmare, watching my son shot and killed over and over again. The defendant will be here to watch her sons marry, have children, buy a house, start a family. For me, every day, I could only hope to wake up and see Dante walk through the door and watch him play with his son, mess with his sisters, laugh with his brothers. A hope that's never going to come true. Your Honor, I'm asking you to hold the defendant to the highest accountability. She was a person of authority who betrayed her badge. Not only when she shot Dante, but when she rolled around on the ground crying for herself. I'm going to prison. I shot a boy. Call Chuck, her union rep. When she should have fact said, please go save him. How is he doing? Is he okay? Please help him. She didn't even try, Your Honor. She didn't try to save him. You should have done better. When it comes to trial, I was there every single day. My heart wanted to see remorse, sadness in her eyes. I wanted to see her mouth the words, I'm sorry. But she sat there with such entitlement and privilege. She never once looked at us passing through the hallways every day. As she sat on the stand, not at all, no eye contact, nothing. Then she finally said, I'm sorry it happened. Those are her exact words.
Well, cool. It's an
That was
accident.
coming after a break, Your Honor, that the defendant had time to be coached on how to gain some sort of sympathy from the jury, but not me. I can't give the defendant sympathy. Your Honor, I'm stuck with 3 questions I ask myself. How do you show remorse when you're smiling in your mugshot after being sentenced to manslaughter?
That was a very
After
stupid
taking my
move of
son's
her,
life?
by the way.
How do you say you're sorry with no tears? How much time is my son's life worth? I know here today the defendant and her attorney, they're going to tell the court how sorry she is. Her family may even give victim impact statements, and afterwards, both the defendant and her family will be able to talk, hear each other's voices, hug, kiss, say I love you as her husband did on verdict day. Eventually, her sentence will be fulfilled, and she will have her whole family to be with her at dinners and holidays. Again, another thing that has been stolen from me. Please keep in mind the impact this has caused her family and herself is just a small passing. It's just a small storm that's going to pass compared to our life sentence without Dante.
It's not that
Dante
small
Demetrius,
of a
I
storm,
will continue
frankly.
to fight in your name until driving while black is no longer a death sentence. I'm proud to be your mom, and I love you, Dante.
What about driving while black without a license, with expired registration, with making a left-hand turn with a right-hand turn signal, with having a warrant out for your arrest?
Aubrey Wright, please come forward.
Oof.
And state your full name and spell it, please.
My name is Aubrey Wright. You said spell it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Arbuey. Last name is Wright. Wright. I'm kind of nervous though, but I'm Aubrey Wright, Dante's father. I want to start by telling you what Dante meant to me. Dante meant the world to me. He was my son, made out of the unconditional love that me and his mother have for each other. Dante was every man's dream. My first child with my wife, and he was a
You're
boy.
muted.
I was so proud.
Just not every man's dream.
Yeah.
He was a
Not the
handsome
dream of the guy
guy.
he shot in the face.
My son, he was my prince. Dante was my reason. He was my reason to do better. He was my reason to change in life. A father's love is so powerful and deep, it's hard for me to put it into words. But I need you to hear me when I say I love my son with all my heart. I've been there for his first steps, his first words, first day of school. All basketball games, the birth of his son. It hurts my heart that Dante will not have these memories with his son, Dante Jr. Dante Jr. will only remember his dad from the stories and memories that we tell. They only had a very short year together. Because of Kim's recklessness, Dante was my go-to guy, my helper around the house. People would say he was funny like me, he looked like me, he was cool like me. I would watch Dante as he slept for many years, thinking, wondering how his future would be and what he would become. And I would kiss and hug him, and he would not like me to do that, obviously, but I would do it anyway. And I would always tell him that no matter what, I got you. From the day he was born until April 11th, I had him. I was always there for my son. Dante's life was cut short by Kim Potter, who claims she thought she had a taser. She pointed a gun into my chest, into my son's chest, and pulled the trigger, not only killing Dante by damaging his heart to the point of unrepairable, she also damaged my whole family's heart. Nothing will ever be the same. Everything we do as a family ends in tears, because all we have is memories left of our son. What should be happy times turns into sadness.
Yeah, if Dante Wright had lived and been tried and convicted for shooting someone in the face, that victim's family would be making these statements.
Yep.
To prevent this type of thing from ever happening.
I think that guy lived. He's just got a permanent mental disability.
She's a police officer.
Right.
My son was alive.
So I guess he could have. Well, I'm not going to go there, but
Yeah,
he
that
made
was
his own statement.
That'd be rude.
Which is incomparable to the life sentence we have been given because her negligence. My son Dante's life.
That was just one shooting. There was still the other shooting and the robbery.
Yep.
He's never coming back. It affected my whole family. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Dominic Bryant, will you please come forward?
Will you please come forward? Dominic Bryant. Who's this? Is this his
And please state
who
your
the
full name and spell it.
fuck are you?
Bryant, DAMIKBRYANT.
You should try that look, Nick.
Dominic. That's how I used to look before I started YouTube.
My name is Damon Bryant. I am the oldest child out of my parents' 7 kids. On April 11th, he was killed by the same people we were supposed to trust, who was supposed to serve and protect our community.
Must be his older brother.
He was killed by someone who was.
Was he the one with the other warrant out?
My parents' children have been alive. Who was
Maybe he's the one that provided the car.
Yeah,
We know
that's
the
what I meant.
charges are
That guy had a
manslaughter,
warrant
but we
too.
believe what happened to Dante was murder. When I got that call about Dante, I couldn't believe it. I fell to the ground in pain that no one should have to go through. It was the hardest time of our life. We lost a very special person. So I write this letter to you, Dante Demetrius Wright.
Oh, that was
We
Dallas.
miss you
That's
more
right.
than ever. Our lives aren't normal anymore. I think about you every day. I lost not only my best friend, but my baby brother. I would remember when we would play games when we were young,
and you would get mad if you lost, and you would start crying and turn red in the face because you didn't win. I remember when me, you, Dad, and everyone
Remember when we used to play cops and run from the cops?
over who was going to catch the biggest fish. Everything was a competition between us boys. Now we won't be able to compete with each other anymore.
Well, apparently I
won't be able
won.
to see you get old. I won't be able to hear your voice change. I won't be able to tell you I love you.
Voice
last
change?
time.
Wasn't he
I
20?
think about this stuff every day. You were stripped away from us. This has been the longest, most alone, miserable times of our life. We never felt the pain like this. We lost a very important piece to our family. I promise I will never give up fighting for you because that's what big brothers do. So I wrote this little poem I have. Your memory is my keepsake. We'll never be apart. God has you in his keeping, but we'll have you in our heart. You never said I'm leaving. You never said a goodbye. You were gone before we knew it, and only God knows why.
Roses are red,
And
violets are
you
blue.
never
Step on the
said
gas.
needed
Here,
you.
pew pew.
A million times you'd cry. If our love could
Jesus.
have saved you, you never would have died. In life, I love you dearly. In death, I love you still. In our hearts, you hold a place that no one could ever feel. It broke our heart to lose you, but you didn't go alone, for part of us was with you when God called you home. I promised to my family that I would take care of everybody, including our siblings, Dallas, Destiny, Diamond, Monica, Marcus, and of course your baby Dante Jr. I cannot express how painful it was for our family to see the defendant smiling in her mugshot immediately after being convicted of killing my brother. I respectfully ask the court to give a strong sentence that accounts for the severe pain and loss that our family has experienced. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Rest in peace, Dante Wright.
That smiling mugshot, man. Don't know what could have been something, you know, her just having like a mental break or whatever, but
please spell state and spell your name.
Diamond Wright, DIAMOND WRIGHT.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diamond Wright. I am Dante Wright's second youngest sister. I never thought in a lifetime that I'd be standing here doing this. I never thought that my brother would be killed. Would be killed by the same people we're supposed to feel protected by. I know that the charge is manslaughter, but I believe this should be called murder. Ever since my brother was killed, my heart's been shattered, and the only thing that's putting it back together is the memories we shared. I feel like I've been living in a complete nightmare. It got so bad to where the point I couldn't sleep. I stopped eating and even got depressed. The death of a loved one is not only an emotional
Did she
pain,
say she stopped eating?
but also a physical pain.
yes. I'm going to save you right
The
now and say,
defendant
yes,
should
she
be
did.
prosecuted and sentenced to the highest extent. You can't tell me this was an accident. It's in plain sight. She has been a police officer longer than my brother has been alive. How come I have to go see my brother in a metal container just to talk to him? How come I have to pray that my brother hears me cry out to him? How come my family has to groan and moan?
Well, I mean,
about
the
the
answer
loss
to
of a
that
loved
is
one
because he
just
was
because the
running
defendant's
because he had a
actions were
warrant for
reckless?
his arrest. That's why. But I
Dante
hate to
was my
say
brother,
that, but
my blood, someone who was supposed to grow old with me. How is it that I'm going to see the age of 21 and he didn't? He didn't get to experience the life he was supposed to.
I mean, look, this is his family, right? So you expect them
Watch
to,
his kids grow.
regardless
Watch
of the
his appearance
legal
grow.
merits, you expect them
Many of you
to
know Dante, and I
oh
can't
yeah,
care
feel
less
they still have
what
pain.
anyone
this.
else thinks of him. You
Of
don't
course,
know
from their view,
him.
they look at this as if Kim Potter had just walked up and shot him in the back of the head as he was walking down the
My
street.
mom was cooking at family functions. I miss when he would play fight with me and my little sister. I miss him. And I would trade anyone in this room to get him back. Everyone just sees this as another black man getting killed by the police, but not us.
You can
This
blame
one
the
hit
media
home.
for that.
This time it was one of us. Every day I would walk around and it feels like I'm really not here. It feels like I'm just an empty body taking up space. You took my other half. I remember when Dante was alive and the George Floyd killing was being discussed a lot. Me, my mom, and Dante were having a talk, saying just maybe we have enough white in us for us not to be a threat to the police. We were wrong. We have repeatedly seen that one hint of black in our skin makes us a target. This is sick.
Did they have a civil settlement yet?
I miss your smile.
Didn't they do that?
You laugh. The way you twirled your hair when you were
I don't know.
nervous or thinking about something.
Because
Thought
this
so.
this whole shot because he was black. I mean, there was not a drop of evidence of racial motivation here in this trial.
You were a great big brother. You taught your sisters how to be tough, how to listen, and how to calm down when we were upset. You really did your big brother role well. I love you, Dante, and you'll always be in my heart until we meet again. Thank you.
Do we know how many siblings he has? Because that'll give us kind of a time frame.
China Walker, Whitaker.
There were 7 total kids.
Now, if we could just have a moment.
Sure.
Okay, hey, I can do this a little bit.
Marie Marie, Whitaker Whitaker. Can I start?
There's Earl.
My name is China Whitaker. I am the mother of Dante's only child, Dante Wright Jr.
Wait, what?
Is this the woman that had the order of protection out on him?
5 weeks premature, and had to stay in the NICU for a little over 2 months.
Why is she here?
During that time, his father and I were very concerned about him making a full recovery. However, by the grace of God, he is still here today. He is now 2 years old, and since April 11th, 2021, fatherless. Kim Potter took my son's best friend away from him, and things haven't been the same since. I am now
Sounds like a Miami bachelor party.
not by choice, by force. My son hasn't seen his dad in almost a year, and I know he doesn't understand what's going on, but he senses his dad being gone. He was used to spending time with his father. Oftentimes, he would stay the night with his dad and have bonding time. That gave me a chance to have a break when I need it. Now I can't even pick up the phone to call him. Due to this situation, my son is a lot more scattered and angry. He acts up a lot more. I now have him in school to learn and socialize with other children. To
He's
cope
2.
during
What
this
school?
difficult time in our lives. My child will no longer have the opportunity to spend birthdays or holidays with his dad. Dante will never get to see his son's first day of preschool, elementary, high school, or college. They didn't even get the chance to play ball or sports together. This is not the way it should be. Every time I look at my son, I'm reminded of what was taken away from him. I show my son pictures and videos of his dad, and his face lights up with the biggest smile, and he says, "Dada." It hurts me because I know if he had the chance to see his dad again, it would fill the hole in his heart that is now there. I can't take the place of his father. Neither can any other man. All I can do is
Didn't the
help
kid
bring
live with
things
Dante
together.
and Dante's parents? Like,
I now suffer from severe PTSD.
you weren't there.
Whenever I'm pulled over, I have extreme anxiety. Afraid of making a mistake and something ending up going wrong. I can't watch any movies or videos that have to do with police brutality because it reminds me of Dante being killed. I got my son a poster of his dad that I keep in his bedroom. Many times I just find him staring at it.
The 2-year-old?
My son shouldn't have to wear a rest in peace shirt of his dad.
Why'd you buy him a rest in peace shirt? He's
Police
2.
are supposed to protect and serve the community. How will my son learn to trust police after what happened to his dad? I don't want my son to grow up afraid of the police or hating them. Nevertheless, it's only fair that Kim Potter be sentenced to the maximum amount of time for executing my son, Dante Jr.'s father.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll hear the defense arguments regarding sentencing. Mr. Ng.
Paul Eng.
Come on, Paul. What you got? You've
Wow,
got a
he's got a
record.
big box of stuff. Is that Dante
These are all
Wright's
letters
criminal
of
record?
These are all letters of support. Dante's criminal. Damn it.
May it please the court. Kim
You have to do this just right.
and Stacy. This is beyond tragic for everybody involved. And we hear clearly the statements of the family. We recognize them. There's no disrespect intended to the booking photograph at Shakopee. Ms. Potter indicates they asked her to smile. She smiled. It was not meant to be disrespectful. It was in response to the prison's request. There are two questions for the court today. The first is whether to.
If the prison ever requests you to smile, don't.
The second is to durationally depart if you're unwilling to dispositionally depart. So that the key question is the first one. And that is a question of whether or not in law and in fact, Officer Potter is particularly amenable to probation. And to answer that question, we rely on the probation office to initially evaluate the claim. I often think sometimes probation officers are not given enough credit for the work they do, because there's always disputes at sentencing and they can please no one really. But in this case, the report is exceptional. It's well done, it's well written, it's fair. It says all the bad facts for the defense and all the good facts for us as well. It has a sense of balance to it. And the report does suggest to you that Officer Potter is amenable to probation. It's
How do you guys not hear this?
recommendation that carries heavy weight, because the probation office is what you rely on to make decisions. They do the investigation. They actually talk to the defendant and the family and make a decision or recommendation as to probation and whether she's amenable. And she is, according to that report.
Try being not fucking deaf,
So the first
chat.
hurdle for any defendant asking for amenability findings is to get past the probation report, and we've done that.
We're
And
not
that
loud.
report alone would provide you with authority and reasonable reliance to impose a probationary sentence. This
We're
this
not
was an
loud. We're
unintentional
at the normal
crime.
volume.
It was an accident. It was a mistake. And the claim in the state's brief as well, the guidelines suggest 86 months, therefore we should follow them. But then if we dig deeper, we realize that the guidelines aren't always followed. And for 60% of the women in Minnesota who face a presumptive
You're loud
commit,
compared to the stream.
they are given probationary dispositions. So on the one hand, we can say, well, the guidelines are 86 months. On the other hand, we should also say they aren't always followed in 60% of the time for females. And for males, they aren't followed in 35%. And in our sister jurisdiction in Ramsey County, they're not followed 50%, according to the most recent evaluation booklet of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And the reason they're not followed is that they're too high for many defendants, especially for the first-time defendants. There's a recognition in the court system that individuals who face the court the first time need not go to prison in order to effectuate a just result. So the departure rate is really high. And the question for the court is not only whether she's amenable to probation, but whether she should fall into the 60% range. I got to get my water here for a second. The factors in Trog are clearly found here in a State versus Trog. It was a huge opinion when it came out in 1982. We all, for those of us around in 1982, it was an astounding opinion because it provided the probationary option under the new guidelines. And you know, all the factors that are listed in that case, she meets. There's no record. She's got a 26-year work history. She has expressed contrition and remorse, which I'll talk about a little bit later in terms of the quality of it.
There's one Trog factor she doesn't meet.
Recidivism. She can't be a police officer in the future.
But it's a
There's
dumb
no
one.
danger to the public. She'll never own a gun again, obviously. And that she has enormous community support, which I'll talk about in a second as well. So the factors are all there. You've had the report that says probation is available, and then we have the Trog factors, which resonate here.
I'll tell you what it is
I
in a
often
second.
think of, I know we, I often think of Judge Amdahl and what he might do here. You know, I mean, he gave a break to Mr. Trog, affirmed that sentence. I dare say it's hard to know what anyone would do, but I dare say he might find the factors here persuasive for Officer Potter in his memory. You know what I think the court misses in all these cases is an interaction with the family. We had a chance to be in this room next door, and there's a jury room attached to it. And so we spent a month with Kim's family, and every day there was a new set that came in to be with her. You know, the husband who's here, the sisters who are here, and a sister-in-law, but then there were nephews and friends of the family and former police officers, and it was different every day. And they sat in the jury room, and Earl and I sat in the courtroom, and we gave them their time. I wish you could have seen it. You know, I think they were all there to be with her, to pay their respects to her for everything that she had done for them. And I wish you could see the tremendous amount of love they had for her and non-judgmental empathy they had for her in that room. And we all found it remarkable. And we all found that we should leave them alone. And even during the jury deliberation, she was there with her two sons and her husband, and often in her husband's arms, crying. And the boys were with her, and it was moving, I'll say that. And I think they were all there, all the family members and the friends, because she has lived a virtuous life, and they are trying to pay her back. When I think of Kim, I think of someone who's lived out all the virtues that we could imagine. She's a Catholic. I've talked to her about the Catholic virtues. They're
Forgiveness,
well known to Catholics, but perhaps not the courts. The Catholic
reconciliation,
virtues are prudence, justice, temperance, courage, fortitude, faith, hope, charity. And the biggest virtue of all, of course, is kindness. And she has lived those out. And if we want to be secular, because we are a secular court, we could refer to Aristotle's virtues. And he gave the advice that if we want to live a virtuous life, we practice small acts of virtue, of course. And Aristotle's virtues are courage, temperance, liberality, patience, truthfulness, friendliness, fortitude. And she's done all of that too. So you have to balance this for one 5-second mistake against all of this. And if the virtues get too complex, I often think of a famous line from Saul Bellows, perhaps his greatest book, where he talks about this. He says, I have a feeling about the axial lines of life with respect to which you must be straight. And later in the paragraph, he says, when the striving stops, they are as a gift. So we can forget about the Catholic virtues or Aristotle's virtues and just say, have you lived a straight line? Have you tried to live a straight line, axial or otherwise? And because she's lived a straight line, she has enormous community support. And had she not lived a straight line, she wouldn't be here with all these people that I'm going to talk about.
So this is, this is an emotional plea because it's not a legal argument.
That the claim of
the judge has the
remorse and
factors.
Probation is, quote,
you quickly hit those with Trog.
Compelling.
Now it's the legal, the emotional argument.
The public would disagree. Since she's been in prison, she has received 3 boxes of cards. Dear Kim, how are you? Dear Kim, we care about you. And I want those to know who wrote these cards. This is just one of 3, by the way. Thousands of cards that she intends to answer each one. So for those of you who are watching, she will answer you because she always has.
Could have had a nicer box there.
Let me give you, I didn't submit all these to the court.
The only thing worse would have been a garbage pail.
Give you a sample.
So this goes into one of the
They're all
Trog
very
factors,
short
which is
and
community
heartfelt. This one's
support.
from an officer up in the northern part of Minnesota. My dear Kim, she writes, my name is, I work there. I want you to know that even though we've never met, my heart is completely broken for you. And I'm devastated by your situation. I've also been in law enforcement for a long time and have 2 sons, and I'm just destroyed on your behalf.
M&M sent her a signed
What
copy of
happened
the
to
lyrics
you
to
could
Lose
have
Yourself.
happened to any of us. As the law enforcement community across the country, we are reeling from the shock of this case. This deputy's hope is that you, Kim, and your family will be protected from feelings of despair and that you may be physically safe. She concludes by saying, I've never been so moved by a situation like this. I want you to know in your heart and remember every day that you are not alone. There's one from Chaska. They're all small cards. People took the time to write her. This is unheard of for a defendant. I dare say no one in this room has ever seen anything like this. Dear Kim, I hope this message finds you well. Heart shape. I do not have the right words, but please know that I support you. I support Blue. You have an amazing community behind you. Please know that you're not alone. You make the world a better place. Be good to yourself and kind to your heart. With love from Chaska. These cards came from all over the country and all over the world, actually. We've gotten cards from Europe. One final one, then I'll move on. This one's handwritten from Brooklyn Park. Dear Ms. Potter, my name is, my heart aches for your situation. I want you to know you're in my prayers constantly. My husband is a retired state trooper and knows the agony of split-second decisions. If okay with you, I'd like to write you regularly. Sincerely, Judy. And roughly a third of these letters want to have continued communications with her. And then, despite the community support and the remorse that she's going to articulate for you again today, after I'm done, the state's claim is that she just hasn't done enough or shown enough. You know, we're all unique individuals, and what the state may find to be a level of remorse that they'd like to see may not be what someone feels in their heart themselves. Her feelings are her feelings. And I get the sense that we're somehow, the state is somehow asking to subjectively evaluate her level of remorse and make a standard of subjectivity that they want. But the court has never been required to parse out that sort of level. You're just supposed to look at the trog factors. Does she express remorse or doesn't she? You can't engage in psychoanalysis here. That's not the holding of trog. She was remorseful the moment the gun was fired. She went into trauma. Her officers at the scene then called in the tragedy, and the police responded immediately. The state contends that she has no quote unquote moral anguish, but the record is replete that she does. I mean, she testified she does. The videos of Kim crying on the ground are replete with moral anguish. I mean, we just can't have a Kafkaesque standard of what remorse is and then have the state say, well, you haven't met our standard. We ask, well, what is the standard? And then we just haven't seen enough remorse, so we don't know what the standard is. And so we never can meet what their standard is. But that's not how law works. It's never worked that way.
Well,
the
for
question
Kafka,
again is whether she's amenable and should be included in those 60%. The state seems to agree that she is at page 6 of their memo.
Simple poll going up.
They
What do you
set
think
out
will
the
happen?
various conditions that would satisfy them. So it's a hedging memo. It's the kind of memo that concedes that the defense has a claim for amenability.
will an option B, conviction should be reversed?
And the conditions that they want,
No.
we accept. I mean, they want a meeting with the family.
Well, it's basically
We
reversed if she
accept
gets
that.
probation.
We would do that. In the adversarial system, that's
I
impossible.
mean, she'll be a felon, but she's old,
But now it is.
close enough to
and we would
retirement
welcome
age.
that with court supervision somehow.
Her husband's still
want-
working.
Ms. Potter to give speeches and presentations about weapons confusion. We will do that. She's willing to go across the state and talk about that. To the
Yeah.
extent that she can
We'll
discuss
do
the
whatever.
confusion and design features of a taser and how inappropriate they may be, we'll be happy to do that. It was something that was not possible before trial, but it's possible now. The other factors for probation that go beyond TROG are vulnerability to the prison setting. She is in an isolated setting right now in Shakopee. They have her isolated because they don't want her in the regular population. As a police officer, she would be vulnerable to assault. The people in prison, in order to get prison, can be quite violent. Those 40% of the women. So they've isolated it. And the related ground for amenability to probation or for probationary disposition is that there has been a diminution of her mental health while in isolation. And I know the court's intent was never to place her in isolation in prison, but the fact of the matter is that in my discussions with the prison officials, they have decided that she should see no one. So all she does is spend her days getting checked every 30 minutes by a guard, making isolated phone calls, and staying in her cell. And as a result, she, like many people who are in isolation, suffer from a decline of mental and physical health. And we know from statistics and the analysis of social science that isolation in prison is harmful.
Internationally, if it's done to a prisoner of war, it's called torture.
Yeah.
Never dreamed that perhaps that she would be in such an isolated setting. It is harming her. So we have on the one hand punishment, but on the other hand, if you send her to prison, you will harm her. We are not in the business of harming defendants. If there's any question about it, we've submitted her therapist's letter to you in confidence, confirming that such isolation is harmful, given her fragile state and her diagnosis.
I am nobody. Minnesota has a weird, no option for reduced enhanced sentence. She's not going to get a reduction in time, and she's not going to get more.
A failure of generosity.
State didn't ask for more, and reductions are harder than probation. It's weird.
To you that Kim never committed that sin, willingly or intentionally. She, in her world, met the obligation to do good, and she did. And because she did good, we ought not be cheap about her life either, because it's been a generous life to everybody she's met.
Just to remind everybody, for all the family's argument that this was execution and killed while black driving, even the state only argued she negligently killed Dante Wright.
But the bench is famous for providing programs to first-time offenders to keep them out of jail. The drug court was tremendously innovative. Remand was innovative. The property courts. There's a veterans court. And all these ideas were new once they started. And they were tremendous because they kept people out of prison, and they engaged in sort of a forgiveness if they would do certain things. And, in drug court, for example, many people were looking at presumptive commits and never went. They got help, they got treatment. And they were a part of the 30% of men who don't go. And we're famous for this. This is a
Root beer buzz. The state made some aggravating factor arguments, but they didn't ask for an aggravated sentence, so it becomes irrelevant.
What we've done here in Hennepin County, and we should be thinking along the same lines for her. I've got got a couple letters and then I'll reach the durational departure and then we'll hear from Kim. But, I've submitted all these to the court. I know you've read them. This is just profound. This too is unheard of. And I must tell you, I edited out at least 25 to 50 that I didn't send. That were redundant or just not quite right.
I'm sure you read all these,
Some of
Judge.
them questions
Yes.
what happened here, which is okay
read
to
your
voice,
novel.
but this is tremendous. These are, the last part just came in to Brooklyn Center for her. And I had no difficulty requesting people to write letters. They just kept coming and coming. I have a stack in my office which came in too late. But I have, I've read them all, and there's one there are a couple that I'd like to quote to you because they
Guys, I have no idea if she has her pension or lost it. I would assume she lost it,
tell us who she is
but I don't know.
and why you should give her a break here. The first one's from an EMT. This was written to me and I've sent it to you. I want to quote parts of it. I hope I can get through it, frankly. Although I only knew Officer Potter professionally throughout my 25 paramedic career, I had never witnessed Officer Potter mistreat, disrespect, nor use any force on any individual. Officer Potter had an amazing way of connecting with everybody. She was nothing but professional, helpful, caring to the other first responders and individuals in crisis involved in a 911 call. Her aura was infectious and quickly gained respect on any call just simply by walking into the scene. You see, Officer Potter never introduced herself in any other way than Kim to the families and individuals that requested 911 assistance. All the letters said the same thing, but this one was unique. The EMT recounts that in 2009, one of her colleagues was killed. She was at the scene with him as he died. I remember seeing the look on his face after he was lying there on the floor. It was a look I'd never seen before. I couldn't remember some events after this. And it so happened that Officer Potter was at the honor guard at the funeral. And quotes Officer Carter kept checking on me as well as my other colleagues, making sure we were all taken care of. She made a huge impact on all of us during this devastating time. The EMT goes on to state that she was suffering from PTSD, which may have occurred here too, in light of her colleague's death. She goes on to say, I thought I was hiding symptoms pretty well until one day I went on medical call in Brooklyn Center with Officer Potter. We ended up not transporting the individual in an ambulance, and we were walking out together. After the call, Officer Potter once again asked me how I was doing. I always responded, fine, thanks. While sitting inside of the back of the ambulance on the bench seat with the back doors of the ambulance open, Officer Potter jumped in the back of the ambulance and shut the doors. So just the two of us were there inside. Officer Potter put her right hand on my right shoulder and looked me straight in the eye. I will never forget what she then said. I've been noticing you have not been yourself for some time now. What can I do to help? Of course, I tried not to show her that I was hurting. Officer Potter sat down on the stretcher right in front of me and grabbed my hand. She told me it was okay to feel pain. I immediately began to tear up, and Officer Potter stayed with me and calmed me. Please keep in mind, I only knew Officer Potter professionally during my whole career. She did not have to take this time, nor did she owe me anything. It was just her personality and character. I can honestly say she genuinely cares for everyone she meets. Officer Potter helped me out of a dark place where I had no idea of the true meaning of PTSD. Without this interaction of Officer Potter, I can say I don't know how long it would have taken me to get help and realize how much a toll my PTSD from the line of duty and death had taken on me. I had new respect for Officer Potter that day. I truly learned just how much of an impact her kindness meant. Every time I would run into her on a medical call after this day, we would check in on each other and offer a smile. With her help, I was able to retire from law enforcement, being proud of the people I served. She concludes by saying, EMT does, she is an incredible officer as well as person. The world would be an amazing place if everyone would strive to be even half the person she is. Thank you for your time and consideration.
How many more letters you going to read, Paul? I don't like the whole reading letters thing. I mean, this is your shot, so you do it.
So she is amenable. She's particularly amenable, given her life. And a sentence which would stay the prison sentence would be just and right here. And I only approach the durational departure issue as a secondary argument. I offer no disrespect to Mr. Wright and his family, but there is a departure ground, and I would like to articulate it to you. It's all over the letters. Under section 2D.203A1, if the victim is an aggressor, that is considered a mitigating fact.
Sure is.
A single mitigating fact is sufficient under the law. That's State versus Solberg, 882 Northwest 2nd, 614, 618, Minnesota 216. There's nothing wrong with raising this as a factor. This is an adversarial system. We're duty bound to advocate for the least amount of time. And again, I offer no disrespect here. But we're lawyers for her. And if the victim was aggressive, it is a mitigating ground. I request the court to make findings for the community, particularly for the law enforcement community, that there was aggression on the part of Mr. Wright. Driving without a license in a car without insurance, perhaps not. There was marijuana in the car. Past instance of flight. He was arguably intoxicated with marijuana, which driving a car while intoxicated is a violent act. It can be. I would like the court to acknowledge that warrants of the court do matter and should be honored. This was a warrant for his arrest. I'd like the court to acknowledge that running away from the police officers, three of them, is a violent act. It's an aggressive act. And that in this case, it has a potential of harming the officers, and it did, according to the testimony. The state, on the other hand, says this, quotes, Dante Wright was not an aggressor against defendant. Dante Wright made no aggressive or violent movements toward defendant Potter or the other officers. Dante Wright simply pulled away from Officer Lucky in an attempt to drive off. We beg to differ. The testimony of Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson is that this was a dangerous situation. Sergeant Johnson was reaching in to prevent him from driving away and could have been hurt. Each said so. This was an aggressive act. I don't know how it couldn't be an aggressive act. There's no requirement that Kim Potter be a victim of the aggression herself. The law says that she can defend other officers on the scene, and so statute 609066. So
He keeps hitting the mic with
she
stuff
can do that. The whole
all through this
idea of
trial.
victim of an aggressor Mitigation is where, as here, there's a self-defense claim that's defeated. It's not perfect. The jury rejected it, but nonetheless, the facts show that the victim, Mr. Wright, was the aggressor. And so when that happens, and it happens here, you have a durational departure ground. The state would also say, Don quotes, it's repeated again, their claim is that Dante Wright was, quotes, not combative with the officer. He made no threats to the officer. He did not act aggressively towards the officer. That's at page 11. That's inconsistent with the record. We take issue with that. Her intended response here to the aggression was to use a taser. Clearly, that's what the facts show. And therefore, her conduct was rooted in an innocent mistake, believing that she was using a taser and had a gun. And that makes the case significantly less serious than the typical manslaughter case because it was rooted in a mistake, rooted in innocence at the moment in response to a violent act. That makes it different. And so you have durational departure grounds. And the state seems to agree that departure grounds do exist because they're falling away from the Blakely claim. No longer are they asking for 10 to 20 years or whatever they were asking for. And the Blakely claim was critical at trial because they got all this evidence in of Dante Wright's scene of death on the grounds, as you recall, that, oh, it's Blakely, we got to get it in. But they've abandoned that.
Yeah, which is so
ridiculously
ridiculously
the
improper.
case was overcharged. You should never have charged first-degree manslaughter for a first-time a defendant. You should never ask for 86 months for someone like her. I have a couple more letters and I will have concluded my remarks. This one is from the former chief of police of Brooklyn Center. This came in late, but I forwarded it to you. I hope you got a chance to read it. It's he recounts that in July of 2014, I responded with several officers to a report of a toddler who had been struck by a vehicle. What happened here is that the child had been run over by his father and died. Everybody at the scene was having a difficult time with the call, he says. We forget how much trauma police experience on a daily basis, frankly. I took this call very hard, says the former chief, as I had just welcomed my second child to this world a few weeks earlier. Her name was the same name as the little girl who died in the accident. My other child was a 14-month-old girl. I read this letter because the following happened. Quotes, Kim came to my office a few days after this tragedy. She closed the door, sat down, and placed her feet on my desk, something I normally assume would be followed with a resignation letter. She asked me how I was doing. She was talking to me person to person, not as a coworker or manager. In just a few minutes, she had my trust to share the challenges I was having with the accident call. I felt like a 10-ton weight was lifted from my shoulders, and it was life-changing. I was seriously considering leaving law enforcement a year early as a result of this call, and she helped me move past my doubts. Kimberly has helped many other officers, first responders and officers. And if others benefit just by a fraction of how I did, I know it made a notable impact on their lives. In closing, I know there are hundreds of examples of Kimberly's selfless acts to help others. She didn't do it for money, as none of these examples involve pay. She didn't do it for promotion, as nothing here is a rank. She did it because she truly cares about helping others. You know, he didn't have to write that. You know? I returned to family for her. You know, her son has written to you as well. Again, I wish you could have seen this in the room with the two boys. They're young men. Samuel Potter says, my mom is my rock.
I know Earl's in the courtroom. He's her
She is the
attorney.
reason I am where I am today. She's the reason I am the man I am today. Without her, I don't know where I would be. She raised my brother and me to live by the golden rule, to treat people how we want to be treated. I feel I do this to the best of my ability. And we can't ask any more of a young man than that, can we?
No, he's not at the other trial right now. He's in
Finally, the
another
last,
trial.
Excerpt I'd like to read and then we'll conclude. It comes from her mother.
The Thomas Lane federal trial is currently
I think for those
ongoing
who
in
have lost our
general.
mothers, this will even resonate further, because once you've lost your mother, there's an incredible vacuum in your life. You may recall that her mother came to the trial a couple times and sat in the corner and watched her daughter testify. She says, I am almost 82 years old, and I need quite a lot of help now. Kim is such a help to me. She's the one who cleans my apartment, changes my sheets, and makes sure I have what I need.
Federal trials aren't
She helps me
televised. You
go
can't
places
watch them.
because I can no longer drive long distances or drive easily in the dark. She helps me with my banking and my bills so I don't pay anything late. These things have gotten a lot harder for me as I've gotten older, and Kim keeps me on track. Sort of an axial line there too. Kim is my daughter, but she's also my friend. She's the youngest of our 4 children by several years. When the older ones went away to college, Kimberly was the one who left at home. She and I spent a lot of time together, and we were very close. I confide in her. She's always able to understand me and help me when I have a question or when I'm worried about something. And she goes on to say this, she's a good person, and it makes me sad that people are talking so terribly about her. They make all kinds of conclusions about her because she chose her career to be a police officer. They just assume things and they don't even take the time to try to get to know her before they make all kinds of judgments and awful statements about her. We taught her to treat others as she would want to be treated. I feel sad that other people in our city don't do the same. Why do we just keep letting people do this? Kimberly was a good officer, but the job is a stressful one. I don't know how she did it. I wouldn't have wanted to, but we need police officers to protect us. I'm glad someone wants to do it. If we send good police officers to jail when they make mistakes, we won't have anyone who wants to be one, which is a reframe of many letters. She concludes, her mother does, I love my daughter. I'm proud of her. I think that you know in your heart that it was a horrible accident. Please be lenient and give her probation so she can come home and help me. You know, maybe, you know, this is a very unique defendant here, given her age and career, and it's, you know, I would urge the court to approach it this way. Maybe it's time we should help her too. You know, we're helping all sorts of defendants who come through Hennepin County, and she should be helped. This is something that perhaps she's never going to get over. I don't think she's ever going to get over it, frankly, given the report that you've read. And it's time to reach out to someone like her and say, okay, what can we do for you? A lower sentence would, in our thinking, the way of thinking, reflect the rules of, or the roles of mercy and forgiveness, which are both essential. What remains of her life is that she's been a good daughter and a good sister. She's a loving mother, 2 wonderful boys, young men. She's been a wonderful companion to her husband, Jeff, who completely adores her, and rightly so.
So this whole thing
She
is
loves her
tailored
community,
to Regina Chu. It's her decision
and she absolutely loved
entirely.
being a police officer. And these are the relationships that mark a life and form the units of a life. And may these units of her life be the ultimate calculation for mitigation here. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Oh my
and
God.
Then I'll allow Ms. Potter. if
Why
she
are you
wishes
taking a
to
15-minute
address.
break? Just finish the fucking hearing.
So 15 minutes?
Okay, we'll go back to the other one, I guess. And so to people just real quick who are asking me, what I think about it, I think Paul Eng's doing a very good job. It's entirely an emotional plea to the judge. He's given her the factors. You only need one downward dispositional or downward dispositional departure factor. It would be remorse. Remorse alone would be sufficient to do it. And the one Trog factor I mentioned that she doesn't meet, Trog was young, and they actually looked at his youngness as a benefit. That his age was a Trog factor. So you say age is a Trog factor in general, but what they meant in Trog was that he was young and stupid, and he had a lot of time to learn to do better. Some judges will take the age factor for an elderly or a more experienced or venerable person like Kim, who's 49, and say she's old enough to know better, and so that age won't be an actual factor. But generally, yeah, she meets the Trog factors. They have everything. The state concedes they have everything, but it doesn't matter. It's up to Chu and what she does. So here, we'll go back here, and then we'll check back on Kim in just a minute.
Didn't go to the room that day, so I'm not aware. I was aware afterwards, but no, not that day.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you aware that corporate was at the very moment that you all were investigating this case, that corporate Cobb was remotely dialing in and viewing the video?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
My question is he aware of that?
Oliver will.
Were you aware that at the time that you were conducting this investigation, Cobb Corporate from Alabama was dialing in remotely and viewing that video?
The explanation that was given to me was that they had dialed in remotely and that they were backing up all of the video footage, but not reviewing it at that point.
So do you know who that person was in Alabama that was doing this remotely?
I did learn later on, but at that time, no, I did
That
not.
day, did you know?
That's the same individual I'd said before that I did not know at all.
And so, again, the same answers to all those questions. You didn't know that person's level of competency. You didn't know anything.
Correct.
Okay. You certainly must have known that the Cobb Theater certainly had a liability interest in this case, right?
They could, yes.
Why is the chinless lawyer sitting in the folding chair rather than the comfy
You never
chair?
asked management at all, you yourself, to even see the video at that moment.
I'd had some discussions with the manager, Tom Peck, who was there.
Maybe they have the court set up such that he can't see past
that we
the
couldn't
podium,
because it was being
Could
backed
be.
up.
can't see the jury
And I think that was the extent
or the
of
witness.
So
conversation.
you're telling this jury that Thomas Peck said that you could not view it because
Objection, hearsay.
he can't sweet testify.
But it's hearsay then.
Well, you didn't object to it then.
Sustained.
Turn the page into the mic again. Do it one more time. Piece of garbage.
Okay, so let's go to the issue of what happens in that crime scene as you are trying to gather evidence and preserve evidence. You've indicated already that you've left measurements up to the forensic unit. You're working with them trying to get better quality photos, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did nothing with reference to the loudness of the previews or the lighting conditions, correct?
No, sir, we did not have the previews turned on.
And so tell me exactly what is it that you were doing in that crime scene? How long were you in that crime scene?
I'd estimate probably 2 to 3 hours.
So tell me what you were doing for 2 or 3 hours in that crime scene if you weren't doing any of that.
Upon my first arrival, I did a walkthrough of the crime scene so I could observe different items, things that I saw to be able to describe them in my report. I would have had multiple discussions with the different technicians or the forensic investigators that were there to find out what they had seen, what steps they were taking. I probably would have had several conversations with Detective Harris back and forth. So there were multiple things going on over time, possibly answering questions that any of the investigators might have had.
Okay, and so certainly in none of those conversations had the name Joanna Turner ever come up.
I don't remember that name, no, sir.
You know who she is today.
I do know who she is now, but not at that time, I don't believe.
In fact, the name Joanna Turner didn't come up that day, period, that entire day.
To me, not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And the whole purpose of these meetings with the brass is so that you all would exchange critical that will help in the overall investigation, right?
What
And so
happened?
everybody involved has an
I was trying to respond to
understanding
chat,
of what's going on, not just in the crime
and it-
scene, but with what the status of the investigation.
I wouldn't worry about it, Nick.
is.
Yeah, I have no
This is
idea how
overall
far
information
you jumped.
In
It's
fact,
really all
on
the same
January
question and
13th,
answer. You didn't do this, did you?
2014,
No, I didn't do that.
Nobody had even told you that Mr. Reeves.
Yeah,
had
I was
indicated
hoping
he
this
was
would be much
possibly
better
struck by
testimony,
the
but this
phone.
is really boring.
All of them.
On January 13th, 2014, nobody even told you that Mr. Reeves had possibly been struck with a phone.
While I was in the crime scene, I don't recall anybody telling me that. If by the end of that day, I don't know for sure when I learned it. If it was by the end of that day or possibly the following day, I don't recall.
Detective, how does that happen? How does that happen when Proctor is interviewing Mr. Reeves early on? Tell me how that happens, that information doesn't get to you.
Don't know that I have an answer for that, sir.
You're certainly disappointed, are you not, that it never got to you?
In hindsight, I would have liked to have known it then, yes, sir.
Why?
And
Like-
the reason that you're so concerned about
Would it
that
have
is
changed the
that
outcome?
You had a conversation, did you not, with the crime scene forensic tech, whatever you want to call it, concerning that phone that was on the ground. You had a conversation because she asked you, hey, what do you want me to do with this phone? Hey, what do you want me to do with this phone? You want me to turn it off?
Yes, she did specifically ask me if it should be powered off or on.
She picked up that phone from the floor with gloves on
Yes, sir.
and started manipulating the phone to turn it off?
There, you have to manipulate the buttons on the phone to get it to turn off. Yes, sir.
Because you didn't know that that phone was possibly used to strike Mr. Reeves in the head.
We would have taken the same steps to collect it. I was not aware that that accusation had been made. No, sir.
Well, certainly you didn't talk to her about, hey, forensic investigator, we need to be very careful. Wait a minute. That may have some DNA on it. Wait a minute. We need to do something special with this phone. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not ask for any DNA processing on the scene. No, sir.
Because you know if
Okay, real quick. Kim's back on apparently. And so
My court reporter can't hear you. So
I'll try and turn up the volume of this. The court has this muffled
Family of
sound.
Dante, right? I am so sorry that I brought the death of your son, father, brother, uncle, grandson, nephew, and the rest of your family to your home. Katie, I understand a mother's love, and I am sorry I broke your heart. My heart is broken for all of you. Earlier, when you said that I didn't look at you during the trial,
It's because I
don't
couldn't.
believe
I was
I had
ashamed.
a right to. I didn't even have a right to be in the same room with you. I am so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My heart is broken and devastated for all of you. I pray for Dante and all of you many, many times a day. He is not more than one thought away from my heart, and I have no right for that, for him to be in my heart. I do pray that one day you can find forgiveness.
Well, this isn't fake,
only
you
because
weirdo.
Hatred is so destructive to all of us. And that I pray peace will always be with you and your family. Again, I am so sorry. And to the community of Brooklyn Center, I do owe you an apology too. I loved working for you. And I am sorry what has happened to our community since the death of Dante. And the men and women who work for you still are good, honorable people and will work hard for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, Ms. Potter.
That's a smart move. She just got up and apologized. She didn't talk about all of the other stuff.
Okay,
That was it.
This is one of the saddest cases I've
Oh.
had on my 20 years on the bench. On the one hand, a young man was killed, and on the other, a respected 26-year veteran police officer made a tragic error by pulling her handgun instead of her taser.
Which is why you should have dismissed the case.
Thank you to everyone who spoke. I have been profoundly moved.
It's really hard not to see this whole sentencing as just a circus based on the complete injustice of the conviction.
His son has lost a father.
It's why she might get a downward departure. I don't think she will, but
is right. I cannot begin to understand the grief of losing a child. I'm so sorry for your loss. Kimberly Potter honorably served her community for 26 years as a police officer.
literally
She was
one
a
mistake.
respected officer and consistently went over and above the call of duty. She's a wife, a mother, an aunt, a granddaughter, a colleague, and a friend to many. In addition to the letters that were forwarded to me by Mr. Ng, I received hundreds and hundreds of letters in her support from colleagues, family, friends, acquaintances, community leaders and members, and even strangers. I read them all. They paint a portrait of a woman who touched a lot of people in a good way.
Thanks for the clarification.
Unlike
I
a
want to talk
Facebook
briefly
executive.
about the aggravating factors that were brought up in this case. As I mentioned before, the state initially took the position Ms. Potter should receive a sentence above the guidelines and filed a brief in support of two aggravating factors under Blakely. All parties agreed that I would determine whether aggravating factors existed to justify a harsher sentence than that set forth in the guidelines. I feel compelled to address the grounds for that request because they were made public, and I think it is important to note they were not proven in this case.
Wow.
The state did not meet its burden of proof on the first factor. It is based on defendant causing a greater than normal danger to the passenger in the car and two other officers when she fired.
I mean, I
The
agree,
shot
but what the
only
hell?
hit Dante Wright. The passenger and the officers were not injured by that shot. The cases cited by the state in its brief did not support its position. In fact, they illustrate why this case does not involve a greater than normal danger to others. In the Fleming case, he fired a gun 6 times in a
Right.
park.
If she had done a mag
filled
dump in the
with
car,
children.
that would have qualified.
In State versus Omaha, defendant fired numerous shots into 2 apartment buildings. There is no comparison here. The state also did not meet its burden of proof on the second Blakely factor. Contrary to the state's claims, Kimberly Potter did not abuse her position of authority. In fact, it is undisputed Ms. Potter or Officer Potter was in the line of duty and doing her job in attempting to lawfully arrest Dante Wright on the warrant when she mistook her gun for her taser.
Maybe she's going to do the dispositional
more,
departure.
She drew her taser legitimately to protect a fellow officer on the other side of the vehicle who could have been dragged and seriously injured if the car were to speed away.
Man, it would be a real twist of the knife if she goes for the
Potter's conduct clearly
86
was
months.
not significantly more serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime in question, justifying an upward departure.
Judge
Turning
Chu sounds like
to
she thinks she wasn't
defendant's
guilty at all.
request for a dispositional departure, there is no question that Ms. Potter is extremely remorseful. She showed that today. She showed that when it happened. It is also beyond dispute that she is particularly amenable to
Holy shit, she's getting it.
but the court retains the discretion to make departure decisions independently. The court is not required to depart even where mitigating factors are present, and that's set forth in State versus Birch, 689 Northwest 2nd, 276.
Is she going to do it?
Affirmed by the Supreme Court,
Not now.
707 Northwest 2nd, 660.
She's explaining why she's not going to do it.
Yeah.
This has been an extremely difficult decision. In making my decision, I look to the purposes of incarceration. There are 4: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation.
Which of those would be served
3
here?
of the 4 would not be served. in
Only
this case.
retribution.
Incapacitation refers to the physical removal of a convicted person to prevent them from committing future crimes. That is not an issue in this case.
The lowest time is
Kimberly
still
Potter
74
does
months,
not present
by the
a
way.
danger of future crimes, obviously. Deterrence refers to the prevention of future crime and the idea that those who have committed crimes will be discouraged from reoffending after experiencing punishment. That purpose would not be served here. Rehabilitation is also not a purpose that would justify incarceration in this case. Ms. Potter does not require rehabilitation to become a law-abiding citizen. Retribution, or serving time as a way for a convicted person to pay for the harm inflicted on a victim, is the sole purpose that applies in this case.
And it's absolutely
And
improper.
in this case, a young man was killed because Officer Potter was reckless. There rightfully should be some accountability. Sentencing guidelines are just that. They are guidelines that inform a judge regarding sentencing for various
We don't know that she was
crimes.
convicted because she was
They are
reckless.
not set in stone.
The prosecution said that wasn't
Court
required.
has the discretion to depart from guidelines depending on the particular facts.
She stuttered on reckless.
A downward durational departure is justified if a crime is less onerous than typical. Put another way, if the conduct is significantly less serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime, sentencing below the guidelines is justified.
It's weird that durational departures are harder to get than
I find
dispositional
the
departures.
facts and circumstances here justify a downward departure from the guidelines.
Ooh.
First, Officer Potter's conduct was significantly less serious than your typical manslaughter case.
So she's going to give her prison,
The
but just
misdemeanor
reduce time.
predicate for the manslaughter count was reckless handling or use of a firearm. Here, everybody agrees, and the evidence is undisputed, that Officer Potter never intended to use her firearm. She mistakenly drew her firearm at all times, intending to use her taser.
Then you should dismiss the case.
There were police officers and experts who testified that the use of her taser was reasonable and appropriate under the circumstances presented for officer safety reasons. The fact she never intended to draw her firearm.
She never knew she had a gun
makes
until the
this
shot was
case
fired.
less serious than other cases. Second, the scene was chaotic, tense, and rapidly evolving. Officer Potter was required to make a split-second judgment. That constitutes a mitigating circumstance. Finally, unlike other manslaughter 1 cases, Officer Potter's actions were not driven by personal animosity toward Dante Wright. Instead, she was acting in the line of duty in effectuating a lawful arrest. This case is highly unusual. The other officer cases tried in this court are distinguishable. This is not a cop found guilty of murder for using his need to pin down a person for 9.5 minutes as he gasped for air. This is not a cop found guilty of manslaughter for intentionally drawing his firearm and shooting across his partner and killing an unarmed woman who approached his squad. This is a cop who made a tragic mistake.
Okay.
There's that
That's not
word
reckless.
again.
Drew her firearm, thinking it was a taser, and ended up killing a young man. Ms. Potter, will you please rise? Given all these considerations and having carefully considered the comments of the family and of both Dante Wright and the comments of Kimberly Potter,
Yeah,
as well as
Ken,
the
I would
arguments
put her
of
entire
counsel,
transcript in my appeal.
it is the sentence and judgment of this court that you shall be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 24 months. You shall serve 2/3 of that time, or 16 months in prison, and 1/3 on supervised release, assuming no disciplinary offenses or conditional release violations. You have credit for 58 days already served. Restitution will be reserved. There'll be a fine of $1,000 and a surcharge of $78 to be taken out of prison wages or due within 180 days. You
She
must
may not be
provide
able
a
to pay off
DNA
78
sample.
bucks from prison
You may
wages.
not use or possess any firearms, ammunition, or explosives. You have the right to appeal the conviction and sentence. If
See
you
if
are
the appeals court
unable
gets to you in
pay the
14
cost
months.
of an appeal, you may apply for leave to appeal at state expense by contacting the state public defender. You may be seated, Ms. Potter.
Great result.
I'd like to make
honestly
a few
from
parting
the
comments.
based on everything. Do we want to listen to the
I
comments?
recognize there will be
No, I don't
those
think
who
so.
disagree with the
Yeah, I maybe save them for a break or something. Let's get back to this. Great result.
Someone is manipulating a phone that possibly the DNA that is so critical in a case may go away on your glove.
It's possible it could get wiped off.
Or
yes,
it
sir.
may be
Eng and Gray should be
mixed and
proud of
distorted as a result
that
of the
part of it.
holding process, right?
The reason we wear gloves is to try to stop that kind of contamination from happening in the way we package.
Yeah, they did a fine job. They got screwed by the judge.
Contaminate a piece of DNA evidence, yes.
At least in terms of the verdict.
You all don't even put the glove that you use
I mean, they should be pretty happy about this sentence.
in the package. or in the
Effectively
sealed
14
package.
months
So that can be
to serve,
analyzed
and
as
then she's
well
out.
for transfer DNA.
We definitely would not package it with the same item because that would be contaminating it for sure, most likely. But generally speaking, no, we don't package gloves as a matter of course. If there was a specific, say there was blood that got transferred to the glove accidentally or something, we may, but yeah, no, not as a matter of
So
course.
blood's okay, but transfer DNA, let's not worry about it.
So throughout the processing, excuse me, throughout the processing of the crime scene, that investigator is going to be touching multiple things with that pair of gloves.
Well,
So-
you wouldn't have allowed that. Had you known that that phone had been thrown to Mr. Reeves and that it had possibly hit him in the head, you were not going to allow that crime scene investigator to use a glove that she was using all over that theater. You have said, ma'am, new gloves. If you're going to pick up that phone, we're going to have to pick it up in such a way that we do not destroy evidence, right? That's what you would have done.
If we were going to process it for DNA on the scene, yes, we would definitely use a clean pair of gloves.
And you would have told her after you're done with that glove, don't touch anything else and put it in a bag so that we can determine whether there's transfer DNA on those gloves.
Generally speaking, no, because the swabbing would be done on the item itself. We would preserve the swabs that we took from the device, not necessarily the gloves.
What's wrong with swabbing the gloves? Is there some chemical that destroys the glove if you swab it?
It's not an issue destroying the glove. It's an issue of that investigator would have had to touch the gloves putting on. There's a risk of contamination. So
Have you heard of grabbing the gloves right from here, right? And you take them off and then you put them in a bag and you let the forensic lab that are very good at what they do, don't they?
yes,
FDLE has a great lab, don't they?
yes, they do.
And they do things with precision, right? Correct?
I've never worked in there, but I would imagine so, yes.
And you are amazed sometimes of what they can find, right?
They've done very good work for cases in the past. Yes, sir.
Especially in the area of DNA.
I have had them had success in DNA cases. Yes.
There are cases that are 20 years old that get solved through DNA in the most remote places, right?
I can't speak to a specific timeline. I'm not sure.
And your job as a crime scene detective is to preserve evidence, right?
Wow.
Damn,
It's
Paul.
to coordinate.
Or
the
you're not
preservation
Paul.
of evidence. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
so somebody else is responsible for preservation?
For
You're supposed to
Richard-
coordinate it. Everybody else
Richard
is responsible.
Escobar.
So our policy outlines the responsibilities of the crime scene detective as a person who coordinates it, and it further outlines the responsibilities for forensic investigators, and that they will be the ones actually handling and processing the evidence. Yes, sir.
So you're kicking the responsibility to
Mhm.
some forensic investigators, what you're
Yeah,
telling
no kidding. The phone was recovered from the back row of a theater. No wonder they can't match the DNA up to anybody.
me. You're responsible to make sure that everything gets done perfect.
Got DNA all over it.
Nothing is ever done perfectly, sir.
You certainly want to strive for perfection, do you not?
Perfection, in my opinion, doesn't exist. We want to strive to do the best quality job we possibly can.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So she picks up the phone, right? And days later, let me ask you this question. Days later, did you know that there was an allegation that the phone possibly hit Mr. Reeves in the head? Days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And days later, you went into the evidence room, opened up the evidence bag that contained the phone with gloves, grabbed the phone, turned it on to see who it belonged to.
Yes, sir, I did.
That was not good. That was not a good decision on your part, right?
I think it was a good decision based on the information we had and the overall discussion or opinion of everyone involved in this.
You had an opinion already by photo that that phone belonged to Mr. Olson from his wife.
No, sir. The discussion that we had is we couldn't conclusively say it was his phone. We had made some assumptions that it did belong to Mr. Olson. So after this discussion with the command staff, with Detective Proctor, with our bosses and other detectives, the decision was made that we wanted to confirm that it belonged to Mr. Olson.
Did you take a photograph to Mrs. Olson and say, Mrs. Olson, take a look at this phone. Is this your husband's phone?
I believe we did ask her if she recognized it and believed it.
And
Yes,
she
yes.
told you that is my husband's
I'm
phone.
gonna ask that he allow the witness.
My apologies, Your Honor. Detective, did she tell you that that was her husband's phone?
I believe she said she recognized it to be the same type of phone as his, yes.
Same type, or did she tell you that is my husband's phone?
I don't recall the exact statement she made.
And so tell me what was so critical that you could not let the DNA, actually it's not even the lab, your forensic investigators right there in that same office that you all work at. Why could you not get your investigators to say, hey, listen, forensic, come on over to this room. I want you to swab this phone before I pick it up to turn it off, to turn it on to see if it was Mr. Olson's phone. That wouldn't have been hard.
Their physical location, yes, is in the same building. Had I made the request, I'm sure they would have come over and done it.
Immediately.
I don't know if immediately, but at some point, I would imagine relatively soon.
But you didn't do that
I did not make a request for DNA processing, no.
at that moment.
No, sir.
Wow.
And so it was okay to risk the destruction of evidence when it was so easy to contact a forensic investigator to do their job, right? Let's just, who cares, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
It's simple. A phone call, a few minutes, the swabbing doesn't take a whole lot of time, right? You've seen that, right?
The swabbing is relatively simple, yes, sir.
And very quickly, right?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. And you knew at the time that that phone could have been used as a weapon.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You never weighed that phone, did you?
I did not weigh it, no, sir.
Was the weight of that phone important to you in your investigation as the crime scene detective? It is a piece of evidence now that you knew that the allegation was made, right?
It was a piece of evidence from the time we arrived, sir.
Why wouldn't weighing it be important?
I do believe it got weighed at some point during the overall investigation, but we did not weigh it that day.
You waited after the defense weighed it.
I believe so, yes.
So we had to think of it. You didn't think of it.
I never made a specific request to have it weighed. No, sir.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the video again, because that's an important piece of evidence. So you've left it up to the Cobb Theater to do whatever the Cobb Theater was
Whatever the
doing.
heck it is you do when you're failing as a police
You
officer.
find out 2 days later that
The
right
fact that
under
they
your
let that
nose,
theater
the Cobb Theater
keep the video is
in
insane.
Alabama.
By the way,
Sent
guys, there
over
are
their
huge
IT
gaps in the video that are
person in the
allegedly due
middle
to
of the night
motion capture.
to
But the
take
Cobb Theater had
the
that
hard
video for
drives and
several
seize
days.
them and take them out of the Cobb Theater. You found that out.
I did find out at some point that they had removed the hard drives. I don't remember specifically which day it was that I found out, though.
This was the group that you had so much confidence in. Did they call you, Cobb Theater call you and say, hey, detective, I just want to let you know that we are going to go into the Cobb Theater. We're going to seize all of the hard drives. And then we're also going to just dismantle the entire DVR system. And we're going to put something brand new. Did they call you to tell you that?
No, sir, they did not call me.
In fact, you only found out that the hard drives had been seized and removed. Seized even more critically. You knew that there was an officer that had been posted there at the Cobb Theater with tape so that nobody would come through, right?
As far as security on the entrance, yeah, I
Yeah.
believe we did that for several days because I think they closed the theater for a while.
And so there was an officer there making sure that nobody was going to go into the theater and do anything.
No, sir, it was not preserved as a crime scene at that point. We released the crime scene on the day that it occurred. I believe it was mainly at the request of Cobb for security.
Well, that night,
We released it as a
IT
crime
person
scene
from
so they could
Melbourne
do their own security.
came in and just walked in and
Objection, facts not in evidence.
he knew that it was.
Sustained.
So now 2 days later, when you find out
The fact
that
is in evidence.
hard drives have been taken away right under your nose to Alabama, you think to yourself, uh-oh, big problem, right? It was a big problem for you.
No, sir, it wasn't a problem. We did have discussion. In a case like this, we never would have suggested the removal of the hard drives because we'd already retrieved reliable copies of the video through normal manners or normal procedures. So once we learned that they had removed them, we knew obviously that they could still be considered items of evidence in the state that we're in. So we decided to secure them just so that we had them for any further analysis and just security purposes.
So wait a minute, what do you mean by you had secured reliable video? You didn't know who had copied any video for you. You didn't know who that person was.
By that time, I did, sir. Yes.
Or who was the person that in Alabama that copied the video for you?
It was their IT manager, Eric Andrews.
Okay. And so by that time, you knew that Eric Andrews, did you know anything
Again,
about
how do you know
Eric
this is a
Andrews?
reliable copy?
I did not know him personally, no,
Did
sir.
you know anything about his education?
No, sir.
Did you know anything about his training?
No, sir, I did
Did
not.
you know anything about his reputation for truthful and honesty?
I didn't, like, on personal basis, I did not know him.
But you knew that he worked for the Cobb Theater, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that maybe his alliance was with his boss rather than with you, correct?
I don't know that he had an alliance with anybody, but I did know he was employed by Cobb Theater, yes.
And so now you and Detective Proctor go all the way, hop in your car, right? 2 days later, how many days was it? 2, 3, 4? What was it?
I want to say it was probably about a week.
A week.
I would have to double check, though.
A week later, you get in your car and you go to Alabama, but you don't go to corporate headquarters. You go to the office of a lawyer for the Cobb Theater.
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to going to the Cobb Theater, prior to going to Alabama,
Ironically enough, Alabama, where my
even
cousin
know
Vinny
who
is
the
set.
IT person was that came in the middle of the night to remove the hard drives.
I don't think that I personally knew his name. No, sir.
So you hadn't investigated that person, or even why Cobb Theater found it so urgent that the night of the incident, they were wanting to get
Andrew
their
Branca
hands on the
trivia.
hard
I went to high school with Ralph Macchio.
I don't believe it was the night of the incident, sir, because it took
Did you beat him up
several
with
hours
karate?
for them to back up the footage.
I actually didn't know him in high school. He was a couple years ahead of me.
Until that was all complete.
So you don't even know what time this gentleman came?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
So you would be surprised if he arrived.
Plus,
at
he was in the
Cobb
theater
Theater
club.
somewhere
I mean,
between
come on.
7 and 8 on January the 13th.
Should be beat up, to be
You'd be
honest.
surprised. 8 years later from that incident, you would be surprised.
As I said before, I was not aware of what day he showed up.
And the reason you're not aware is that you never investigated that gentleman, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You never even spoke to that gentleman, did you?
I have spoken with him, I believe. At one point, we were asking details about the type of DVR system that they had made for it, but I think it was like a simple phone call.
What did you ask him why it was?
Yes, I went to school on Long Island, folks.
At
High school.
7 to 8 o'clock at night would find the need to send him from Melbourne over.
Was that
here
before or after he moved to
get those hard
Reseda?
drives and
I believe he was raised there. He actually left high school a year early to go on a TV show at the time called 8 is Enough.
Did you know that that Cobb Theater had flown an individual from Alabama to meet this gentleman there at the Cobb Theater so that they could take the hard drives immediately to Alabama?
I think I learned that eventually, but at the time I went to Alabama, I don't believe I knew all those details now.
Well, do you know who that individual was that was flown from Alabama to come to the Cobb Theater to pick up those hard drives?
I do not personally know their identity, no, sir.
You never interviewed him?
No, sir, I did not.
You never spoke to him to see what his interest was in that whole process?
I did not speak to him, no, sir.
And so now you're at a lawyer's office
Yes, sir, in Birmingham.
that I would imagine had the interest of the Cobb Theater in mind.
He was obviously representing the theater.
Well,
'cause-
did you ask the lawyer, hey, why is this stuff at your
Objection.
office?
Did you ask?
Is ask.
Did you ask the lawyer that question?
Okay, so now you're at the lawyer's office and the lawyer gives you a box or a case, right?
Yes, sir, it was a hard plastic case.
Is it fair to say there's no IQ test required for your job?
A husky. And so that case had a lock on it,
Yes, sir.
right? With a key that was given to you.
Yes, sir.
And in front of that lawyer's office, or in front of that lawyer period, did you get that key and did you open the husky case to see what was in it?
No, sir, I didn't. The box was sealed with a numbered seal, so I did not break that seal.
Well, didn't you want to know what was in the box?
I received an inventory sheet.
What is in
from
the
attorney
box?
Outlining the different drives.
What's in the box?
Bag
What's in the
numbers that were
box?
inside the box.
No,
This attorney
no,
No,
oh
sir.
no.
Did you
Some of
know,
Brad Pitt's worst
his
and best
level of,
acting in one shot.
honesty and truthfulness?
Objection. Release stated properly.
I think it's very much right.
All overruled.
Did you know?
I did not know him personally, no, sir.
So you were taking for granted a piece of paper that he was giving you as what the contents of that box was.
I was definitely taking it on face value because he was presenting me with something that we had never had before. We had never had the drives in our possession, so I did not have any knowledge or way to know how many drives there should have been or what was there. So I did take him, yes, on.
You
face
still
value. So what
don't.
He told me was in that
So you
box.
did inventory before leaving. You didn't inventory that in his presence so that later on, if he said, oh, detective, I don't know, we must have, lost them or what have you, but they were in there. Look at the sheet of paper, detective. It says, 25, hard drives. And, there's only 5. You had it. You should have opened it here in front of me. You never did that.
We inventoried it at a later date, but not at the attorney's office, no, sir.
Well, you inventoried it at a much later date, only through necessity, right?
At that point, the box had been opened, so we felt that we should account for what was in there.
Had been
Because
opened.
what
Who
happened
opened
was,
it?
is you got that sealed box that had a lock. You brought it over to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, to their evidence room, and you put that in evidence without ever opening that box,
Correct.
without ever doing any inventory of that box.
Correct.
Do you normally do that with boxes that you find at crime scenes? It's a box. I don't know what's actually in it, but I'm going to put it at the sheriff's office in their evidence room.
The box didn't come from a crime scene, and it came with documentation, like I said, from the attorney telling us what was in there. And the purpose for packaging in that way was to keep the seal intact. So if we did have to analyze it in any way or have someone come testify to it, that they could testify that they sealed the box and the seal was in fact intact.
You don't know why it was at the lawyer's office, do you?
I guess.
I mean, this is silly. They
You
could
don't
inventory
know
it and
why
put their
that
own seal on it.
Not at corporate headquarters versus the attorney's office. You have no idea.
I know.
Again, there are significant gaps in this video. They don't know that those gaps were actually created by the machine doing the recording and not by a person who's interested in protecting the interests of the theater. That's the problem here. There could be footage that exonerates their client
Good time for a
that was
break.
deleted.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. Remember my instructions during the break, and be back 10:46.
So that was direct. It for direct.
Yeah, I think so.
I think if you just skip through this break, I don't think there's any cross of this guy.
Yeah,
I think
well,
they go right to the next witness.
we'll go ahead and skip over here in just a second. Nathan Lai says, can you give insight into questioning styles both on cross and on direct? I can see that the defense is adept at smoothly preventing the witness from elaborating and cutting into a follow-up to avoid unwelcome facts statement. Well, what you just watched was effectively a cross exam. Because this is a presumptively hostile witness, he's the state's employee. He is a police officer, and this is a murder trial. So they get to do cross-examination.
Are you ready?
They get to ask leading questions and do it that way. Treat him as a hostile witness, if you will. But typically the difference is on direct, you're asking open-ended questions. You are required to let them, your favorable witness, tell the story. Whereas on cross, you are telling the story through leading questions that the person is free to say no to. They're free to disagree with, but they are, they're bound by their oath, of course. But you tell the story, you frame the narrative based on the facts that you know or believe to be true. That's the basic gist. Let me read two more and then we'll start up. Gates of Above says, okay, in all seriousness, how many times have they approached the bench for sidebars? It has to be over 30 times, or at least it feels like it. A lot.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. And they're long sidebars. It's really annoying. Durfo 20 says, my favorite witness is still the hitman in the Ray Carruth trial. That dude didn't give an F. I'm not familiar with the Ray Carruth trial or the hitman, but he sounds funny. I'd have to look him up now. Okay, here we go.
Ready to go?
CS says, Dante Wright struggling with police. No man can stop me. Right. Kim Potter, I am no man. How would it possibly be in the interest of the theater for the defendant not to be self-defending? I don't know. I don't know what might be in the footage that the theater might have cut. And that's the problem. That's part of reasonable doubt. We could never know if they edited that footage, we could never know what they edited out or why.
And we can't assume the theater guy who had the video knew what he was doing. He might have mistakenly thought he was protecting the theater if he modified the tape to make it look like it was not self-defense.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't even cross him. Man, that was a witness the state did not want.
Mm-hmm.
New witness.
Man, Item court reporter, do you need his name spelled?
I didn't think the defense. I mean, I don't think he did
Go
a
ahead.
bad job, but I didn't.
Good morning, Detective Busson.
Good morning.
Detective,
I don't know. I
tell me when you became a
wasn't
law
super
enforcement
impressed with
officer
that.
in Pasco County.
2000.
Okay, and you were initially what, assigned to patrol?
Correct.
And how long were you in the patrol division?
5 years.
And so you would have been there till 2009, 2010
2005.
to 2005.
Lawyers can't do math.
That's why I became a lawyer, right? And in 2005, you were promoted to the detective.
It's a running
division.
problem.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what section of the detective division?
Property crimes.
And how long were you in property crimes?
4 years.
So
Vin
you were
Diesel's cousin.
leaving there in 2009.
Correct.
What happened in 2009?
I was transferred to the major crime section.
Okay, and what's major crimes?
Investigates rape, robbery,
Crimes
homicide.
that are major.
Okay, and so when you went into major crimes, did you take any courses specifically with the investigation of homicides?
Yes.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what course you were required to take in order to be a homicide detective
Catch a killer.
in Pasco County with the sheriff's office?
101.
Homicide investigation course, crime scene investigations, robbery investigation, sexual assault investigations.
Okay, and those were in order to give you the training that you needed in order to do your job.
Correct.
Okay, and so you were in that particular unit for how long?
Until 2013.
Okay, and so I would imagine you assisted in many homicides during that period of time, whatever homicides.
Assisted in the homicides.
Because you all work as a unit.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So what happens in 2013 in reference to your movement from major crimes?
The sheriff's office formed a cyber crimes unit, and I became one of the members.
And it's my understanding that even before becoming a member of the cybercrime unit, you were already in the process of training in that particular field.
That's correct.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training in the area of cybercrimes and what that means. Some may not know what cybercrimes even means.
So our unit, we investigated internet crimes against children, which is child pornography, and we also conducted digital forensic examinations.
What courses did you take in order to gear you or to have, your level of expertise in that particular unit?
Basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, seized computer evidence recovery specialist. I became certified as a computer forensic examiner through IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigations Specialists, in 2015, and I continued taking courses related to.
It looks like Vin Diesel had sex with Toby from The Office.
Okay, and so you went through quite a rigorous period, is that correct?
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, in addition to investigating these internet sex crimes, that unit was also supposed to assist other units within the sheriff's office with the recovery and preservation of digital evidence.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been your unit that would be responsible for securing that sort of evidence.
Correct.
Now, while you were a homicide detective, you had taken all these courses as well in trying to recreate a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And you actually served also as a crime scene detective when you were working in homicide, correct?
Correct.
And so the issue of witness contamination was always at the forefront of your thoughts when you were investigating homicides, correct?
Correct.
And the reason being is that you certainly don't want to contaminate evidence, right?
Right.
And you don't want to contaminate witnesses,
No.
correct? Both of them are equally bad.
They're bad.
Okay. And when you contaminate witnesses or when you contaminate evidence, you can't undo the contamination, correct?
Correct.
Especially with witnesses, because they tend to actually believe and hold as their own information that they have heard from others that may be totally wrong.
They may do that.
And so if you allow witness contamination, you got a big problem
Potentially.
because you can't undo it.
Correct.
Correct.
And so when you go to these crime scenes, the first order of business, if you've got a bunch of witnesses, is you've got to separate them, right?
Yes.
And you've got to instruct them not to discuss anything that they may have seen with each other.
Correct.
And not only do you have to separate them and instruct them, you have to keep people, officers, near them to make sure that they don't violate that very special rule.
Yes.
And certainly you've done that in your investigations a multitude of times, correct?
Yes.
You learned that back as far as the police academy when you first started your career as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
It's a basic tool, right?
Correct.
Now, your recovery of digital evidence, and correct me if I'm calling it correct, digital evidence.
That's good.
That's good.
You can collect it at your office, right? In your lab, in your
Yes.
surrounding. But you can also collect it at the scene.
Yes.
You collect it wherever it's at, correct?
Correct.
And you make sure that when you collect it in such a way that you don't destroy, correct?
Correct.
And that you don't misplace,
Correct.
so that at a later time we can share that with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and with the court for their view.
Correct.
Extremely important job.
Yes.
When you all started that cybercrime unit, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office was very proud of what you all were doing, correct?
I believe so.
It was a special time with that department to have people of your skill doing this kind of work to help all of the departments, right?
Correct.
And all these departments knew that you all were available to them, correct?
Yes.
And not only were you available, you all had developed relationships with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct.
So if they were needed, they were merely a phone call away.
Correct.
They had likewise very sophisticated equipment there at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Many years of knowledge in this field as well.
Yes.
If at any time you needed to call on their services in order to preserve evidence, they were there to assist the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
You also had developed a special relationship with the FBI for that same reason. If you needed to call the FBI for some help in this particular area, they were available.
So we had members that were task force officers. So yes.
And so being task force officers, meaning that you are working together with the FBI for the common purpose of investigating cases properly
Correct.
for our system of justice.
Correct.
And so if you all had been in a scene and there was a stumbling block of what have you, and you all needed to find out some information, FDLE, FBI, you could do that.
We could.
The three officers that started, or they were the first officers in this unit, were yourself, Papinella, and Lindsay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in 2013, that's exactly what this unit started to do, right? Investigate these horrible crimes against children, as well as assisting other departments, including homicide, correct?
Correct.
With preservation of digital evidence.
Yes.
And that would include video evidence, right?
Could. Yes.
Okay. So by 2014, specifically January of 2014, this unit was rock solid.
Get hard.
Don't be bashful. You had a very good reputation in Pasco County for your expertise and skill, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So in January 13th of 2014, you were asked to come to the Cobb Theater to assist in the investigation of this case, correct?
Yes,
And yourself went, right?
I did.
Papinella went,
I believe so.
Lindsay went.
Yes,
And so you went to the Cobb Theater certainly to assist investigators in your area of expertise
yes.
or whatever else they needed you to do, right?
If they needed something else, sure.
You were likewise an experienced homicide detective, correct?
Correct.
And was Lindsay likewise an experienced homicide detective?
He was.
And was Papinella likewise an experienced homicide detective?
I don't believe he had been prior major crimes, but Lindsay definitely was.
Okay. So we have two individuals that are experienced homicide detectives, and those two individuals are also part of the cybercrime unit for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office that are called to go to this theater to help out.
Correct.
Now, you get there to the theater and you meet with Sergeant Sessa. Is that correct?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Sergeant Sessa is.
He was a sergeant of one of the major crime squad covering District 3.
And Sergeant Sessa did something very important with you. First thing that Sergeant Sessa did when you arrived is that he actually took you in to the crime scene.
He did.
Right? That was not unusual for you, right?
No.
You arrive at a homicide scene, you're going to assist in a homicide. You want to go into the crime scene.
Sure, if need be.
You want to evaluate, you want to look, you want to see what evidence is present. Because if you're going to be doing interviews with witnesses, that process of assessing the crime scene is going to help you tremendously in that interview.
Yeah.
You've done it a multitude of times, right?
Correct.
And you agree that it's a very important function in the investigation
Function.
of any
Oh
crime.
my goodness.
Yes.
Wow. Coming in with the spicy language.
One of the things that you're able to do once you see the scene is that you're able to develop these questions, these specific
My
questions
stripper
that
name.
you need answered
Function.
in a homicide or in any crime.
Correct.
And you know, if you go into a scene and you see that there's a phone on the floor and you're able to ask the witnesses, hey, where were you seated? And, you know, whose phone is that you see that's on the floor? Those are critical questions in a case. You need to capture that immediately from a witness, right?
Yes.
And certainly a recorder is very important, right?
A recorder is important. Yes.
You're going to record individuals. You're going to actually turn the recorder on even before you start the interview, right?
Yes. You want them to hear you and the recording, the introduction.
And you also want to capture their emotion and all of the human elements that go into an interview of a crime,
Yes.
right? You want to capture that on voice. So
Correct.
that later on, not only are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you believe these witnesses say, but they can hear it for themselves, and they can also hear the emotion, the doubt, the confidence, all those things, right?
Correct.
And that's not something that Rick Estebar came up with. That's something that you've been trained for years, not only in homicide, but in every walk of your law enforcement career.
Correct.
You also know how critical video surveillance evidence can be.
Yes.
And whenever you have video surveillance evidence, you certainly want to view it, right?
Yes.
Because it can give you all sorts of information that you can use not only with the interview of witnesses, but in recreating what actually took place at the time of the incident.
Correct.
it can be very powerful.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes that video evidence, if it's not of good quality, can be enlarged, correct?
Correct.
It can be enhanced by lighting, correct?
Sure.
In order to
Sure.
better suit
Yeah.
you for your investigation, correct?
Yes.
As long as you're not distorting what is being captured, right?
Right.
I'm picturing the Klingon ridges growing on this guy's forehead. My ridges are very pronounced.
And so something that was very important that day that Sergeant Sessa asked you to do was to capture any video evidence that was present there at the Cobb Theater, specifically on January 13th, 2014, Theater 10.
Yes.
And so when he told you that he wanted you to do that, you took that request seriously.
Yes.
He's a supervisor, right?
Yes.
And he has a vast amount of experience, right?
Yes.
And so you want to follow those directions.
Yes.
And so that's exactly what you did. You said, hey, Sarge, not a problem. I'm going to do that.
Correct.
And you went over to a manager there at the Cobb Theater and you said, hey, I want to view video in this case. I want to see your IT room. I want to see the cameras. I want to see it all. Correct?
Correct.
And he told you, well, just wait a minute. I'm going to call management and, I'll be right with you. Right?
More or less, I was waiting on, them gathering what places had video surveillance. But yes.
Because you wanted to gather it all, right?
Sure, as much as possible.
Okay. And what happens then is that Detective Aaron Smith approaches you and tells you, Detective Bouzone, I am taking over the gathering of any video. It is my responsibility.
Yes.
That's what he told you.
He said he was assigned to take over getting the video.
And so you know Detective Smith, right?
I do.
And you believed him.
Yes.
And so you said, okay, if you've been told that you're going to be responsible, then you're going to be responsible.
Right.
Obviously, at that point in time, wasn't a whole lot for you to do with reference to this video because you have been taken off of that assignment.
Correct.
And despite the fact that you were taken off that assignment by Detective Aaron Smith,
The
you
judge
stayed
hacking up a
just in
lung?
case anybody needed your help, right?
Yes, we stayed on scene to see if there was any additional assistance needed.
And you would agree that Detective Lindsay, who was also part of the cybercrime unit, was also there if anybody needed assistance.
Well, I believe he had gone to interview Mrs. Olson.
Okay. But at least he was there initially.
Yes.
If they needed him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And certainly he was only a phone call away after he finished that interview, right?
Yes.
And he would have had the similar expertise as you had.
Yes.
You certainly realized when you were taking off this assignment how important properly capturing the video in this case could be, correct?
Yes.
You hadn't seen it yet.
No.
But certainly, if you were going to continue to be in charge, you were going to make sure that that process that you were going to be using was controlled by you and other members of the cybercrime unit and nobody else.
Yes.
You weren't going to let some employee of Cobb or whoever control the preservation of that very important piece of evidence. Am I correct?
So we would needed their assistance initially, sure, but we would have collected it.
You would have collected it.
Yes,
You would have said, take me up to your IT room. I want to see your IT room, correct?
correct.
You would have
Take
gone
me up
into
to your
that IT
penthouse.
room and you would have certainly documented the equipment that was present in that IT room, correct?
Pertaining to the digital video system, yes.
You would have determined how many DVRs were there, correct?
Yes,
You would have determined how many hard drives were there, correct?
depending on the system, but we would document the DVR.
Okay. And the reason you want to do that is you want to do that as early as possible, because at some point in time, someone's going to ask you, what was there on January the 13th of 2014, right?
Yes,
And you certainly do not want any loopholes in that chain, right?
no,
Detective, you never had the opportunity to go upstairs to that IT room, correct?
no, that was taken over by Detective Smith.
Hmm.
Now, in these DVRs, you are aware that they have proprietary software, correct?
Yes,
And so you're familiar with this type of equipment. You're familiar with how to properly preserve the evidence that's contained within DVR, correct?
yes, the most DVRs or DVR software has an export function to where you can identify, camera and what, length of time, the footage you want to capture.
And not only that, you can copy it right there and then, but clearly you can view it, right?
Yes, you can.
You can view it, you can copy it right then and there. And even more importantly, you can actually seize the hard drives and do what's called imaging, right?
So we can do that, yes.
Yes, that's what I said. You can do that.
That's
We
yep. Now
Tell
shut
the
up.
jury what imaging a hard drive entails.
It is making what would be considered a bit for bit copy, like an exact copy of the hard drive.
Okay, and so if you make a bit for bit copy of the existing or the original hard drive, and the hard drive goes away somewhere, you still have the true and accurate bit for bit copy, right?
Yes,
And you could do that because you all are experienced and you have an expertise in that process.
correct.
So if Sergeant Sessa had said, hey, listen, I'm glad that we saw the video. I'm glad that we copied it there at the cop theater, but I want one more step of assurance. I want to actually image those hard drives. That would not have been difficult for you to do.
If they had made that request, we could handle it, yes.
In fact, you know that it would not be difficult because about a year after this case, Detective Aaron Smith came to you with some hard drives and said, Detective Busson, would you please image these hard drives for me?
Yes,
Am I correct?
correct.
And supposedly those were some of the hard drives that pertain to the system of the cop theater.
Correct.
Correct.
And again, you believe that when you are seizing video evidence, that law enforcement should take absolute control of the process of capturing.
I think he's right, sustained.
You think he's right, or you know
You
he's
certainly
right.
are not going to allow some outside entity to do that for you.
Sustained.
Every video surveillance system that
I hope
you
this
have ever
drives the
encountered,
defense
you've been able
into being more
to make a copy
objecting to the
of video footage,
prosecution.
correct?
So one way or another, we've gone out to systems where the owner didn't know the password, so we would take different steps. But, in those instances, we would image the hard drive and to preserve it and try to bypass the password. So one way or another, we would try to collect from a system.
And you would
Delete my search history, please.
long enough that if the owner, good old cop theater says, well, you're not going to do that. There's a process in place in our system of justice of applying for a search warrant, getting a court to issue a search warrant, and in the meantime, seizing that particular facility until the judge decides whether to sign it or not, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
Meaning that our system of justice has
And it's-
absolute, complete control
It's
that
basically
issue.
an illusion. You can have a search warrant in 10 minutes today.
Cop Theater
They get
is
them.
not going
They
to
get
be
PDF
the
search
one that
warrants
decides
emailed to
whether
their
evidence is
phones.
preserved or not.
Correct.
The theater would have been
You
seized
agree,
for
would you
less
not,
time to get a
that
search
private
warrant than they had it
industry,
seized
private
already.
business may have a different interest in those videos or hard drives than law enforcement.
Yes.
You have a shooting that takes place in a theater. The owner of that theater may have some concerns for themselves.
In fact, they should have, because they got sued.
And the sheriff's office, you would agree with that.
I do.
It's not the first time you've encountered that issue, correct?
No, it's not.
You also are of the belief that when you're preserving evidence, you're not preserving evidence just for the prosecution, correct?
Correct.
You're preserving evidence for the defense, for the community, and for our system of justice.
Yes.
When Aaron Smith came to you a year later to copy some hard drives, how many hard drives did he give you?
10.
Gave you 10 hard drives.
Ooh.
You didn't know whether those were the 10 hard drives that existed on January the 13th of 2014.
Well, I would have no way of knowing. I wasn't part of collecting that.
And you weren't aware whether maybe there were more hard drives that were not given to you.
No, I wouldn't.
Did Detective Aaron Smith ever come to you with reference to an issue of an iPhone that was located in Theater 10, specifically the very back row, middle section on the floor?
No.
That's an area of expertise for yourself as well, is it not?
Mobile forensics, yes.
And so you've had quite a bit of studies in that particular area as well.
Correct.
And you would agree that there is a right way and a wrong way of preserving digital evidence, frankly, any evidence, in a phone.
Yes.
You can do some things that are not the right way of handling it.
You should see what I can do to a phone, girl. Oh yeah, I'll get
The one
that
thing
phone
that you
so
want to do and you
good.
want to make sure is that you want to block any incoming signals. You want to isolate that device. You don't want any network or connection to infiltrate that phone, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly don't want to turn off the phone if you could possibly do so.
So it would be an ideally you would want to collect data from the device before it's been shut off if possible.
And the reason that you want to do that is if you turn off a cell phone, you could lose information.
You could.
And so, again, that's a pretty basic concept in, even if you're not in cyber crimes, is that, you know, your detectives are instructed out there that if you find a phone and you can possibly keep it on and put it on airplane mode or do whatever needs to be done to prevent, you know, data from being lost, don't turn it off, right?
If possible, yes. Avoid turning it off.
I mean, you all give memos out to the different divisions. It's not something that you keep as a secret, right? You try to help them.
Well, there's been in-service training for detectives on basic procedure.
That you all give,
Yes.
so that they don't make the mistakes that they can possibly make out there in an investigation.
Correct.
And so, since Detective Smith is a friend of yours, he is a friend of yours.
He is.
Since Detective Smith is a friend of yours, you didn't get any call from Detective Smith saying, "Hey, Detective Pousson, I got this phone on the floor. Can you tell me, can I turn it off, or what should I do in order to maximize the protection of information on that?"
No, I did not.
Preservation.
No.
You
You'll
also
just start
agree that
coughing into the
sometimes when
microphone.
you've got an item like a phone, there may be other forensic evidence on that phone, correct?
Potentially,
Like
yes.
DNA,
Yes,
fingerprints.
could be, sure.
Right? And so you all work pretty well with your forensic unit in making sure that nobody steps on each other's toes, right?
Correct.
That things are done to the very best degree to preserve evidence on a phone, right?
Yes.
And so sometimes you're called out to a scene and there's a phone and there's a couple of questions. Number one, we want to know what the contents of the phone are, but we also want to know whose DNA is on that phone. And we want to know whose fingerprints on that phone. And so you work with the forensic investigators to make sure that everybody gets what they want to get in a safe and protective manner.
So this judge was not the original judge on this case, but she's been the judge in the case since prior to the self-defense immunity hearing. So she's heard most of this testimony before.
Yes.
As a team.
Yes.
You didn't get any phone calls from any forensic tech in this case, did you?
I did not.
Had you gotten a call, you would have cooperated thoroughly with them and with Detective Smith, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mean Sarton. No cross.
Now this witness be released. You want
Another
to
no cross.
stand by?
Mean
All right,
Sarton says,
Detective,
if
you're free
only
to
she
go,
could have
but,
had a
you get call and
conversation.
come back, you're gonna
We
have
can
to-
even call it
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
talk, where black kids are taught to not fight the cops and take their arrests like a man. Nah, that's crazy talk. That's
So I guess it's lunchtime, right?
maybe looking like it.
Stay on. Michaels, Mr. Reeves has been present at the table. Matt Burke and.
She's doing
Maureen Flores,
appearances
all
again at lunch.
present. Thank you.
Yeah, it's lunchtime. So there we go. I might switch back over to Potter in a little bit and hear Judge Chu's statements. I heard she started crying. Again, Judge Chu is all very hollow to me. Judge Chu articulated the reasons that Kim Potter was not actually guilty.
It was a mistake. That's different than reckless.
Yeah. And she said there's no contention that it was anything other than that. So she knows that the legal standard was not met. She has the ability. I don't know if the court can do it sua sponte or not, but you would think they could, to find a judgment notwithstanding of the verdict, because there's not adequate basis in law or in fact on the record to support the legal conclusion that she is guilty beyond any reasonable doubt. And
Hey,
so
Nick, just FYI, I was thrown off myself by the fact that we paused, but the court's the Reeves court is actually in session.
It is?
Because because we delayed, we paused. So they went to lunch and now they're
okay. So I'm super thrown off because the live stream had actually ended that I was on. So it looked
Law
like
and Crime did not interrupt their stream.
I see.
In fact, they're back in session, and I'm still not caught up in real time. They have a gray-haired guy here with a red tie testifying now. They just brought in.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I'll find the spot where they came back from lunch. I got him right here. Well, we'll just soldier on then. It'll give me a chance to use my overlay. Hold on, I'm going to turn this on just to make sure there's no chance of brand confusion. We'll go ahead and throw that up there. Okay, here we go. Well, we'll just soldier through then. Let me read this next super chat. I know there's a bunch that I haven't gotten. Casey Moody says, I understand her having to listen to this, but if you were looking at death, could you just tell these people to fuck off? Yeah, you can. If you got a death sentence, you can say whatever you want.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
John P. Sillis.
And Mr. Sillis, can you
I
tell the
gotta
ladies
turn
and
it up.
gentlemen of the jury what your occupation is?
I'm the owner of Innovative Surveillance LLC in Melbourne, Florida.
So this guy's going to be an expert,
Us,
I guess.
what that business entails.
Installation and maintenance of video security equipment
And how long have you been doing that?
since 2003.
Okay, and so you were obviously in that business in 2013 and 2014, is that correct?
Correct.
And was one of your clients the Cobb Theater?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to January the 13th of 2014 and ask you if you received a phone call from management at the Cobb Theater.
Yes, I did.
And what did that call entail?
Objection, hearsay.
Just to show his action.
Not what did they say? What did the call entail?
We don't want to hear what the conversation was, but the gist of.
Okay,
what
I can rephrase it so that
sustained.
as a result of that conversation, were you directed to go to the Cobb Theater?
Yes.
And what were you directed to go do at the Cobb Theater?
To go to the IT room and remove all the hard drives from all the recorders.
And
Oh, so this is the
when
guy
were
who
you
did that.
expected to do that?
They said as soon as possible.
Did that indicate that day on the 13th you were supposed to do it?
Yes, I went there that night.
And did they also want you to fly those hard drives that night?
Objection, all hearsay.
No.
Supposed to fly those hard drives to Alabama that night?
They requested it, but I told,
So just to show his further actions.
His present sense impression.
Yeah, I don't know what exception there would be. I'll sustain.
Did you agree to go to Alabama with those hard drives and deliver them to Cobb Theater?
no.
Okay. So as a result of that conversation, did you in fact go to the Cobb Theater?
Yes.
And that's here in the Wesley Chapel area?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. About what time do you think that you arrived at the Cobb Theater?
There's no way I can remember that. It was in the evening. It was dark out. That's all I remember.
Okay. And when you arrived, was there someone stationed there at the Cobb Theater, a police officer?
There were many police officers stationed there.
Okay. And did you have to speak to those police officers prior to gaining entry into the Cobb Theater?
Yes, several.
And what did you tell those police officers in order to gain entry into the Cobb Theater?
Objection, hearsay.
No, it's what he told them.
He's subject to cross-examination. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule.
Well, I just want to make sure.
No, you just want to be a
Yeah.
bitch. The guy can testify to what he said. It's what did you say to the police? Not what did the police say to you? Oh my God, this is infuriating. First of all, this judge is actually bad on hearsay objections. The prosecution knows it and they're just making them because of that. But it's not a hearsay objection to say, what did you say to this person?
Where did you gain entry into the Cobb Theater?
It seems like they knew ahead of time I was going to be there because I told them who I was and they said, come on in.
So you told the officer, hey, this is who I am. And they said, just come on in.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was
And so
hearsay,
where
but
did
the
you
officer
go
said
there
back.
at the theater? Did you go to the IT room?
Yes, that's where, that's where I had to go because that's where the recorders were. I knew the location and someone had unlocked the door to let me in.
Okay. And do you know who unlocked the door in order to let you in?
I do not recall.
Okay. And so that I'm calling it an IT room. I don't know if that's what they call it, but let's call it a video surveillance room.
Yeah, our server room. Server room is more
There you go.
appropriate.
So that's upstairs. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you are familiar with that system, are you not?
Yes.
Not because
This is direct examination.
we've also have an order. This is a state witness that we're calling.
No.
Was he? Yeah, yeah.
So this is that rule that we were discussing earlier. If they have a state witness that they are calling, it is a hostile witness. And under the rules, Rule 612, I think, of the Florida Rules of Evidence, I think it is, they are allowed to conduct cross-examination on direct.
90.612.
Yeah, 90.612. Subsection 3.
Now, when you got there, you went upstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went up there, were you familiar with that system?
Yes.
And how was it that you were familiar with that system?
I built it years ago.
You built the system?
Yeah.
Would you maintain the system as well?
Yes.
And so I would imagine, would you also visit and frequent the Cobb Theater to do regular maintenance?
Whenever they called, yes.
Okay. And so did you know how that system operated? In other words, did you know what DVR and what hard drive worked with what cameras?
Not exactly, because I didn't install the cameras. I took the system over from another company years ago, and the cameras last longer than recorders do typically. So the cameras are original from way before me, but the recorders are relatively new.
Okay, and so you didn't know which hard drives would be capturing the information from which cameras is what you're telling me, is that correct? Who would have known that? Do you know?
They're IT people.
Okay, meaning cops,
Correct.
IT people.
Correct.
Okay, and so you get there and what do you do?
They told me just take all the hard drives out, pack them,
Objection is hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you do?
remove the hard drives.
Okay, so how many DVRs were there in that system?
I believe 5.
And how many hard drives did each system have?
Each one had 2 for the video and 1 for the operating system.
So that would have been
Three per
DVR.
15 hard
That would make
drives.
15 hard drives.
Yes.
They only turned over 10.
And so you took all those out and what did you do with them?
Just pack them up to prepare them for shipping, put them in a box, and that was it.
Okay, and who did you hand those hard drives to?
It was a representative from Cobb Corporate.
That had flown down from Cobb
Yes.
Corporate
Right.
that very night?
Yes.
And so you handed that to that individual and he or she took possession of it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything else there that particular night?
That was it.
Okay. Did you provide them at any point in time with any type of equipment so that they could continue to operate, their business?
I brought over some loaners later on after the theater reopened. They were closed for a while. I just can't recall for how long or when I got back.
Okay, and did you change their system at all at any point in the future?
No, as far as I recall, I just got everything running again and it was back to the way it normally was.
Did there come a point in time, sir, that you actually replaced their entire system?
You mean after the event?
Yes.
See, at one time we went through an upgrade of recorders, replacing old ones with new ones. And I just can't recall if this happened before or after.
Okay.
It's too many years to go back.
I got you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Indeed, too many years to go back.
Yeah.
So there are 5 missing hard drives. And I know someone in the chat said they don't need the operating system hard drives. You don't know what's on those hard drives. The guy says they're operating system hard drives. Have no idea. No idea what could be on them. Listen, if you are arrested and they're seizing a hard drive because you have some sort of material on your hard drive and your computer has 2 hard drives and you're like, oh, you know what? This one's just an operating system hard drive. You don't need that one.
You don't need to look at this.
Other one. Yeah. There's no way on earth that flies.
These are not the hard drives you were looking for.
Yeah. So, it just doesn't, there may be some evidence there that the police want to see or need to see as part of the investigation. You can't, and again, this all goes, and I'm sure that's a fact that they wanted in evidence. That's probably the main reason this guy is called, is to say, yeah, there were 5 hard drives, because he foreshadowed it just a bit ago at the last witness that you got 10 hard drives. It was very clear that that's the amount that he got.
Very briefly.
Oh, they're going to cross-examine this guy.
There were 15 hard drives total, correct?
See?
Yes.
Okay, 5 DVRs. That's a digital video recorder?
Right.
Right. And then you
They're
said
gonna
each one has
try
two
and
video and
rehab
one
this.
operating system, correct?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Or are you talking about this one or just typically?
I'm not 100% sure they are all populated like I mentioned, but I think they were. Like I said, we're going back quite a few years.
Okay, so you're saying then in this case, you're just not sure.
Right.
All right. But
90% sure.
okay.
Best I could do.
All right, we'll give you 90% sure.
Okay.
All right. So when you say operating system, that's not videos. That's kind of just like maybe the player, so to speak, something like that.
Like Windows.
Okay. So then we have what, 10 video and 5 Windows operating systems.
That would be correct. Yeah.
And the videos would just be from different cameras within the entire theater complex?
Yes.
Do you know how many cameras were in Theater 10?
Not exactly, because the recorders did not have every single channel populated. Every recorder could handle 16 cameras, but they did not have 16 times 5 cameras total.
Okay, and then all the entire operating system was for everything in the Cobb Theater, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. So let's say theater number 10 had 2 cameras. There was cameras at the concession area, cameras at the ticket area, cameras in the lobby area. That's what we mean by all the videos, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when we're talking about 10 different videos, it's for the entire Cobb Theater area.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Never mind, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect? May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sillis, you're free
The
to
reason
go.
there would be 5 hard drives for operating system is each individual DVR system, which could support up to 16 cameras, would have an operating hard drive and then other storage hard drives is what he's
Who's
testifying to. So there are 5 separate systems.
Jennifer Shaw.
This is Curtis Reeves' daughter.
But either way, there could be very important data on the operating system hard drive. I mean, there's just no way to know if you don't have it. And again, in no case would you be allowed to have this as part of your criminal trial. Super Iron Bob says, for context, on an app I worked on 20 years ago, we got contacted for a thumbnail cache with a cheese pizza thumbnail in it. The files aren't the only important thing as evidence. So there you go. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, if she gets probation, I'm going to send her some Mr. Clean and Drano as a gift because she cleaned up and cleared the drain afterwards. Recidivism rate for people like Dante is 0%. Damn. Little savage.
So 5 years ago at the self-defense immunity hearing, she was mid-divorce.
Please state your name.
So she's single, boys. Go get her.
Maybe. Divorce is going to take a long time.
Yes, sir, I do. How do you know him? He's my father.
Kept her married name.
His name is Reeves.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a vice president for a large national bank.
We're going to talk about
So she's one of 10,000.
maybe some of your experiences growing up that relate to your parents. And so Vivian Reeves is your mother.
Yes, sir.
Your parents and their physical activities and your observations through the years, okay?
Okay.
All right, now.
Yeah.
Already? Oh, we don't like her looking so attractive, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Can we put a paper bag over her head?
Murdoch Point says, like what, Nick? The date for the premeditated conspiracy murder of a cell phone user? No, like literally anything, like a log that a certain recording from a certain theater was deleted because of liability concerns by the theater's attorney. You have no idea what's on there. That's the problem. Because we don't know what might have been on there, we don't know if there's anything missing. And again, if that happened to you and you said, oh, it's just an operating system hard drive, there's no way in shit they would let that fly. Not at all. That one chick says, Your Honor, every one of these letters is addressed to Santa Claus. The post office has delivered them. Therefore, the post office department, a branch of the federal government, recognizes this man, Chris Kringle, to be the one and only Santa Claus. Dr. Spoon says, I know it's off topic, but the cops in Ottawa are arresting live streamers, filming cops setting up for a massive crackdown. Viva might get arrested. Well, yes, if you're looking for tyranny, look no further than Canada right now. That's when tyranny clashes with people demanding freedom. Arrests and beatings ensue. So hopefully everybody stays safe, particularly
So I was
Viva.
saying, we're going to talk about your observations of your mother and father as you grew up, and then as you got older, and then as they got older. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, as a family, when you were younger, what sort of activities, physical activities, did you all do as a family?
Most of the things we did as a family was outdoors.
For instance, what?
We took family vacations every year. A lot of times those consisted of camping, hiking, fishing, bicycling, just about everything outdoors. My brother was active in Boy Scouts.
She wants
I
to
was
go right
active
into
in Girl
narrative.
Scouts.
Because that's
My
how
dad
normal
is,
people talk.
Very active in Boy Scouts, taught my brother's soccer team. So most of what we did was physical and outside.
Okay, so you saw your father was very
She's here to
strong.
testify about the decline of her father's
Is that true?
health,
Your mother,
his
did she do that as
decrepifying
well?
physical
Yes,
state.
sir, she did. We were kids, so we could keep up with her then.
Okay, and so then in terms of camping, would your father set up the camp for everyone?
We all had responsibilities.
Would he lift heavy
Yes,
boulders?
We orchestrated what needed to be done, but we were all assigned different tasks and different ways of helping. So it was a team effort.
Make the
How many
campfire
babies
out of
did he
telephone
deliver?
poles.
You know what your father did for a living as you were growing up into your teenage years, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did he do?
He was a captain for the City of Tampa Police Department.
And was your father a person that, for instance, went running on a regular basis?
He did. At that time, he ran. He started having trouble
Super
running,
marathon.
so he switched to cycling, which was less impact on his body.
Okay. And so you saw him at least at some point not able to run anymore.
Correct.
Okay. And so he took up bicycling. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you got married, right?
Big mistake.
Did
Yes.
you marry a police
Correct.
officer?
I did. He also was a City of Tampa police officer.
All right.
How badly did
that's
he
always-
abuse
At some
you?
point, that didn't work out. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so,
Correct.
we're going from
That's a hard correct.
cutoff point at January 13th of 2014. We're going to look before that. Okay.
Okay.
Now, as an adult, you were out of the house, but did you visit your parents regularly?
Yes, sir. We visited regularly, would go out to dinner and meet for dinner. Sometimes we did activities, and we still did family vacations in the fall where my family, Matt, and my parents, we'd rent a house together and go up to the mountains.
Okay. And when you would go out to them
The mountains of Florida?
as you got older, did you notice anything about their physical appearance? In other words, for instance, did you
Mountains
look
of
at your
Florida is
father's
just like
hands and see any difference?
a
Oh, yes.
mound
They started
by the
looking like
gas
old man
station.
hands.
And what about your mother's hands?
Same thing.
Aw.
Now, at some point, you actually moved into
That's his little
the
girl.
same house as them, their house.
I did.
And when was that?
That was in April of 2013.
Okay. And did you have a child?
I did. She had just turned a year old in February.
And is that Madison?
Correct.
And so
A
she was
garbage
year old
pile
when
in
you moved into
Lakeland.
the home,
Yes, sir.
and that was in 2013.
Yes, sir.
So between 2013 and January of 2014, you were living with your mother
That's correct.
and your father,
Yes, sir.
and Madison, as you split custody
Correct.
with your now ex-husband. Now, as you saw your parents on a daily basis, did you make observations regarding, for instance, different things that they were unable to do? Well, let me ask you this. Let's go back a little bit. One of the things you talked about is kayaking. That's something you did with your father
Yes, sir.
and your mother.
Yes.
Was there a time that you can tell us about where it kind of hit you that your father couldn't do the things he used to be able to do when it came to kayaking? Maybe sometime before 2014.
Yes, sir. It was actually, I moved into their house. I left my husband in March of 2013, excuse me, April of 2013 and moved into their home. We actually went kayaking that very same month, which is the last time we went kayaking all together as a family. And Matt was with us. It was me and then both of my parents, my mother and father.
And Matt's your brother?
Correct. So we went on the kayaking trip, and the kayak paddles are 2-part paddles where you have to press in a little button and pull them apart. And it was a harsh reality as a child to see your father not be able to do that. He asked me for help to pull them apart.
Okay. At some point, you and your husband had a motorcycle.
We did.
And your mom and dad had one too?
Yes, sir.
Did you used to go on trips together?
We did. We rode with them some locally. And this would have been from a time.
Oh, they're going to talk about him getting too old to ride a motorcycle. I'm going to cry.
If you cry, I'll mock you.
Goes right to the heart.
I will mock you for the rest of your
So
life.
we rode some with them locally, and then we also trailered the bikes up to the mountains and rode some as well.
Okay. Now, what sort of observations did you make of your father getting onto the motorcycle? Was it easy? Could he just swing his leg over and get on the seat?
No, sir. It was actually quite frightening thinking that that he had to hold that thing up and get himself on. And then it was even more frightening to see my mom try to get on. Once they got on and got situated, they could go okay, but the getting on and off was rough.
Okay. What sort of realization, what hit you about seeing that?
Just that.
Yes.
Your Honor, the juror's crying now.
Yeah. Your Honor, this isn't really fair because she's going to testify about how he was actually getting old and weak. And we really need him to be a big, strong man who can bludgeon people while doing backflips. And he could have broken Chad's neck, but instead he chose to shoot him. Mind you, by the way, if this guy had been able to defend himself and stood up and clocked Chad, and guy hit his head on the movie theater seat in front of him and broke his neck, he'd be in the same spot. He'd still be on trial. It's not like it would have gone better. They would have still said, "Oh, how dare you hit him so hard with your big, manly SWAT team hands. They should be registered as deadly weapons," even though that's a movie meme. That would be the approach. So it's so fucking dishonest. I just hate it. Attorney Tom, please take this stream down. I represent law and cucks. Gaddison says in the state in the Potter case were underhanded liars to argue Blakely in front of the jury just to get a conviction, then to back off on sentencing. They only wanted Blakely to manipulate the jury, which is so wrong. I tend to agree.
Yes.
I think
there's a lot of it.
Yes. In fact, the majority of testimony and evidence in that case was Blakely evidence.
Yeah, there were days of it.
Is wild.
Get seated, but just for a moment, please.
Uh-oh, clarifying instruction to the jury.
Sigh again, Judge.
Oh, I guess. This is where he should go to lean on the chair and miss and fall over. Break his other hip. Are they excusing the jury? They're gonna have argument?
Yeah, they might be.
Okay, you want to bring him in? Thank you.
Did something happen? No? That was a weird cut.
Did they forget to bring the jury in? Back up. So come on, my old bones can't take this up and down. The state will bring in like video of him doing one-handed pull-ups.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
We were talking about
Huh.
the
Must
one
have had a
trip
juror that needed to go to the
remember
bathroom.
specifically,
I don't know.
Where you were with your then husband on a motorcycle, your father was with your mother, mom and dad on their motorcycle, and you were talking about how your father had frightened you because you couldn't get on, and your mother also.
I'm not getting a three-wheeler, folks. A three-wheeler is just a shitty car.
Background to the
When I
question.
can't ride a bike, I'll just drive a car.
For this purpose.
And
There
then
will.
you testified how your mother, when she got on the back, you were even more frightened. Tell me how that impacted you in terms of realizing that, now your parents weren't these strong people taking care of you, and they had
This
somehow
question is
changed.
really leading.
Objection, relevance, or thoughts on that? Parents change.
No, overall.
Go ahead.
I think it's a hard, like I mentioned before, it's a harsh reality when your parents have always been able to do everything. They've always set the pace for your family growing up, and always been so active, and just to see that that's not the case anymore. And I don't think they really considered themselves having difficulty or what have you. They wanted to live and still enjoy
Objection, Your Honor,
things.
this is going beyond the scope of the question.
All right.
We'll move on a little, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's- And so, I'm not here to suggest that your mom and dad were somehow invalids. I mean, your father, can you see he's using a cane now? You know that, right?
Yes.
And certainly back then he wasn't using a cane.
No, sir.
We're talking about 2013, 2014, you were living with him.
Correct.
In fact, your father was still pretty active, right?
Yes,
Is that, would you agree with me? I mean, did he mow the yard?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. The prosecution attorney has given them the death glare. They're waiting for the question about the fall and breaking the hip to slip out.
Yes, when I would leave for work, so I wasn't watching them do it, but I know that Dad would plan to, they would plan to do any yard work first thing in the morning so that it was still cool outside and they could take before the heat of the day. But when I would leave for work, when I'd come home from work, it would be done. So,
I mean, you would agree with me or disagree that your father and mother, they were still active and able to work around the house?
Yes, sir.
Another hobby of your father's is sporting clays, or was sporting clays.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. What is shooting sporting clays mean?
Sporting clays is where there's typically a course set up with different stations, and at each of the stations there are at the place that we went to, there are mechanical machines that throw
Sporting
what's
clays
referred
is
to as
fun.
a pigeon or
Fun,
a
fun,
clay
fun.
pigeon. It's a piece of clay, a round piece of clay, and it slings it up into the air, and then you use a shotgun to shoot that clay.
Okay. And did your father teach you how to do that? How to shoot sporting clays?
Yes, sir. Between my father, my brother, and my ex-husband, yes.
And is that something you would do together?
Yes, sir. We did on occasion.
Now, at some point through 2014, through January, your father was still able to do that, was he?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to walk that, what you call a course?
You don't have to. You can rent a golf course, or you can choose a golf cart, or you can choose to walk. But we walked the course.
At some point, did your father get a lighter gun to more easily, that was more easy to handle?
Yes, sir. He did.
And to do the clay shooting or sporting clays?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time when you were living with your mother and father, you said your daughter was living there, Madison?
Correct.
And how old was she?
When we moved in, she was 13 months old.
And would you take walks around the block with your father and mother with Madison in a wagon?
We did. I would pull Madison in a wagon, and then I usually had my dog with me too.
And what about your father? He's pulled Madison in the wagon.
Yes, sir. He did when she was little.
Now, at the time you were living at the house, your father would also ride a bicycle.
Correct.
Right? He was able to do that.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about some of the other things you noticed. Would you agree or disagree with me that when you when you were living with your mother and father, your mom and dad, you saw them every day, that you saw things that you didn't see in terms of their aging process when you would just see them for dinner or to get together or that sort of thing. Would you agree with me or disagree with that?
Agree. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of the things that you noticed. Did you notice, for instance, your father being very susceptible or cutting easy? In other words, did you see him brush against a tree and have his skin cut?
Sure,
Objection
actually,
leading.
both of them, that would be applicable to both of them. Their skin, both of them, is like tissue thin, and just bumping it on this counter would cause it to kind of wrinkle up and bruise and bleed. And
would you say that your experience living there, that you had trouble seeing, that you saw your parents, your mother and father, mom and dad, have trouble functioning on a daily basis, doing some very rudimentary things, some very routine things?
yes, sir. I think, well, when you hear about it, when you're not living there and prior to living there, you hear about their doctor's appointments numerous times. I was at the doctor Monday. It seemed like they were at the doctor all the time. You hear about their different ailments. But then when I moved in, I started to see all of those things. I started to see how, like I said, their skin, when they would bump up against something, it felt like every week I was coming home to somebody being injured and having a bandage on them. I saw how my dad would reach down to try to pick Madison up, and sometimes he could pick her up, but there were other times where he couldn't, and he would put her back down. Just, I don't know if it was the way he was standing or what. I saw where, and I had heard about this, but I hadn't seen it, where his fingers would lock up and he wouldn't be able to.
Sustained.
Okay, did you see his fingers lock up?
I did.
Okay, and tell us about that. Tell us about that observation.
It's just, and his hands were like that all the time. It would just be on occasion, his fingers would lock up, and sometimes it was just one, and sometimes it was multiple. And I mean, it's definitely different. I don't know what causes that, but I guess I've seen it.
Did you see him have trouble eating his cereal because of his fingers locking up?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
What
I'm
about,
surprised the state is not
playing,
objecting to the
with
leading
your
of the witness
daughter?
here.
Did you see him ever get on the floor with her?
Yes, sir. He did. It was very rare that he got on the floor with her. At that point in time, she wasn't walking yet. So, that's, he would get down there on occasion, and it was very difficult for him to get back up.
Did you ever see when he needed help getting up?
He would usually pull over a chair or the stool or something to try to help him get back up.
And in terms of a chair, were you able to observe him getting in and out of chairs, like in the living room, for instance?
Yes, sir. Not every single time he stood up from a chair, but if he had been sitting for a little while, when he got up, it was a little slower get up, and it required him to steady himself for a second before he walked.
Okay, did he have to use his hands to get out of a chair?
As far as on the arms of the chair, I believe so.
May I have a moment, please?
Yeah.
Now, your baby daughter, Curtis Reeves' granddaughter, did she mimic her grandfather's fingers at all?
She mimicked several ailments. She would say, "Look, Grandpa."
Well, don't say what she said, but show me
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, she would say, "Look, Grandpa."
See the relevance of this.
My
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would I even cross her?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know what you're
Talk a
gonna
lot
get.
about what you were just testifying to. Seemed
I
like
just
you were
wanted to ask you your phone number, really.
lying about the deteriorating condition that you saw of the defendant, right?
It's sad to think about.
It is sad to think about. We're going to talk about that.
It is sad. Yeah,
So
we're gonna talk about
you
that.
know, you got very upset, sad to think about, but then very soon after that, you were talking about how they led a fairly active lifestyle in 2013, right?
They did.
Okay. So on one hand, he's deteriorating so much that you're so upset you're crying, but then at the other hand, you're indicating that in 2013 they led a fairly active lifestyle,
They
right?
did. Correct.
And you indicated that he's slower moving now, right?
Are we talking now? You said now or
Well,
at that
now,
point
like
in time?
let's say 2013 and 2014. He was slower moving then?
Correct.
Okay. And as people get older, they move slower, right?
Correct.
I mean, not any different than anyone else that gets older, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did you ever see the video of the shooting? Did you see how fast he was moving when he fired that shot?
He what like Dino mentioned, he wasn't an invalid, and his
Okay, well, I'm
fingers
not
were.
asking you that, ma'am. What I'm asking you is this: did you see the video of the shooting?
At some point, I did.
Okay. Did you see how fast he moved when he pulled out the firearm from his pocket and lunged forward? Did you watch?
Fast enough to save his life.
Oh, it.
Okay, well, because you're describing as being so, slow getting up. He's got to put his hands on things, and he's moving around the house so slow.
It's
Doesn't
my
really see the same in that video, does it?
It's my understanding he didn't get up in the video.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you is this. So what you're talking about his fingers.
Guy's taking a dangerous track here.
And I guess his shoulders, but you have to use all those body parts in order to take a firearm out of a pocket, pull it back, lunge forward, and shoot, right?
I wouldn't say he lunged.
I'm not really sure which body parts you need to use, but you do need to be able to function.
Okay,
Yes.
well, you function. You fire a firearm, right?
I have, yes.
You have your own firearms, don't you?
I do.
Okay, so how do you not know how to fire a firearm and what body parts are used?
I didn't say I didn't.
Okay, well, you said, well, you don't know what he was using. I mean, if you fire a firearm all the time, you certainly know what body parts are at issue.
I never fire a firearm from a sitting position with someone standing over me either.
Okay, well, thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. So
This
your
guy's-
testimony then to this
you
jury is
can't
that
be
you don't
this
know what
salty.
body parts you use when you're firing a weapon from a seated position? That's what you just said.
No, I said I've never shot a firearm from a seated position.
Okay, I didn't ask you if you did. I'm asking you about the movements required from your father.
Argumentative.
Furthermore, he's badgering the witness. Furthermore, she doesn't have there's no sort of
Expertise.
being laid that she is able to offer any kind of testimony regarding which muscles or what's used in shooting a gun from a seated position.
This was entirely what was covered on direct.
It was not.
All over you.
Really?
So are you telling this jury that you do not know what muscles would be used to fire a firearm from a seated position?
Yes. I have no
Do
idea.
I know what the muscles are called? No.
No, I'm not asking you what
Do
they're
I
called.
know that you need to bring your hand up and fire a weapon? Yes.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. You indicated that the defendant is slow. He was having difficulties with his back. He was having difficulty with his hands. He was having difficulties with his fingers. So what I'm asking you is, did you see the video where he fired the weapon? And did
Asked
you
and
notice how
answered.
fast he moved
Objection.
in
Asked
that
and
video,
answered.
which would be contradictory to the picture that you're painting?
I saw the video. I don't recall the speed in which he moved. I believe I saw it years ago, and I don't recall.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingers locking up. Is that both hands?
I think I remember seeing it on his right hand, like visually, but I remember him talking about it on both hands.
Okay.
Objection.
Do you think it's a good idea for someone that
Hearsay.
has issues with
Gonna object to his own
carry around
question.
a loaded weapon in their pockets?
Sustained.
Okay, you're talking about how easily he bruised, right? Remember that? You have to answer out loud for the court reporter.
Yes.
All right. And what did you say? It was like paper. Like if you just brushed it, something, it bruised really easily?
On his arms, yes.
Okay. What about any other part of his body or just his arms?
Most of the time when they would have banged up and bruises, it would be on their arms and their legs sometimes.
Okay. And that's because he was getting older and the skin's more fragile, right?
And also, no one was throwing a cell phone at his
And,
head.
Would you agree with me that the face is a pretty fragile area?
Objection. Basis. There's no predicate like.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me that the face is a fairly fragile area?
I have no
I think
idea.
the skin on different parts of your body are different.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you about the face.
I don't know is a perfectly
Different than what's
acceptable
on your
answer.
arms. Yes.
Okay. Probably even a little more thinner, you think?
I don't know. I never really saw them bang up their faces.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm asking you. You said that he bruises so easily. Let's say that, something was thrown at him really hard, like a really hard, dense object, and it hit him right in the face. Since he bruises so
This is
easily,
pure speculation.
Also speculation.
it was directly to what was on direct.
This is not what was on direct at all.
He's only saying those words about direct because it seems to convince this judge. See,
Sure.
Yeah.
It was not on direct.
This what are you talking about? He did not ask a single question like this on direct. And she's not an expert witness. She has testified that she has no knowledge of what would happen to their faces because their faces are not normally banged up. This is insane.
It's like he knows the objections are going to be sustained and overruled on a flip the coin basis. So he'll just take his chances.
This judge literally has no idea how to rule on a single objection. It's insane. Oh, God. Wow. I got to read some of these. Scooter McDuder says something I haven't seen brought up that I think should be a point the state should be hammering into the ground. Didn't Reeves know his cop son was right there and capable of stopping Olson?
The son was not right there and capable of stopping Olson. And there's no evidence that he would know that. Did he know that? Where's the evidence?
I think so. His son was at the theater and
just entering the theater.
Yeah. But even if he was right there, he wasn't stopping it.
So you're saying how he bruises very easily.
Correct.
All right. And, and just from touching something.
Not touching something, but if you like bang your arm on something or hit it on something or were to scrape it on this counter or something like that, yes.
Okay. And I would assume then if he got hit with an object in the head, based on what you're saying about how easily he bruises.
What kind of question is that?
You would assume.
Have been bruised then on his face, right?
Objection.
I wouldn't know that because I would think that your skin on your arms has more give, where your skin on your face is harder. So I don't know. I don't know how but you bruise differently on different parts of your body. You know that.
You punk.
All right. Let's since you threw it back that way. Let's talk about that. So I'm
not actually. I didn't plan for this cross.
Your skin near your cheekbone. I mean, would you agree with me that that's fairly thin? Because right underneath that skin part's hard bone, right?
How could you testify about
Don't
skin
know
thickness?
medically where your skin is thicker or thinner.
All right.
I don't.
Sustained. Move on.
Yeah, his objection was this. And sometimes that's what you got to do. Come on. What are we doing here, Judge?
If the defendant was punched in the face, then based on what you're saying about how easily he would bruise, would you expect to have seen a bruise if he was punched in the face?
Again, she's not a medical expert. She's not an EMT. There's absolutely no basis for these questions.
All sustained. Move on.
All right, so let's talk about when you started living with the defendant. It was April 28th of 2013, right?
I know it was April. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay.
I wonder how much this witness looks like this guy's ex-wife.
You're just saying it was in April.
Yes, sir.
And based on your testimony, in those 10 months, you were able to observe him around the house, things that he could do, things that he couldn't do.
Isn't it true you've never dated a man as short as me?
All right.
Isn't it
and
true
again,
no one
sounds like,
has?
aging issues that most people have, correct?
I don't know what's normal for most people.
Mhm.
I can tell you what I observed for my parents.
Okay. How about his vision back in 2014? Was it 2020 with the glasses? Do you know?
How would she know
I
that?
don't think his vision was 20/20, and I know that he also had floaters in his eyes that sometimes obstructed his vision. Not complete obstruction, but where it would be something that he would see in his vision as he looked. But I believe he was wearing glasses then as well.
Okay, but you don't know if his vision was 2020?
I do not know.
All right, and I guess you're describing his back wasn't very good?
Correct.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being his back was terrible, where would you put it?
Oh, I wouldn't begin to know his pain level. I know that he
I wasn't
stopped.
asking about his pain level. Well, what'd you observe? On a scale of 1 to 10, when you said he's having back issues,
There isn't a scale that I observe.
I would say that he had stopped running way prior to that because he had sciatic nerve issues. He had back
I asked you to
issues.
direct the witness to please answer the question.
She's answering the question, Your Honor. She's
All right.
answering the
All
question.
right.
I'll tailor it a little bit more for
Thank
you,
you.
okay?
Please say whatever I need to
Talking
get him
about
guilty.
In 2013, okay? And we're going to talk up until the point of time of the shooting in 2014, okay? When you're saying that you saw that he was having difficulty with his back, I'm just asking you this. On a scale of 1 to 10, what did you see about how bad his back problem was? That's my question.
It's just a complete guess, but I'm going to say a 5 or 6.
And you're guessing, but why are you guessing? It's your own personal observation.
I know. It's a guess.
I don't understand
know
your
how he
scale.
felt
That's why.
about his
I'm not asking you
level
how
of
he
back.
felt. I'm asking you what you personally observed.
She's already
5 or
answered.
6.
Could he stand for extended periods of time?
Yes.
Could he sit for extended periods of time?
Yes. He's doing that now.
He could sit through a movie. If it weren't for Chad.
He have arthritis?
I'm sorry?
Did he have arthritis in 2013?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. Did he have arthritis in 2014?
I would assume that it didn't go away.
Okay, because that's something once you get it, it stays.
Correct.
Did it affect his fingers, the way he can grab things and do things?
That may have been part of the reason why his fingers lock up. I'm not sure the medical reason behind that.
I wasn't asking you the medical reason. Okay.
Yes, you were. You were asking if he had arthritis.
For a reason.
Did he have difficulties doing things because of the arthritis?
He had difficulty doing things with his hands, yes. I don't know if it was due to the arthritis or due to another issue.
This
Okay,
is
so
a bad look for this
the home
guy.
you're talking about, we're not
There's
gonna
no
get it,
reason
but
to
it's
be
Brooksville.
like this.
Correct.
What is he trying to prove that
They
a
sold
71-year-old
house
doesn't have
in
physical
order to
frailties?
That home in Brooksville, right?
Correct.
Okay, when I say they, obviously I'm talking about your parents.
Yes.
Based on the issues that you're describing.
He's
did
trying
they
to look like a
downsize so
cock
they didn't have to
doing
do
it.
Much maintenance to the house, so they didn't have to do yard work, things like that?
No, they didn't. But that was in 2005, I believe they moved to Brooksville.
Okay. Pretty big house?
It's a good size home. I'm probably about 2,400 square feet,
Okay. How much land?
right about an acre.
How many times a day did he walk the
And
acreage?
I think you indicated on direct examination, something about mowing. So and you were there since 2013, so we're just talking about 2013 up until the time of the shooting, okay? Did he have a lawn maintenance?
What would it take to get me
No,
to
he
the
did not.
third date?
He mowed the lawn himself.
My mother would do it on occasion as well.
Okay. Well, you testified during direct that your father would do the mowing.
The majority of the time, but I've seen my mother mow as well.
Okay. Your mother, that was deteriorating as well.
Correct.
All right. And when we say mowing, we're talking about an electric riding mower?
Correct.
Right, for that whole acre of land, obviously.
Correct.
All right. And that probably wouldn't take 5 minutes, would it?
To mow an
Yeah,
acre.
to mow sitting on a mower, an entire acre of land, that would take some time, wouldn't it?
Correct.
All right, just a lot of balancing, a lot of sitting,
Yes.
a lot
Yeah,
of
you-
movement with the hands, gripping on things, steering, things like that?
It's not a lot of movement. It's a 0 turn.
No, okay. I mean, well, then you have to go up and back, and once you go all the way forward, I know this is a silly question. Then you got to turn around, come all the way back. You got to turn around, go all the way back.
Correct.
I mean, it'd be a lot of turns, right?
Sure.
Speaking of mowing the lawn,
And I'd imagine he had to do that kind of frequently, especially in the summer here in Florida, right?
From mowing my own yard, I would say yes, frequently, but I don't know how frequently he mowed.
Okay, even though you were living there for that whole year.
Correct. I worked during the day and they did their yard work when I was at work.
Okay, but when you came home, you knew the yard was done.
Sure. But I didn't come home and say, wow, the yard's done every day or every week, or I didn't always notice those things.
Okay. And in the backyard, he had an archery area set up?
Correct.
Because archery is one of his hobbies.
Yes, it was.
All right, so he had some bows, right?
Yes.
What kind of bows did he have?
Wish he was
he had
concealed
recurves and
carrying a bow
compound
that
bows.
day.
Special arrows for those, right?
I don't know what
You
type
don't
of
know?
arrow they take.
Okay, and when he shoot them, they go into a portable bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so portable meaning that he'd have to take it out, put it back. I'm not saying all the time, but he would take it out and put it back, right?
I remember it sitting out in the yard most of the time.
So he mowed around it?
It was in an area where there was no grass under trees.
That was one of his favorite hobbies, right?
At one point in his life, yes.
Well, he was doing it around this period of time too, right?
Way less frequently than he had ever done it before. But yes, he was still doing
He
it.
was still doing the archery.
Correct.
And he did still hunt, right?
I
In
believe
2013?
I believe he did. Yeah, I believe him and my brother had planned a hunting trip.
Hunting is very
And then when they
physically
would go hunting,
exertive,
he would
where you
practice
sit in a
little
deer
more
stand and then pull a
bow and arrow in the
trigger.
backyard, right?
It's my understanding that he practiced, he'd go out and shoot a couple arrows and then come in, go out and shoot a couple more, come in, and did it throughout the day because he didn't have the stamina to just be out there and practice like you normally would.
We'll talk about the stamina in the next section.
I'd like to discuss stamina with you.
When he was doing yard work, would he do
Are
electric?
you familiar with a man who has no stamina? Would you like to be?
He owns both, but I don't know because I didn't witness it.
Okay, and I know a lot of these questions are going to sound silly, but I'm really just asking because of the way you described him, and that's why I'm kind of going through these physical things with you. Okay, so when you cut the hedges, that obviously requires some hand strength, right?
Correct.
And if they're electric ones, you got to hold it up, and you have some shoulder strength because you got to do the hedges, right?
Correct.
Power wash at the house. Would he power wash?
Yes, I do. I do remember seeing him doing that.
Okay, and I think there was a pretty decent sized patio at the house, right?
The back porch, yes.
Okay, and he would pressure wash or power wash the back patio.
Correct.
All right, and you'd agree with me that pressure washing or power washing, I don't know if you've ever done it, it's a fairly tedious job, right?
I don't know that you've ever done it.
Right, I mean, you have like the sprayer, and you have this really large area. The sprayer seems like it does like 2 centimeters at a time, right?
You've definitely
Well, it
never
depends
power
on what
washed.
nozzle you're using, but yes.
Right, okay, I mean, even the biggest nozzle, you think it's gonna take a lifetime to finish, right?
No, the bigger nozzles are better.
Okay, you wouldn't know. All right. Would you agree with me then? But it does take a long time to pressure wash, especially what you called a fairly large patio.
Are you telling me that or asking me that?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah. I think I remember helping him several times pressure washing the back patio. What you're also not taking into consideration
Your
is
Honor,
that
I object. I'm not asking that question.
is
Well,
No.
I think she's.
Yeah, sustain, overholds of any.
She doesn't even.
She doesn't know.
Sustain rules.
You can redirect.
The pressure wash, you have to hold, you hold like a nozzle, right? And you're going back and forth. You're using your shoulders. You're using your hands a lot, right?
I think you can lock the nozzle down. I don't think you have to hold it down the whole time.
Okay. But what about the stick itself? Don't you have to hold that and move it up and down, back and forth?
I hold the stick and move it up and down, back and forth all the time.
And how many cars did your parents have?
Just 2 vehicles. They each had one.
Okay. And what type of vehicle did the defendant have?
He had a Ford Explorer.
And that's a big SUV?
It's not very big. It's what I have now. I would say mid-size.
Okay. It is an SUV?
Correct.
All right. And the other kind of car was what?
I think at the time Mom had a Honda Accord.
Okay. And who would wash the cars?
Dad would wash the cars, typically with a long-handled brush.
All right. And who would vacuum?
I think sometimes my mother did it, but I'm not saying he never did it. I don't know. So I think they probably shared that responsibility.
Would he wash your mom's car as well?
Yes, he would wash both cars.
Okay. And then for convenience purposes, would he do them at the same time?
I don't know that.
Okay. Would he wash your car?
No.
All right. So you say he used a long handle brush?
Correct.
All right. And again, I know these sound like silly questions, but since we're talking about his physical ability, that's why I'm asking him. So when he would wash the car, then he would have to take this long handled brush, right? Okay. And then put soap on it. And I guess first what do? You have to use the hose to water the car, right?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you.
Sure.
Okay. And then
None
you
of
use
this
long
has
handled
any
brush
relevance
to
on whether or
clean the
not he
entire
would be
car,
in
right?
particular
Yes.
danger
Right,
from
that
getting
takes some shoulder
punched in the
movement.
head.
Correct.
All right. Standing for
The
a
fact
while
that he
to
can
wash
use
the
his
car.
arms.
Would have to use his
It
back,
also doesn't
obviously,
mean
to
that he
wash
would
the car, right?
have to
Sure.
fight someone
Use his
off.
fingers to grip everything, correct?
Yes.
This is a Binger
Um,
argument.
Bending down to do the tires.
Why
going
didn't you
up
just
above
get
the
in there,
SUV,
oil up,
all
and
that
start throwing
bending, back,
punches?
shoulder,
Did he have a
correct?
gun? Did he have a knife? Did he have a chain?
Yes.
Did he have a mace?
And then you have to do the same thing again with your mom's car.
If he did her car in the same day.
And again, I know it sounds silly, but then you'd have to dry both cars.
I dry my car by driving around the block. I don't know how he drives his car.
Okay. Is the Honda a more compact car?
I don't know if it's considered compact or mid-size.
Okay. Your father, I know it sounds weird when I say the defendant, but He was 6'2", about 270 around the time of the shooting?
I'm not certain what he weighed at the time of the shooting. I mean, I know he had gotten way heavier because he was less active than he had been, but I don't know what he weighed or.
Okay. Was it difficult for him with his back issues to get in and out of the Honda Accord?
I don't recall
Everything was difficult.
observing that.
No. So he was okay to do that?
Objection, she said she didn't recall, Your Honor. I've been asked to answer.
All right, sustain.
All right.
You said they were fairly active, so did they go out and do things?
They were active. They did go out and do things. I'm not sure what kind of things. I mean, they went to the movies, they went out to dinner.
They
went to
defended
church on a
themselves against
regular
attack.
basis. They were heavily involved with their Sunday school class.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is the amount of driving that they were doing. You know, getting into the SUV, getting out of the SUV, getting in the Accord, getting out of the Accord, driving around for long periods of time. If they were active,
And the
that was
chat's
something
so funny.
that the defendant was able to do fairly regularly then, correct?
Yes, he was able to do that.
And would your father drive mostly?
Yes.
Pretty much any time that they went out, he would be the driver.
Predominantly, yes.
So obviously, you didn't have any difficulty using the steering wheel, using the knobs, the levers, everything it takes to drive.
Was he
Knobs
able to wipe
and
his own
levers.
ass?
What car is this man driving that requires knobs and levers to drive? Oh, get my
I know
hoopajou
you weren't
going.
painting this picture, but again, the reason why I'm asking you these questions, he didn't have any difficulty dressing himself, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, you
I
were
think he
living
did,
there.
but I certainly didn't know how he dressed himself. I do remember them talking about him having trouble buttoning his buttons on his shirts.
Okay, so you're saying that he wasn't self-sufficient?
I didn't say he didn't get it done, but if he had difficulty doing it, just about everything he's done, he's accomplished. He just may have had difficulty doing it or may have spaced it out or done it for shorter periods of time.
Have you ever met a man who can barely hold a manila envelope because it's so big?
You think he gets like 2/3 size manila envelopes so they don't look too big in his hands?
Bigger than my
Special
chest.
orders.
Do you have anything smaller? All of his legal documents are printed on A4 stationery.
He lives a forced perspective life.
Would you say that he was able to put on his own shirt?
I never heard my mother say she had to dress him.
I'm just asking you personally. If he could put on his own shirt.
To my knowledge, yes.
Could he put on his own pants?
To my knowledge, yes.
His own shoes?
To my knowledge, yes.
Tie his own shoes?
There were occasions where his hands would lock up or he would have trouble bending down. So I think that although he could mostly tie his own shoes the majority of the time, I think there were times when he had difficulty.
Okay. Do you remember being?
I mean, she probably didn't see her father dress himself very often.
Hearing
only after
deposition
awkward
on
nights.
October 15th of 2015, whether or not he could tie his own shoes.
I'm
sorry?
I don't remember being asked that in
Would it refresh
this
your memory
room.
if I showed you it?
Oh, I believe that it was asked that. I'm not saying I wasn't. I don't remember being asked that in the courtroom, but I do remember that I was being asked. I was asked it at some point in time.
Okay. Do you remember being asked if he had any difficulty tying his own shoes, and you indicated that he did not have any difficulty tying his own shoes?
I think there was a series of questions that I was asked. Can you do this? Can you do this? And I answered yes to most of them. If
Okay.
not all.
And one of those was, can he tie his own shoes? And you
Sure.
answered yes.
Sure. And for the most part, like I said, he could.
Okay, but in that answer, what I'm saying is that you didn't say yes for the most part he could. He had difficulty. You said yes he could.
Sure. If you read that whole section in the deposition, then you will read that I gave a one-word answer to Mr. Martin's firing of questions to me.
Okay. Okay. But you weren't limited in your answer, right?
No, I was not.
Okay. So when you say that he was firing these questions at you, he never said to you, I only want you to give a one-word answer.
Correct. He did
All
not
right.
say that.
So when you were asked the question,
I'm
you
giving
find
you
yourself
more
limited
detail
in
because you're so
the
attractive.
answer. You
She's
just
not
took
being
yes.
contradictory.
Correct.
And again, actually,
You put on
had
the belt.
she started giving more
As far as I
information
know,
than just
yes.
yes, he
comb his
likely
hair.
would have objected to the
As far
extra
as I know,
information,
those are not things I have observed him doing.
as this guy has done multiple times today.
Would he help bring in the groceries?
I believe he will. Yes.
Go out to the car, bend down, grab the groceries, come back in, put them down.
They haven't.
Tell me to slow down. I'm trying to slow
I
down.
know she told me the same thing earlier. Yes, they have an SUV now, and yes, they both carry in groceries, to my knowledge.
Okay. And I think you already indicated this. He didn't have any difficulty sitting in the car for a long period of time.
I don't think difficulties sitting in the car, but I think getting out after sitting for a long period of time was where the difficulty came in.
Okay. Because if his back was so, it was hurting so much, that's why I'm asking you the question. It didn't hurt him to sit down for a long period of time, even though he had these back issues.
I don't know if it did or not. He didn't really complain about it.
Well, I think you indicated that you went on a trip to North Carolina, was that? Did you go on a trip to North Carolina with him in October of 2013?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that's just a few months before the shooting, right?
Correct.
And where'd you go, Franklin or Highlands?
I don't remember that trip.
Okay.
I think
did
it
you
was
not remember it all, or you
probably-
just don't remember where you went?
I don't remember which one. I think the year before we had gone to Highlands. We were in Highlands.
Hear
My
how
ex-husband was
excitedly
with
he
us,
asks
so
every
my daughter was
question?
less than a year old. So that would have been the Franklin trip.
Okay, and from
I have an
Brooksville
idea.
to
I have an idea.
Franklin,
I have
it's
an
about
idea.
8 hours,
I believe so, 8.5.
and the defendant drove those 8 hours, right?
To my knowledge, I wasn't with him, but yes, that's
Right,
what I
but-
believe.
But he and your mom went together, right?
Correct.
All right, and you learned then that he had driven the entire way.
I don't recall if he drove the entire way or if she did. It was likely, based on past history, that he drove the entire way. But for that particular trip, I don't remember if she drove at all or not.
Okay, what about when you were all together in Franklin? Who did the driving?
I think my dad or my brother was with us too. I don't know if he drove at all.
When you say he drove it all, who's he? He your brother or he?
I don't know if Matt drove at all because he was with us. If he's with us, sometimes he will drive as well. I don't recall on that particular trip if he did. So I would say probably predominantly my father.
And you rented a house, right?
Correct.
All right, and Matt and the defendant did a lot of fishing. That
Was
trip.
your dad able to pay the rent?
I think I remember them bringing their fishing poles and the house was on a river. I don't recall how much fishing they did.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if I showed you your deposition?
Sure, or you can read it.
Right. Truckers drive their trucks for 12 hours at a time, and you see plenty of them that are not in very good shape.
Or that have back issues, or that have arthritis. Sometimes you just have to deal with your physical ailments. Let's see. None of your business says, "Oh my God, I just saw the copyright cucks over the law and crime watermark. I'm dying. Take my money." Gladly. Angel of Sin says, "I love how his old age is scary and sad. My great-grandfather at 88 moves faster than this SWAT guy, apparently. His old ass will still go weld on trucks in a weekend alone, even after 3.5 heart attacks and a life of
May I first
smoking."
witness?
Yeah, so I ran a marathon at 35, and so did a 90-year-old woman run the same marathon. I could still kick the shit out of her in a fight. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Okay, so that refresh your memory that your brother and the defendant did a lot of fishing on that trip.
That's what I said in my deposition, correct.
Because fishing is such arduous exercise.
And
I
also,
think I've fallen asleep fishing.
Day walks, shopping, hiking, things like that.
I don't remember doing any hiking that trip, and I had friends in the area, so I wasn't with them the whole time because I have friends that live up there. So my daughter and I visited them as well. I would say that we did. Yes, I remembered going shopping. We usually did that on vacations, but I don't know that we did much hiking that trip.
Okay. And when you went shopping, it was just 5-6 hours you walk around the town?
Not so much.
Not so
no.
much what?
We're not 5 or 6 hour shoppers. We would go to town, go maybe 1 or 2 shops, and then we're done.
Okay. Would it be about half a day or not even as much, just a half a day then?
It would depend on if we went in the area or we were doing something in the area or we traveled. If we traveled to another area where there was a 30, 45-minute drive, then it might take a half a day that we were gone. But we're not the people that just go and shop.
I don't think he was salmon fishing in North Carolina, folks.
So would you say that if you went shopping, it would be a half a day or not a half a day?
It could or could not be. I don't recall the exact time we were shopping on that trip. But did we go in some of the junk shops or visit some of the
Refresh your
stores
memory
in the
if I showed
area?
you your deposition. This is page
Going shopping is torturous for me, and I don't have any direct physical ailments. All I want to do is find a couch or a chair every time Lady Rackets finds a store with clothes to try on. All I want to
Okay,
do
it's
is
the same thing
sit
I'm telling you
down.
now. Maybe a half a day. Could be. Maybe a half a day, maybe not.
a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I want him to do redirect and just go, "You guy's pretty short, isn't he?" Did it surprise you that,
that height challenged?
Were you surprised when he got short with you?
You ever expect to be cross-examined by a man wearing lifts in his shoes?
Okay, so you were talking about on direct biking, right? And again, we're talking about 2013 all the way up until the point of time of the shooting. Okay? And you indicated that that he would do some biking, right?
Correct.
All right, and he had 2 different types of bikes, right?
Correct.
A road bike with slick tires.
Yes.
Okay, what's slick tires?
Just tires that are more of a smooth surface.
Okay, are they those really thin ones?
I don't know if his are or not because they make slick tires that are bigger now too. So I'm not certain what kind of tires.
Okay,
were on
did it
his
have the lean-in grips? You know what I'm saying? So you sit on it and you got the grips and you're kind of leaning over.
Sure. I'm not
They're
sure.
co-
I know
we
way
need the
back in day
officer
he had a bike like that.
from the
but I know
Edgecombe
that
trial.
He switched out bikes to suit his abilities. at
The
time.
ram horns, they're called.
Refresh your memory to take a look at your deposition.
That's fine. After 8 years, or however long ago that was, it's hard to remember what type of handlebars were on his bike.
Oh, I know, probably same way with all the witnesses.
Objection. Has the court to strike that to his comment.
Overruled.
Now, that road bike, he rode that several times a week, right, in 2013?
Did you want me to read something from my deposition?
It was about the lean-in handle grips. I mean, do you want to look at it?
If you'd like for me to.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Did he ride that bike several times a week?
Much ado about nothing.
And he would ride on trails?
They must have looked at what she said.
Was the name of the trail, and I'm terrible with pronouncing this name, so it's going to be awful.
Hard Scrabble Trail.
With Lacucci Trail.
What a creepy smile.
We've
With
got-
with
I believe so.
Lacucci
There's
Trail?
several in Hernando County, but I think that's the one closest to their house. So I believe that's where he rode from most of the time.
Now, if he did that, he'd have to take the bike from the house, right?
Correct.
And then where would he put it? In the back of the SUV or on top?
No, not on top. He had a rack that went on the back and he just stuck it on the rack.
Okay, so we have to pick the bike up, put it on the rack.
Correct.
Obviously drive out to the trail, take it off.
Correct.
All right. And then just go on whatever bike ride he went and then do the same thing to go back home.
Correct.
All right. I mean, I know it sounds like common sense, but again, we're just talking about his physical.
Tell us again why you're asking the
13
question.
Up to the point of the shooting.
Tell us what him being
And he
able to
also
put a
would
bike
ride
on and
a
off a
mountain bike,
rack
right?
has to do with a
He had
self-defense
one, yes.
shooting
Okay, but he would ride it.
at a dark
I don't
theater.
know which bikes he chose to ride at which times. I think that when he rode with my mother, he mostly rode the mountain bike. And when he rode with several of his friends, I think he mostly rode the road bike.
All right. Now, in April 2013, when you moved in, you talked about kayaking, right?
Correct.
All right. And he actually owned 2 different kayaks, right?
He owned 2 and my brother owned 2, correct.
Okay. And the reason I'd imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he owned the kayaks was because they did enough kayaking where it wouldn't be worth renting the kayak, right?
I don't know why.
How would she know?
To buy them instead of rent.
Okay. Well, I mean, it would make sense, right?
It's speculation.
Spending $45 to
It
rent
would
a
make
kayak.
sense is not an appropriate question.
Okay, I'll move on. He
He
owned 2
can
kayaks,
ask
right?
him
Correct.
when
And they
he
were single
cross-examines him, by the
kayaks.
way.
Correct.
And you went with them in April 2013.
Yes, I did.
And in 2013, when you went kayaking, you went on the Weeki Wachee?
Correct.
All right.
On a Weeki Wachee?
You would drive to where? Where would you load the kayaks up? Where the mermaid place was?
I think so. I think that's where it is. It's right next to it, not like in the park in
Right.
Weeki Springs, but right next to it. Yes.
Right. And then would you go down and then I don't know, can you paddle back up and get out in the same spot where you went in?
No, they have a shuttle. They offer a shuttle service where when you get to your destination, they'll load your kayaks for you and drive them back. On that particular occasion, I don't recall if we used the shuttle service or if Matt brought his truck down there.
Okay, and down there, is that park that's all the way at the end? Is it? I can't remember
Rogers.
the name.
I
John
think it's Rogers Park.
Okay. Now for kayaking, you have to paddle, obviously, right?
Correct.
Uses your shoulders, your back.
Sure.
And it takes several hours, doesn't it, to go from...
You're mostly just floating down the river, folks. You may as well be in a tube.
I think it probably.
That's why they have a
is. I know
service
his
that brings
dad
it
always
back.
planned the kayaking trips that they did, so he always planned according to the current. So we didn't have to paddle upstream per se. So depending
This
on where the
isn't
current was,
Olympic
it would depend
kayaking
on
here.
how much time that it took.
Okay, well, didn't the current always go from where you launch down the John Rogers? It only goes one way.
Correct, but it depends on, it's different when the tides are coming in and out, it makes a difference with the current. So yes, he always looked at that and what was going on with the currents and what was going on. with the time
Imagine
of
not
day.
knowing about
That
kayaking
made
when
a
you're going to
difference.
ask questions about it.
Well, the current was
It's the same
never
every day, right?
Really
No.
swift, or it only take an hour, right?
I don't recall how much time it took us.
Okay.
That's the only time I've made that trip.
Okay, and you don't remember how long it took you?
I don't.
It wasn't like whitewater rafting, though, right?
No, not at all.
I mean, that's just not how Weeki Wachee is.
No.
You can't even pronounce it.
All right, and these 2 kayaks, you put them on a trailer, right?
Yes.
All right, and then the trailer was kept in the backyard on his property, right?
Correct.
And I guess based on what you're describing, did someone help him?
Apparently, he has no privilege of self-defense unless he's a paraplegic.
I don't recall if Matt helped him do it that day or not. Could he do it himself? Yes, it was a little aluminum trailer. But that particular day, I don't know if Matt helped him load him, do all that or not.
I thought Matt met y'all there.
I don't know if he came by the house or he met us there. I don't remember that particular day.
Why don't you pull out the transcript from the immunity hearing and don't have her
All right, so
read
you
it
were talking
again?
about paddles.
That'd be good.
You said they're 2-piece paddles?
Correct.
So you, obviously, it's going to be kind of silly, but you have the 2 paddles and you just lock them together, right? And there's little pins and they
If
snap.
it's going to be
and
silly, don't
I
ask.
think it's like a little spring lock.
Okay. And I remember when you started your testimony, you got really emotional because that's when you realized that, your dad was in this really deteriorating condition, right? You remember that?
Correct.
Because these paddles, he couldn't take these paddles apart and he really needed your help. And that was a big moment for you, right?
When your father that's been able to do everything his entire life can't get 2 simple pieces of, I don't know if it's metal or what it was made out of, but when he can't get those apart, it's certainly eye-opening.
Wasn't it just stuck?
I don't think so. They went apart. He stored them apart all the time. So I don't know that it was just stuck.
Okay, well, I'm talking about this very particular point in time, right? When you got emotional on the stand, wasn't the reason that the paddles couldn't come apart simply because they were stuck?
I don't think they were stuck. If they were stuck, we would not have been able to get them apart.
stuck just enough that an old man couldn't do it.
So you're saying it was stuck or wasn't stuck?
What's your definition of stuck?
Okay, was it coming apart very easily?
Clearly not, because one person couldn't do it.
Okay, and so in order to get this apart, what'd you have to do? Did the two of you have to work together to get this apart? Or did you just come and do it?
No, he asked for my help to do it.
Okay, so that means both of you together were able to take it apart.
Yes, sir. That's what I recall.
Okay, and it was stuck pretty good, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I remember him
You
asking me.
stick
And
it
I
in?
remember us both doing it together, but I don't recall.
Okay, so
Again,
let's talk about how
the idea is that if he were 40, he would have been able to
came
just
that you
go
were able
"Ugh,"
to take
and pull it
apart
apart.
with him. Did both of you have to tug on it?
I believe so. I mean, we obviously had to
mostly
push
my
the
dad did
button
his own
down
tugging.
and pull it apart.
Okay, so were both of you tugging and pulling and twisting to get this thing apart?
You're actively tugging.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
You could have
Can you approach
asked.
the witness?
I would have said you could have just said that from the beginning. If you just want me to say what I said 8 years ago, I'm happy to do so. Just show me what I said.
Page 37. Go from lines 15 to 25. Just read to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Lancelot 652 says, "Is your father secretly Hawkeye?"
Read the second page. So you already finished reading it?
If he wasn't a gimp, you must convict.
Let me see if I need to- Okay,
And-
stop it. Line 7.
N1NJ
So,
489 says, "For him, even a Honda Fit would be a giant car."
And the defendant were able to get that stuck paddle apart was that for 10 full minutes, the two of you are twisting, tugging, and pulling that thing.
I said about 10 minutes. I don't remember exactly how long it took us to get it apart. And I said yes. And there was probably more twisting involved than pulling, but both.
Okay, so my question to you is, I mean, you're the one that answered 10 minutes, right? You saw that?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to 10 minutes. Could be 9, could be 8. But basically, you know, the
And you
picture I
kind of
thought you
were
were
just a
painting
second
was
ago
that-
when you said you answered 10 minutes.
was that he couldn't just undo it. But in reality, what it was is the paddles were stuck. So he asked your help. And then for 8, 9, or 10 minutes, the two of you are twisting this paddle to pull it apart. And finally, together, because it was stuck, you were able to do it, right? That's really the picture of what happened.
Those same paddles he used every time he went kayaking. And that's the only time he couldn't get them apart himself, to my knowledge.
Okay, but the only reason I
This
brought it
guy's
up was
never had
you
a
were
woman do
so
anything with him
emotional
for
over the
10
fact
minutes.
You were realizing for the first time how your dad was deteriorating.
Yeah, because he asked his daughter for help.
Okay, to undo stuck paddles that he then could twist for 10 minutes.
I don't know what you're getting at.
I'll move on.
That wasn't a question.
Yeah. Billy Witch Doctor says, "Is this prosecutor trying to
All right,
come
let's
across
talk
as a
about
smug pile of
the
trash?"
Sporting
He's
clips.
doing an okay job
All right,
of
so where would you go with the defendant to do the sporting clips?
Tampa Bay Sporting Clays.
All right, and in 2013, about how many times do you think you and him went?
Probably about 5 or 6 times.
Okay, and can you explain what it is when you go there and you shoot? Are they? I don't know. Okay, are they birds? What is it that you shoot? What are they called?
It's called a clay pigeon, and it is a piece of clay.
Just out of
that's
curiosity, do they have a height
and
requirement?
it's slung into the air from a machine.
Okay, and
Must be
when
this
you
tall.
do that, what type of firearm do you use?
I was using a Benelli Super Sport 12
Okay,
gauge
and
shotgun.
is that a shotgun?
A 12 gauge shotgun.
All right, and the defendant
She's-
when he would go on those
She's
6
using a rifle to shoot sporting clays.
use a shotgun as well.
That same gun.
Okay.
My dad used
And
throwing knives because he's a
How many
badass.
rounds would you shoot when you went there?
Sometimes we wouldn't do the entire course. Sometimes, so never more than 50 rounds, because I believe the course was 50 rounds.
Okay, so, but they had 3 courses there, right?
Yes.
All right. So 50 rounds would mean that both you and he would have to load 50 shells, right?
Correct.
I mean, it sounds like an obvious question. When you load shells, can you just drop them in, or you got to apply some pressure into the springs to get them in there?
No, it's not difficult. You just kind of push it in with your thumb.
Okay, but there's a spring in there that you got to push it into, right?
I'm not sure how the mechanism, how it actually functions, but you do have to push it in. But it's not something that's hard to do.
Was that the first time you used that shotgun?
No, it is not.
Okay, so do you know what it takes to load, or you don't know what it takes to
She just told you.
Sure.
It's
I
not
don't
hard
know
to
the
do.
internal workings of the weapon, no, but I know how to load it. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you, so no time I don't want you to think that I'm asking you the internal workings of the
You
firearm.
just did. You
were
asked about a
asking
spring.
and you don't visibly see a spring, so.
Okay, well, when you load it, don't you feel some pressure?
Not much, a little bit. That gun is super easy to use and super light.
Okay, well, when you're pushing
It's
it,
for
you're
sporting
feeling
clays. It's shooting reduced recoil rounds.
It could be.
It's not abusive to shoot by any means.
Yeah.
How long does it take to do the course?
It depends on how many people you're shooting with. It depends on if people in front of you are taking a long time and you have to wait on them. So it all
Depends if Dick Cheney's in your
Let's say
group.
it's the best case scenario, about an hour?
I haven't shot since that time period. So sure, we'll say an hour.
Okay, well, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Do you want to
Yes, you
take a
do.
look at your deposition?
Did I say about an hour?
You did.
Okay.
All right, now the course, it's kind of, and we're talking about back in 2013, 2014, it wasn't pavement, right, where you walk around?
No, it's not.
All right, was it kind of just like a dirt trail, I guess?
Was it lava?
Mostly dirt, just hard packed dirt because it was driven on as well.
Okay, and were there a lot of trees around?
Yes, you're
So-
walking in the woods.
Okay, so there's roots and things like that, you gotta walk over, step over, things like that.
No,
Not so much in the trail because like I said, they drive on it as well. So the trails were pretty just
it's a maintained trail.
hard
It's just a hard dirt trail.
dirt.
Okay, and although you could drive on it, the times you went, the two of you decided you just wanted to walk it,
Correct.
as opposed to taking the easy way, especially if you have some difficulties, some physical disabilities, just sitting in a cart and driving around. You just walked it instead.
We walked it.
All right. And there's some stations there where it requires stairs, right?
Correct.
All right. So you can walk up and down the stairs, right?
Yes.
Now, the shotgun that you all are carrying, and I'm really talking about the defendant's shotgun, that wasn't one that you could break and put over your shoulder, correct?
Correct.
You have to just walk with it?
Yes.
All right. So, and again, I know it sounds like a silly question, but he's got to grip it with his hands.
Sure.
And when you're carrying something, obviously, there's going to be some strain on your shoulders.
Okay.
Well, yes or no?
The gun's so light. I mean, I can shoot 50 rounds and not feel it at all. So there are shotguns that are way heavier than that. That yes, I would say take more effort to carry them around.
Okay. And then for the ammunition, where was that held? Where did he hold the ammunition? In a pouch or in a vest?
I remember him wearing a vest. I always wore a pouch. I can't say that he didn't use both. I do remember him wearing a vest on occasion, but I don't remember if he was getting the ammo out of his vest or out of a pouch. And when I say pouch, I mean a pouch that snaps around your hips.
Right, around your belt?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any difference whether or not you carry it in the vest or in the pouch? I mean, is it more comfortable either way?
I've never carried it in a vest. I don't know. I've always used a pouch.
Can I imagine you taking off your vest? I can.
When you carried the ammunition, was it loose or was it in boxes?
It's in
You
a
know,
pouch.
they make those vests in
Two small boxes
XSS
and then maybe
size.
some loose. It depends. Everybody does it different. Some people dump them all out of the boxes. Some people carry boxes. Some people don't.
The defense is letting him go, by the way, because this is so like far outside of any relevant information,
All right,
and the
and
jury
then
is probably
the
like
actual mechanism of shooting.
they're just lost. So let him just
you
keep
go to the
going.
station,
This is pointless.
Whether you had to walk to it or you had to go upstairs, you get to the station, right? And then, so, we'll say you or we'll say the defendant, because it's going to be the same way, right? The way there's that this is done. So what happens? You get up there, and what happens next?
You get up there, and then there's typically another person that's on your team. You say pull, they press the button for the mechanism, and then you fire.
Okay, so let's talk about what that entails.
Is it true that you say pull and they say press? Do people often do the opposite of what you say?
So the button's pushed. Where would he hold the shotgun as he's waiting for the button to be pushed?
I don't know if he held it at ready position or if he held it at down. You can shoot. There's different ways to shoot. Some people hold it at ready position, which is what I do. And then other people will hold it and then get ready once they call pull.
Okay, so pull, and what happens next? So do you have to pull the shotgun up real fast?
Well, it depends. If you're already at ready position and you say pull, then no, you just follow the shell and pull the trigger.
Okay, and what if it's not a ready position?
Then you would have to bring the gun up and follow the shell and pull the trigger.
Okay, and then once it goes off and it's going, you have to, I know it's gonna sound silly, but you have to aim, and you're actually rotating your back and your shoulders as you're tracking it across the sky, right?
Maybe.
Correct.
All right, and then you pull the trigger.
Yes.
And you're holding the shotgun up, next to your face?
Yes.
All right.
Against your shoulder.
Okay, and you do that 50 times?
Yes. If you shoot that many that day, yes.
And then obviously after the shot, you got to open up the shotgun, take those shells out, load the other ones in, and that's what you do throughout the whole course, right?
Correct.
So you're basically using your fingers and your hands to do things about 100 times during a day like that.
I don't remember if those shells auto-ejected or not.
And no, it wouldn't be 100 times because it's 50 rounds, 2 shells around. If it's an over under or side by side loader, it's 2 in the chamber. If it's like a pump action, you just drop your 8 shells into the magazine, bloop, 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 up the tube or whatever. I don't know what the fucking terms are, but it doesn't.
Do you have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
But she said at most 50 rounds, so it's 50 rounds.
The week before the shooting in the theater, the defendant and your brother went on a week-long hunting trip?
I believe that was your trip to Ohio, yes.
Ohio?
I think so.
Okay, but it was a week-long hunting trip.
I don't remember the duration of the trip.
If I represented to you that you said a week 8 years ago, would you agree to go out on a date with me? Doug Murray, would you consider fishing a sport? Nothing you can fall asleep doing is a sport. Stogies and Boomstick says, my best friend's wife kayaks regularly. She is paralyzed from the waist down. What is this? What is the point? Czar says, missed the obvious question of whether he can open a pickle jar.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Patrick, who found me here on Ricardo Law. He sent me a nice map for Texas Hill Country, just arrived in the mail.
Talk to you
Thank you very much.
You know, your father.
A Butler map.
for instance, okay. You know that you see him, he walks around with a cane, right? You know he used a cane now to walk?
I do.
Does he have a handicap placard on his car?
No, he does not.
He still drive around?
Well, I mean, limited now at this point, but yes.
He's under house arrest.
To the grocery store and doctor's office and where he's allowed to go.
He doesn't drive out of state, to be clear.
If he were allowed, he could drive all over the place.
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
He still mows his yard on the ride-on mower.
Yes, he does.
In terms of, some of the questions the prosecutor asked you, he asked you about, about this shoelace thing. Well, the question that was proposed to you was, can he tie his shoes? And you answered yes.
Oh, and yes, he can.
If the question was asked of you, does he ever have difficulty tying his shoes? What would be your answer?
Exactly how I answered that. For the most part, yes, he can tie his shoes, but I have seen him have difficulty bending down to tie his shoes.
Okay. And the prosecutor is asking you, if you know about his head and all of that. I mean, would you agree or disagree with me that the last thing you would want to see your father in 2014 as a 71-year-old, last thing we'd want to see is him get hit with anything, right?
Correct.
You know that if he got hit with a fist, it might kill somebody at his age, right?
Yes, sir.
Super leading.
Door was open, Your Honor.
Oh, well.
Yep, nailed it.
So
dummy.
you know that although he may have been able to walk around in the Carolinas, you know that whether or not he could go fishing or shoot clays, that
Good question.
as he sat in that movie theater as a 71-year-old, if he got hit, he could be seriously injured or killed, right?
Yes, sir.
That testimony should not have been allowed,
No.
except for the fact that he
May this witness be
demanded that
released.
she answer the thinness.
All right. You're free to go, Ms. Shaw, but if you get called back, you have to come back.
Okay.
Oh, what an idiot. So what happened there, she's not a medical expert. She can't testify to the danger of a 71-year-old man getting hit in the head.
And remember my instructions during the break, please.
But the prosecutor insisted over and over that she be answering questions about physiology, danger, medical issues, realities about the thinness or thickness of skin or the propensity for damage if they are struck. So, I mean, an absolutely insanely dumb question to ask or to push on. And since he got it in, he was able to then ask, well, certainly the last thing you'd want to see is your 71-year-old father get hit with a fist that could knock him out or kill him, right? Yep. Good work.
They got lucky. They got a lucky break.
Yeah.
Because with this judge, it's 50-50. She could have said sustained.
Yeah.
Although they got the answer in anyway.
Get them in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're still behind, aren't we?
Just a little tiny bit now.
All right. We ready to get them in? And, never fails.
Andrew H says on a scale of 1 to 10, how much
here's
twisting
your
and tugging were
next
you doing?
Okay.
Squizgar says, and I know this sounds silly. Yeah. So why the hell are you
Do you
asking?
have any others past him for today? No. Okay, that's what I thought.
Last witness.
All right. How are we looking for time for next week? You looking all right? I mean, we're going to make it by the end of the week?
I think so. I can give you a very good idea by Monday, I think.
Okay.
I've spoken to all of our
Stop clicking your pen, lady.
Did you just tell me about Dr. Foley today? Yeah.
Karina?
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you kill a person by hitting the nose? You can kill a person by hitting the nose if you aim it correctly. Please don't talk about that because I have post-traumatic stress from hearing about noses being damaged. Angel of Sin says you can keep skipping forward past the jury, moving back in. Come on. I never know if the judge is going to say anything interesting.
I think we're all caught up now.
We're very shortly behind a minute or so. I guess I can fast forward now. They should have asked for a special permission with a doctor's note that he wouldn't have to stand up for the jury to enter, and then an instruction to the jury that actually it's really hard for him to stand up and down, so we let him sit.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right.
Hello there. Yes,
Get
he is
started
set to
again.
testify
Mr.
probably next week.
Michaels?
He'll be probably the last witness.
Matthew Reeves.
All right, so his son is about to testify.
Matt Reeves. Is that the name?
AWM Fishing and Gaming. No, Branca did not get to answer the Uber super chat I had earlier. Sorry you had to deal with a child. I'll look for it. I have not read it. This is for Branca.
He's not a senior officer yet. Oh, go ahead.
Girlfriend works for Uber, and she has some sketchy situation. If she has to use a firearm to protect herself, how can she do it in a way she doesn't get screwed by the state in Pennsylvania?
Well, the first thing she should do is get hard with lawofselfdefense.com/get hard. That'll tell her what she needs to do.
You state your name
Matthew J. Reeves.
and how are you related to Curtis Reeves
He's my father.
and Vivian Reeves?
Yes, mother.
Tell me what you do for a living.
Work for the Tampa Police Department.
For how long now?
Next month will be 19 years.
What is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to patrol, and I'm also a member of the bomb squad.
And prior to that, were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
6 years, U.S. Air Force.
And did you have any clearances?
Yes, sir.
This guy looks
my
like all of
duties
those
required me
things.
to have a top secret SCI clearance.
And from what year to what year were you in the Air Force?
It would have been 1995 through 2001.
Now, we're going to talk about January 13th, 2014. Before we get there, let's talk about a hunting trip you went on with your father right before that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that hunting trip. Where was it?
I had been up in North Florida, Panhandle area.
And I don't hunt, so I'm going to ask you some questions about it. How does that go? Do you arrange to go there? How do you end up going to North Florida hunt? Or you just go there and turn off the road and walk into the woods?
This was a paid hunt that included a clubhouse for a location to stay. You're paying for a certain time frame, a couple days to hunt on their private property. So we basically had a house to stay in, and then we went out and found where we wanted to hunt within the property.
They staked the animals out for us.
Were there other people staying in this house?
There was a couple other gentlemen, yes.
And so is this, when I think of a lodge, I think about, like in the movies, like a big log cabin with a big fire roaring and people in smoking jackets. Is that what it's like?
We were on cots in a just a large open room.
Okay. And so this was in North Florida. Where was it in North Florida?
I don't recall the town.
Okay. And so
Nobody
what was
remembers those towns.
The time period you paid for.
A few days, can't recall how many exactly.
And tell me, what are you hunting for?
Either deer or hogs.
Hogs.
So how do you go about doing that? Do you shoot them? Do you use a bow and arrow?
I wish I could eat hog meat right now.
This was we were only hunting archery in this trip.
All right, archery, that means
Hog hunting archery
sir.
would be.
And so
Those things get
you
big.
went with your father?
Yes, they do.
Did you all drive up there?
And dangerous.
Who drove?
I did.
You ever seen the Tannerite
And,
hog
so
hunting?
Tell me a little bit about the
Get big piles of
preparation for
Tannerite
the
and then they
trip.
cover it with corn.
It's,
Those hogs come, they shoot it.
Archery. So tell me about
Disaster.
your father. Did he use a bow at that time?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of bow did he use at the time?
He had both a recurve, which is traditional, and he also had a compound bow.
And what's a recurve bow?
A recurve has no wheels on the ends of it. It's more of a traditional, there's no sights on the bow or anything.
Like in the movies Robin Hood?
Yes, sir.
A big bow like that?
Yes.
And what's the
Well,
other
that's a long bow, but okay.
Yeah, recurve bow goes up and then
Drops
curves
the
back. It
poundage as you draw it
recurves.
back. So as you draw back, the poundage would be a let off of a certain percentage of what the overall weight of the pull would be.
What? I'm not sure I understand what that means. Let me ask you, does that mean it's easier to use than the first bow you talked about?
It has sights, and it's the equivalent of, say, a 50% let off compound bow would be a 50-pound bow. Once you pull it back, you're only holding back 25 pounds instead of the full 50 pounds.
All right. So once you pull it back in terms of holding, I know it's not called a string. What is that called?
Well, the string, yes.
Oh, it is. Okay. So you're holding back that part of the bow where you put the arrow into, right, to aim
Yes, sir.
at your target.
Yes.
And so when you're holding it, it's a little
Now I understand why this guy wears a bow tie.
compound bow. than the other.
Yes, sir.
And so in this particular hunting trip, what sort of bow did your father use?
He was using a Matthews compound bow.
And what is the significance of that Matthews?
Sponsored by Matthews.
I had previously set the bow up for him. It was a newer bow that he had purchased. And when I set it up at a lot lower weight than his previous bow.
All right. And so that means it would be easier to pull back
Yes, sir.
and easier to hold once it is back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, leading up to the trip, do you practice? What do you do to prepare for the trip besides packing?
We generally tried to practice multiple times a week leading up to a trip like that.
And practice means shooting arrows.
Yes.
And where do you practice for this?
Either his backyard or my backyard.
Right. And how do you go about practicing?
We have targets and we would essentially shoot anywhere from a few
You find
dozen
out on the
arrows
hunting trip he
into those
wasn't able to
targets at
fire the
different
bow.
ranges.
Okay. And what do the targets look like? They look like animals, or are they sacks? What are
Bags or like a block.
Okay. Now, leading up to this trip, did you and your dad practice? In other words, shoot arrows in the backyard?
Occasionally, he'd practice on his own a lot of times, and I would practice on my own a lot.
But did you practice with him sometimes?
Yes.
Now, when you practice with him, how many arrows would he shoot at a time?
When we were getting ready for the trip, he wouldn't shoot more than maybe a dozen.
Okay. And before that, did he shoot more at a time?
We used to shoot a couple dozen arrows at a time in practice.
Do you think that sometimes he only shot maybe 2 or 3 at a time?
As we came close to the trip, yes.
And so tell me about that. Was he unable, or tell me why he only would shoot 2 or 3, if you know?
Leading up to the trip, he contacted me about finding out the legality of him using a crossbow.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. A crossbow is, again, I can only go by the movies. Is it one of those things that it looks like a little rifle with a bow on top?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so that's one that you load up, you just pull the trigger,
Yes, sir.
and then the arrow goes.
Yes.
All right.
Were his practice
So you
targets
looked into
6 foot
that
4 inches tall?
Because it was easier, a lot easier to use than a compound bow?
Yes, sir.
And so you did that at your father's request?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you about the trip itself. So you drive up there. Tell me what happens once you drive up there. Do you wake up early the next morning? Do you go out that night, or you allowed to hunt at night? I mean, I don't know.
We can't hunt at night. I don't recall what we did on the very first day, but it would have been scouting to scout out a place to hunt on the first available time we had.
All right, tell me what that means, scouting.
We'll go look into an area and just see if we see signs for a deer. Basically like a little short day hike, walk into the woods, get a look around, find an area that we deem where we would like to sit.
Okay. Now, I know the prosecutor's going to ask you, so let me ask you ahead of time. How far do you walk into the woods with your father?
Maybe 100 yards.
All right, so you're not out there like a half a day or something like that?
No, sir. There were roads throughout the property.
I'm sorry?
There were roads throughout the property.
And so are you describing that you could get in your truck and drive up the road, pick a spot, and then walk into the woods 100 yards?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you would look for a place?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you look for a place, I imagine, again, I'm not a hunter. I guess you look for like animal scat, I guess they call it, right? That sort of thing, or?
With deer, you're usually looking for tracks, what's called a scrape and what's called a rub, and trails.
All right. So you're looking at the ground and looking at the trees to see if deer had passed there, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Now, how do you hunt? I know
This man blinks with precision.
Mr. Martin knows about, stalking.
Only when he
I
blinks.
heard that
Damn.
term. So
I have an objection to the gratuitous comments regarding counsel and also its continuing meeting. I've let it go a little bit to get the flow going, but we need to have.
All right. All right, let's curb the leading sustained as to the.
What are the gratuitous comments about counsel? I missed
He
that.
said, I know counsel's going to ask you about it, so let me ask you. Which wasn't a
Primarily
gratuitous
ways to hunt
comment about
whitetail,
counsel.
Especially in
I
Florida,
don't
is going to
think.
be either sitting in a blind or in a.
Especially if the other comments weren't gratuitous from the previous guy.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, is that one way?
Yes.
Tell me what that means, sitting in a blind.
You can either carry out what looks like a tent that has windows, set that up and then you just sit in a chair inside it.
All right.
You
And
can-
so you're sitting there waiting for a deer to pass.
Yes, sir.
That's a blind. What's another way?
You also could make up a blind out of just brush, like down limbs and tree limbs and stuff, and just sit up in there wearing camouflage.
Okay. Again, waiting for a deer to pass.
Yes, sir.
What's another way?
Bambi.
Tree stand.
Okay. Now, how does a tree stand work?
We use a climbing stand, and you're climbing up into a tree to get an elevated position.
When you say climbing the tree, I'm imagining that you're putting spikes on your feet like a lineman on the telephone pole and lifting yourself up. Tell me, is that how it works?
No, sir.
How does it work?
What we use is what's called a climbing tree stand. It has two pieces, and once they're attached to the tree, once you get into the stand and you put a safety harness on the tree, you move like an inchworm kind of. You stand up and then you just sit down, and it'll move up maybe an inch or a couple inches at a time.
Okay, so the way I understand it is if this is the tree, there are two pieces to this tree stand.
Yes, sir.
They both go around the tree.
Yes.
One piece is here where you would sit. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the other piece is is on the ground that your feet go into.
Yes.
All right. And so do you sit down then on the piece that's here by the back of your legs?
Yes.
And then you just inch I can't do both legs, I'll fall down, but if you inch them both up like this,
Yes.
okay, and then it catches onto the tree, does it?
Yes, sir.
And then you stand up and now you're up a little higher.
Yes.
Okay. And so you do that, like you said, like an inchworm until you get to whatever height you want.
Yes, sir.
What other ways were your options to hunt on that particular trip?
Those are the only two ways we hunted on that trip.
All right. Now, tell me about your dad. You've already told us that he's using a bow that's easier to use. Did I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And do I also have right that you've adjusted it so it would make it even easier to use?
Rehashing the testimony.
Your Honor, in order to put it into context, I think state calls it looping.
Testimony, this is not appropriate.
All right, I'll overrule, but be mindful, please.
Okay.
The point of this hunting talk is to prove the relevance that he is not as physically fit and capable as he was. Therefore, he is more concerned about his physical well-being as he is being potentially attacked.
Is it blind or tree stand or both?
He only hunted in the tree stand one time. Every other time was out of a blind.
All right, let's talk about that. So on
Because
that
it was
trip,
really hard for him
which
to
was
get up
right
that tree
before
stand. I'm
January
guessing.
13th of 2014, is it true that your father got up in a tree stand?
One time, yes.
Now, did he go up the way you described on one of those tree stands inch by inch?
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess because your feet have to lift the bottom part up, is that bottom piece heavy?
The whole stand, both pieces together, are only 18 to 19 pounds.
And that's the part you sit on as well as the other part together?
Yes, sir.
And so your father used the tree stand. How high up did he go into the tree?
The tree that I placed the stand on could only go about 10 feet up due to he only went about 10 feet off the ground. He was unable to go any higher.
And when you say unable, is that because of the tree?
He only did it the one day, but he was unable to go very high as it was anyways.
And that's because he just couldn't do it?
I don't know.
Okay. I imagine you've been hunting with your dad since you were a little boy.
Yes, sir.
I imagine you've seen your father go up into a tree stand many times since you were a little boy.
Yes, sir.
Is 10 feet the usual height he would hunt at?
No, sir.
How high up would he go when he was younger?
We both would generally go up anywhere from 20 to 30 feet up.
Now let's talk about the other way. You said there's a blind.
Yes, sir.
In this, at that last hunting trip, what sort of blind was it?
I'll be right back.
It's kind of like a tent that pops open.
And who carried that into the woods?
I carried it into the woods.
Now, when you hunted, for instance, when your dad was on the tree stand, how far were you from the road?
Within 100 yards.
And so is it that you drive your truck from the the camp or the lodge to the area that you're going to walk into the woods?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
And when you hunted on the blind, did your father carry the blind into the woods?
I carried it
And why did you carry it?
to help him out. He was carrying his bow. I carried the blind.
All right. In the past, when you were younger, did your dad carry the blind into the woods himself?
He would have carried all his own equipment.
Now, during that trip, did your father, I guess the terminology is harvest, did he kill anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you?
Yes, sir.
A deer?
Yes.
Now tell me about that. I'm imagining that if you harvest a deer in the woods, that now somehow you have to get it back out to your truck. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have some kind of cart or something you pull it on?
No, sir.
You have to drag it out.
A drag.
And when you harvested your deer, did you drag him out of the woods?
Yes.
Did your father help you?
No, sir.
Have you seen him in the past be able to do that?
The last time that he had killed a deer, he drug it out and hurt himself.
And how long ago was that before this trip?
Probably 5-6 years before this trip.
And since then, have you always helped him
Yes.
take a deer out of the woods?
Yes.
Now let's talk a little bit about January 13th of 2014, okay? Did you have plans with your mom and dad to go see a matinee that day?
Not prior to the day of.
So tell me, how are the plans made?
They contacted me, I don't remember, by text or phone, and asked if I wanted to attend the Lone Survivor movie with them.
Okay, and was that something you were interested in, going with your mom and dad to watch a matinee,
Yes.
to see that movie?
Yes, I've read the book.
Okay, and so now, as you decide to go, what are the plans? You're gonna go with them?
I'll meet them there.
And what were you doing that you couldn't go with them?
I was cleaning up my truck from the hunting trip and also getting, just since we had been gone for a week, and getting my outside work done at my house.
If you're gone, if it's only a couple days trip, how are you gone for a week?
I can't recall the exact time frame, but being gone, it's just me that lives at my house, so there was chores that needed to be done.
All right, so your recollection is either a couple days or a week. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you get back home, you are plans to meet your mom and dad at the theater. What happens then? You wash your truck. Do you actually go over to the theater?
Yes, I drove there.
Now, when you drive to the theater, are your parents already there? Do you know?
I was running late.
So the plan was to meet them there?
Yes, sir.
At what time?
I don't recall the exact time of the movie.
Was it sometime before the movie was to start?
It was just, I knew what time it was starting and I was supposed to be there at that time.
Now, did your mom or dad tell you where they were going to be sitting, I mean?
I didn't know anything leading up to it because I had already turned my phone on silent and things because I was running late. So I'd already put it on silent. So I didn't know where they were at. I didn't learn that till afterwards that I'd received a text.
All right. And
Later in the day.
Okay, I understand. So going there and actually getting to the theater, you didn't look at your phone, agree with me or not, to know that they had texted you to tell you where they were sitting.
Yes, sir. I never looked at it.
And so, if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to get the State's Exhibit number 5. May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Any interesting testimony happen?
Matthew
No.
Reeves, please.
Amen.
Still about hunting?
Showing you something that's been
Yes.
Oh my God.
accepted into evidence as a State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that inaccurate?
That Chad Olson with an arrow sticking out of his chest.
Remember?
Yes, sir.
You think the son kicks himself every day for taking too long to get into that theater?
Now,
Because he could have just kicked Chad Olson's ass.
to get in the theater, you had to
And then
buy.
arrested him.
Yes.
So did you buy a ticket?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go once you bought your ticket at the ticket booth in front.
Straight into the theater.
So no concession stands or anything else?
No, sir.
And so, Your Honor, may I have the witness step down so we can
I'm not like those state witnesses, sir.
show the exhibit, maybe help him better.
I skipped the concession stand. I don't graze there.
You may, go ahead. I'm gonna stay here. I can.
You've seen the photo?
I have.
I know, Your Honor.
Oh, they got a new court reporter. Look at that blonde hair. Whoa. Look at that low cut top.
This is theater number 10. Does it look like theater number 10 to you?
Yes.
The same theater you walked into that day?
Yes, sir.
Tell me where you would come in. There looks like some stairs. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, if you're facing this over here on the left side, it comes in below a wall. You're coming in at the bottom, coming in on this left side and around the corner and then onto the stairs going leading up.
All right. So do you agree with me when you walk into those doors and say theater number 10, you're kind of going down a ramp?
Yes, sir.
And then when you turn the corner, you go actually into the theater. And you go up the
Now that I pointed out the blonde, folks, don't forget lawofselfdefense.com/get hard.
Into the theater itself, what is going on in the theater? Are there previews playing?
Yes,
Tell me what the lighting conditions were like in that theater.
nearly pitch black.
Now,
Nearly pitch
so you
black.
look pitch black. Could you see, for instance, people within a few feet of you?
Yes, sir.
Did you look around the theater to see where your mom and dad were?
Yes.
And could you see them?
No.
Where were you approximately when you turned around to look?
When I came around the end of the wall at the bottom here, I took one step up and was looking to see where they might be, but I was unable to see due to the lighting.
And when you got there, soon after, did the preview start to play, or were they playing when you got there?
One started to come on as I started looking for them.
Was it RoboCop
So
or
what did you
sabotage?
do once that preview came on?
Most of the people in the theater were paying attention to the preview. I didn't want to interrupt, and I was interested in the preview. It was for the remake of the RoboCop movie, so I turned and faced the screen and watched the preview.
Okay, and can you see where you were approximately?
I would have been off of this picture on the right around the base of the steps or the first step up.
So you'd be more towards the front of the theater than this shows,
Yes, sir.
than where the steps show here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the previews play, they're playing, you're watching them. Do you hear anything unusual?
Not till after the preview.
We're going to talk about that. And so after the preview is over with, what do you do?
I turned back up. It got extremely dark because the screen went dark again. At that point, I turned and took my attention back to trying to find my parents.
So did you turn around on the stairs?
Yes, sir.
And did you look into the theater?
Yeah, I object, leading.
I said, did you? It calls for a yes or no answer, Your Honor.
I
Yes.
didn't hear that. So
Well,
That is leading.
Did you look at the theater to see if you could see where you were
Yes.
at? And did you see them at that time?
No.
And again, were you all the way down or were you moving up?
A leading question can be yes or no, folks.
And now at some point, do you hear something?
Yes.
Tell me what it is that you hear.
I heard my dad say something to the extent of "Get out of my face" or "Get off of me."
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Number one, when you heard that, was that
Interesting, because that's hearsay,
Yes.
but it's technically against his interests.
Start again. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard that, how did you recognize the voice?
It's my father. I've known his voice my whole life.
And when you heard it, what was the tone of the voice?
Alarming.
Did it alarm you?
Yes.
Could you tell where the voice was coming from on this photo, generally speaking?
Somewhere up in the back section.
Good Lord.
Could you tell which row it was?
No, sir.
When you heard your father's voice cry out, did you turn to look?
Yes.
All right. And what area did
Yeah,
you
get
look?
out of my face is pretty close to throw popcorn in my face.
Yep.
Now, at that point, were the previews playing or were they still off?
They were off.
And what were the lighting conditions?
At that point, it was nearly pitch black. So.
Now, when you looked back into the back row, did you see anything?
Initially, no.
So did you see anybody standing, for instance?
Not at the initial, when I initially looked, I couldn't, it was too dark.
That's what we're talking about now. Now, at some point, do you start moving towards that voice?
Yes.
When do you do that?
I had started stepping up the steps while looking up into the back area.
When you heard the voice, you said it alarmed you. Did that cause you now to go towards where you heard it or not?
I had worked my way up the stairs. This was all happening at the same time when I heard it.
Okay. And so what's the next thing that happens?
The gunshot, and I see the flash and the silhouette of a person standing.
Now let's talk about that. When you heard the gunshot, you said you saw the flash. So which direction were you facing?
I was facing up towards the back.
Now, when you said you heard the gunshot, did you also see a flash?
Yes, not the muzzle flash, but just a residual flash.
And what does that mean?
A muzzle flash would have a very distinct, bright, burning, you'd see an actual flame. I was just seeing a general flash.
And was there something that was blocking perhaps your view of seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you see?
A person standing.
Could you tell who that was?
At the time, no.
Did it appear to be a silhouette to you?
Yes.
Okay, you couldn't really make out any features, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens once you hear the gunshot? May I have the witness return to stand? Please sit down. What happens once you see this residual flash? It sounds like a light. Is that what that means?
Yes, sir.
And you hear the gunshot. You recognize it as a gunshot?
Yes, sir.
And that's because of your training, is it?
Yes, sir.
And your experience with firearms. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you hear and see that, what's the next thing that you see? You've described to me a silhouette, just so we know where we're at here. This residual flash, what's the very next thing you observe with your eyes?
The subject that was standing turned and took a large exaggerated step down.
And when you see that, are you closer to the back than what you showed me previously?
I was working my way up the stairs at that time.
Now, when you heard a gunshot, now you see an individual. That individual later became known to you as Mr. Olson. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you hear that and you see that, what is it that you do? Do you go to your father or do you do something else?
No, I went to Mr. Olson.
Okay, tell me about that. Do you go up the stairs?
I went up the stairs to the aisle that he was standing in.
And is it fair to say that that you don't remember if it was the second or the third row that you went to,
No, sir, I don't recall.
but you know it was up towards the top?
Yes.
Now, when you got there, tell me about your contact. Were you the first one to put your hands to get to Mr. Olson?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that? Why did you go to Mr. Olson?
I was able to put the scene together in my training and other things. I knew what had occurred due to the series of things that I heard. So at that point, I went straight to Mr. Olson.
And when we say you knew what occurred based on your training, are you talking about A, you heard a gunshot,
Yes.
and then B, you saw a silhouette that was standing, now not standing? Do you agree with that or no?
Well, they were still standing at that time.
But they were moving away.
Yes, sir.
And so for that reason, you wanted to check on the person that was a silhouette that you later found out was Mr. Olson to try to help them if they were actually shot.
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get up there?
As the subject, as Mr. Olson started to slump over, I had already assessed kind of the scene of what was going on. He
Tell
started,
me about that. What did you assess?
one, I'm making sure that somebody doesn't have a weapon, so that it's safe to actually go hands-on. As he started to slump over, I grabbed onto both of his wrists.
Okay, you wanted to make sure that Mr. Olson didn't have a
Objection,
weapon?
Lee.
Agree or disagree? You wanted to see whether
It's
Mr.
still a
Olson had
leading
weapon?
question.
Initially, yes.
And so then you
Why
said,
did you grab his wrists is the
did you
proper
not,
form of the question.
yes or no, that you put your hands on Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Now, what did you do at that point?
I ordered somebody in the aisle.
But he's figured out the judge doesn't know what a leading question is. So
Did somebody help
if
you
you
do
just
that?
tell her it's not a
Yes.
leading question, she's like,
Once
oh,
Mr.
okay.
Wilson was on the ground, is he on the
Mike
ground?
Hum says it's insane to think this whole thing was less than a minute from not
rows between
happening.
the seats?
Yes,
Because
sir.
Matt would have been there to beat the shit out
So
of
he's
Chad or
not-
to
is
deter
he
him. A
towards
lot
the
of
aisle or not
self-defense
quite there
shootings
yet?
are
His head,
a minute from not
his head
happening.
was away from the aisle.
But he wasn't in the aisle where the stairways are.
No, sir.
Okay.
In the Zimmerman shooting of Trayvon Martin, the cops showed up literally 2 minutes after the
Do I
shooting
need to
happened
render first aid to Mr. Olson?
because
Yes.
Zimmerman had called them to come to the
I
scene
immediately
previously.
lifted the shirt up that he was wearing, pushed the shirt up to see where he was wounded. Once I saw a bullet hole, or what I knew to be a bullet hole in his left chest, I used the same shirt that I had lifted up to kind of like ball it up over the wound and then place direct pressure on it. Then I started speaking to Mr. Olson.
Now, before that happened, after you heard the shot, did
Throw
you
popcorn at my dad, will you?
anything else?
No, sir.
I heard his ribs crack
There
as I
with Mr.
crushed him to
Olson,
death.
and you're applying, is it, it sounds like just yes or no, were you applying pressure to the wound? Is that what you were doing?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
To try to limit the bleeding.
Do you have training in first aid?
Yes, sir.
And so what happens next? You're there rendering aid, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do?
I was just speaking to Mr. Olson, trying to keep him looking at me, and stated, keep breathing, look at me, you're going to be okay. And continue
Liar.
to talk to him.
And did you apply any sort of chest compression, CPR, any of that sort of thing?
No, sir, he was still breathing.
And so at some point, do you leave Mr. Olson?
Someone handed me either a shirt or a sweatshirt or something, and I used that to place over the wound. Then somebody notified me that there was a nurse present. And then not until the person who stated they were a nurse did I move out of my position and let them get to him.
So when you left Mr. Olson, where did you go?
I went up to the aisle that my parents were in.
And at that time, could you see your father
Yes,
and your mother?
yes.
And why is that? Were the lights different? Or tell me how it was you can see them now and you couldn't see them before?
I was much closer, and the ambient lighting within the theater had started to come back on.
I think the nurse was a superseding
Something was
cause
on
of
the
death.
screen.
Now, once you get to the row your parents are, going down the row, who do you come to first, your mom or your dad?
It would have been my mother first.
And was she sitting right next to your dad?
I don't believe so.
Agree or disagree that she was, maybe 2 or 3 seats away?
Somewhere in that general area.
And so what do you do first? You get to the area where your parents are. Who do you go to first?
I went to my father.
Now tell me what was going on with your father. Did you look at him?
My initial thing was to secure the firearm, so I asked him where the gun was.
And where was the gun?
He just stated that he stated a deputy, off-duty deputy, that was standing next to him.
Did your father tell you anything else?
I don't recall.
Objection, hearsay.
Now, when your father was sitting there, did you observe his face and his head?
Not directly. I saw that he had his hand on his face.
When you say hand on his face, are you talking about his face, his cheek, or somewhere on his face?
I can't recall the exacts. It was either on his cheek, on his face, and I'm not sure exactly.
And do you remember which hand?
No, sir.
And was he holding his face?
Kind of his cheek, his face, and that it seemed, I don't know how to describe it, and I don't recall which hand it was exactly.
Now, your father wore glasses back then? Did
Yes,
he?
sir.
All right. And did you notice his glasses? Were they straight on his head or not?
No, sir.
How were they?
One of the lenses would have been out of alignment.
Dude,
from
I
where you
would
actually
kill
see
for a
through it.
Snickers right now. Holy crap.
And what do you mean by that?
They were sitting crooked on his face.
So that one of the lenses wasn't covering one of his eyes? Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember which side was up or down?
No, sir.
Now, at that point, you're dealing with your father. You've looked at him. Do you do anything else in terms of your father at that point?
No, sir.
Do you say anything else to your father at that point?
I think the only thing I stated to them is I needed to go get cleaned up, then to get my mom out of the theater.
Now let's talk about that. Cleaned up. Why did you have to get cleaned
Sheila,
up?
what's so
I had a
amusing?
lot of blood on my hands.
His kids are
From your
defending him.
rescue attempt?
He's
Yes, sir.
proud.
And so after you go and get cleaned up first, or do you take your mother out of there?
I actually went out to go get cleaned up first.
Okay. And then what do you do next? Come back in the theater?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do once you get back in the theater?
I get my mother and take her out.
Now, when you finally reached your mother, was she crying?
She was in shock.
You don't remember if she was crying or not?
Not initially.
Okay. And then where did you take your mother?
Into the lobby area.
Now, the lobby area, that's what, outside of the Theater 10 area you're talking about?
Yes, sir. It had been between Theater 10 and the concession stands.
Now, what's going on in that lobby area when you take your mom out?
Initially, I saw deputies responding in.
Okay. Once the deputies responded, do you have any contact with the deputies yourself?
I did state to him I was an off-duty officer and that the firearm was secured with a law enforcement officer inside the theater.
Now, when you were with your mother in the lobby, were there other people that were within the theater that were out in the lobby?
People that had been in the same theater with us, yes.
And were there tables? Describe what it's like out there.
They're small round table. I believe they're small tables.
Now, at some point, did you see, you're a police officer, so you know what this is, witness forms.
Yes, sir.
Did you see those forms being handed out to the individuals that were in the lobby?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you were caring for your mother. Did you hear people that were congregating in the lobby discussing what they thought had happened in the movie theater?
We were initially trying to sit at one of the small tables. And when people sat down with their forms and were discussing it, I told my mother we needed to move.
But did you overhear that?
Yes, they were discussing the incident.
Now, is it fair to
Where was
say
the hearsay
you
objection there?
actually heard people saying something to the effect of this was overpowered?
Yes, sir.
Where's the hearsay objection there?
Now, at that point, was your mother crying?
Yes.
Was
Did
she
you hear
shaking?
some
Yes, sir.
unnamed witness who can't be
Once,
cross-examined say this thing that helps our case?
The forms were handed out to the other people. You described that you moved your mother away. What's the next thing that happened? Did the police interview your mother?
They took us to another room, away from the rest of the people.
And were you both in the same room?
Initially, we were both seated in the same room. Yes.
Now, at some point, do you get separated?
Yes.
And why is that?
For separate interviews.
So who gets interviewed first, your mother or you?
I don't recall.
Now, when your mother gave her interview, you were not present for that.
No, sir.
When you gave your interview, was your mother present for that?
I don't believe so.
Now, when you give your interview, tell me about that. Do you draw any kind of diagram? Do you try to provide aid? Tell me about your interview.
I provided a statement to what I observed, and they asked me to draw a diagram of where I was at and where I thought Mr. Olson was at, and I drew a diagram on a piece of paper.
And once you gave that interview, what's the next thing that happened? Me and my mother stayed there while they were conducting their investigation until we were released. All right. And so then you don't have any other observations? There's nothing else that happened at the theater that day?
The only other thing that was a little bit strange to me, which they stopped, was initially they were going to tow my mother's car. And when I spoke to the detective, he changed that. They did not tow her car.
And so did you take your mother home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
No further
May I approach the
questions?
clerk?
You may.
And we're gonna have 4 hours across.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're going to go in on him. Please send the short guy in. Send the short guy in to do cross
Martin?
against this big dude.
Good afternoon.
Oh no, it's gonna be chinless. Ah, kill me. Would you agree that your jawline actually exists?
Isn't it true?
That's,
It's not true.
kind of topic by topic. May not be in the order that you discussed it with Mr. Michaels. So in fairness to you, I'll tell you what topic we're going to talk about, then you'll know.
First, why your dad's a
I'd
murderer.
like to begin with the last topic that Mr. Michael discussed with you about when you went out into the lobby and you saw two people sitting at the table and they were, you said, discussing what?
The incident,
What did they say?
something about popcorn.
Something about popcorn. All right. Let me ask you this. You would agree with me that when you go to a football game, maybe 50,000 people all around the stadium. And you remember Doug Flutie's pass, the miracle pass, and it just went all the way down and the guy caught it in the end zone? Remember
No,
that?
sir.
Before your time? Good grief, I just aged myself. Okay, let me talk about something else then.
Yeah, that was already needing a
You're
an
at the
objection to
football
relevance.
game, and you see a kickoff, and then there's a kickoff return from yard number 1 all the way down to the end. Okay? Would you agree with me that the people inside the stadium all had an opportunity to see the run from one end to the other?
Yes,
You
sir.
agree with that?
Nope.
Would you agree?
That's in a lit stadium. Yes, in a stadium.
During the
they would.
day, Tampa Bay Stadium, 3:00 in the afternoon, it's hot, everyone's looking, watching the game. Here this guy runs 100 yards all the way down. Everyone's watching that event. You would agree, because that's something that just doesn't happen all the time, right?
It doesn't fit the context.
What doesn't?
If you're trying to liken this to what occurred in the theater, no.
Answer my question.
In a football stadium, yes.
In a football stadium, if one person receives a kickoff and he went 100 yards all the way down, that would be something that
Not if you
doesn't
got that fat
happen
guy in front of you.
all the time,
Can't
correct?
see anything.
All right. And the people, because it doesn't happen
You're taking a leak.
all the time, they would be watching that event as it took place. You would agree with that, right?
Has this never been to an actual football game? People ignore the game all the time.
See that event, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the people are leaving the football stadium, and two people are talking, hey, did you see that guy run 100 yards? Yeah, I saw the guy run 100 yards. If they both had the opportunity to see it, would you discount that the fact that they actually saw it just because they were talking about it?
Not in a football stadium.
My question is, would you discount the fact
He answered the
that they both
question.
said, I saw the guy run from one end to the other just because they were talking about it?
Not in a football stadium.
No, not in a
All right.
stadium.
Plus, it wasn't about did they see it. It was what did they see, and what they saw on Doug Flutie's pass could be very, very different. Oh yeah, he was at the 10-yard line. No, he was at the 5-yard line when he released the pass. That was
13,
crazy.
2014.
Oh yeah, you guess he was farther
Now,
back than I thought.
You showed up casually dressed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of a polo shirt, kind of loose fitting that you wore out. So
I'm sorry, there's no shirt I can wear that is loose fitting.
I'm
I
not
have
sure what I
muscles.
had on.
a light color shirt with stripes across. You have a shirt like that, right?
I might have back then. If you say I did, I haven't seen a picture of me wearing
All right.
it, but I'm sure.
Didn't he say he took his shirt off and
You
used it to mop
indicated
up
to us that
a bunch of blood?
You approached Mr. Olson. You
But he doesn't
applied
have it
your
anymore.
hands to his chest. You got blood on your hands, right?
Yes, sir.
Then after you performed that, you went up to where your mom and dad were. You had a brief conversation, then you left.
Yes,
Remember
sir.
that? And because you had to clean up, right?
Yes.
And you remember when you turned to go and leave, so you wouldn't get blood on anyone. You kind of left like this, so you wouldn't get blood on anybody else, right? You remember that?
I don't recall.
You saying it didn't happen, or you just don't recall?
I don't recall.
Said, I don't recall. Jeepers.
At the time that you're at the bottom of the stairs and the previews are going, you're telling us that it was near pitch black. Remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then when you looked up to see where your folks were, it was pitch black and you couldn't see where your mom and dad were. Remember that?
Yes, before the preview started.
All right. Then during the direct examination, you indicated to Mr. Michaels, did you not, that when the previews came on, you looked around and saw that everybody else was paying attention to the previews just like you were. You remember that testimony?
I didn't want to interrupt people. Yes, sir.
When you look back and you saw people watching the theater, you said they were watching, and then you turned around to watch just like they were. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you could see those people. You could see their faces, could you not?
People around me, yes.
Let's talk about your contact with Mr. Olson. You said something that really, really struck home. I want to discuss it with you. When you went up there and you came up to Mr. Olson, you began to place hands on him, and you said you ordered people to place him on the ground. Those were your words, correct?
Before I was on the floor.
You ordered people to place him on the ground. That's what you told us.
Yes, sir.
All right. So at that point, you went into police mode, did you not?
Yes, I didn't want him to fall.
Right? And you ordered people to do it. You expected them to carry out your order, didn't you?
One person. Yes.
You expected them to carry out your order, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's what police officers expect, whether they're on duty or off duty. If you order someone to do it, you expect them to do it. And that's what your mindset at the time.
Overruled.
Judge, can we object? Can we?
Sure.
Ching, drink.
What's the? I'm not sure what he's getting at.
Plus,
often
you may expect it all you want. Plenty of people do not obey police orders.
Right, but also,
Don't they right? Anybody?
You don't have to be a police officer to know that in an emergency and first aid situation, often they tell people who are, when you do CPR training, that you give orders to people. You tell them what to do because people often want to help and don't know how. You call 911. You grab something we can use to tie this thing off.
Right.
Whatever. That's a common first aid response. So
Because if you don't order specific individuals, everybody assumes that someone else is the target of the order and will do it, and then nobody ends up doing it.
Yeah, it's so I'm not sure what he's trying to. I just don't know what he's trying to get at. Is the thing here, but what a waste of. It's a waste of testimony and it's a waste of people's time. Abe Eckstein says, "When did Mitch McConnell get a real job, and why does he suck at this one as well?" Stephen Oglesby, doesn't matter how active he was, he would still get beat to death by a 6'4", 220-pound, 30-year-old man. Yeah, that's true. And again, the only thing that this testimony the testimony about his fitness or injurability matters is just getting the jury into the place of being 71. The reality is a 6'4", 215, 220-pound man is a serious physical threat to anyone on the planet, unless they're specially trained, like a UFC fighter or something. And even them, CBDX.com. Hey, what's up? Says, great stream as always, sir. This trial has been wild. Daily reminder about the code NOSE for 20% off our Delta 8 THC products. We're watching the stream while we pack and ship orders over here. Hey, thank you, CBDX.com. Not sponsored of the show, but only because YouTube won't allow it, because YouTube are a bunch of cucks.
Comment somebody says 6'4", 220 pounds wouldn't be a threat to someone who's 10 foot tall, 600 pounds.
January 13th. 13th was a Monday, January 13th. So there was a weekend the week before. That's when the hunting trip was.
I don't recall the exact dates of the trip.
Was it within a week of the incident?
Yes,
I've
sir.
got some adult
Because you
aspirin
indicated
delivered
that
to me.
You were home washing up your truck from the hunting trip when you got the call for the movies. That's
Yes,
what I was
sir.
asking.
Yes.
Right. So you recall now the hunting trip was at least a week before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Mr. Michaels asked you about going out into the woods. You drove down I'll call it a service road, Forest Service road, a dirt road, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you would park.
Yes.
Then you would walk into the woods.
Yes.
Now, in North Florida, the sand's kind of like sugar sand, isn't it?
The area we were hunting was not sugar sand.
All right, what was it?
Yeah, you can guess the objection was sustained.
Dirt? Any clay down? Red clay like we see in Georgia?
Not in Georgia, no. This was just muddy. Yeah, a little bit of clay, but not the red clay.
All right. What kind of foliage was it?
Foliage.
The pine trees up there, oak trees?
It's a mix of everything.
Well, what is the mix of everything?
Pines and oaks.
Okay, so pines and oaks. Pine needles on the ground?
I'm sure there were.
Oak leaves on the ground?
Yes, sir.
It's in December, right?
Beginning of January, yes.
Okay, kind of winter when leaves start to fall off trees.
Wait, leaves don't fall off trees in Florida, do they?
Now, in that area, you have to
yes.
navigate because there is no
They do?
trail.
But they call it the wet and dry season.
The property we were hunting on actually had a lot of little roads you couldn't even drive on, so you could walk in.
Single track or double track?
Some were double trap, some were single.
All right. And you would walk in the dirt part?
Yes, sir.
And then, but you don't hunt from those tracks. You get out into the woods so the deer can't see you, right?
When you go down some of those tracks actually are good spots to hunt.
All right, so you would set up your blind and put your chair right on one of those tracks?
Sometimes, yes.
Now, let's talk about this tree stand. It's a climbing tree stand. It's a climbing sit stand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's two pieces,
Yes.
approximately 18, 19 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Michaels talked to you a little bit about it. There's a section that's for your feet,
Yes, sir.
and there's a platform for your feet.
Yes,
right?
sir.
There's Velcro straps that you put your toes in, right?
A form of straps, yes.
Yeah, form of straps. Then it comes out and circles a little bit with little teeth so you grab into the tree, right?
Yes, sir.
Then there's the cable that you have to go around the tree and hook to it, right?
Yes, sir.
Then the second part.
Attorney Nochin has
is
mannequin hair because he
where
doesn't
you
actually
put your
have hair.
bottom and
That's
you
fake.
Use your arms, right? It's just kind of the same thing. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
strap that goes around the tree, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's this little notches that'll stick into the tree.
Yes.
Okay. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do it. Show us how you would do
let's
it without a
sit
tree
here.
or a deer stand.
But the purpose of this is just twofold. Because I can't elevate myself, all right?
I can't elevate myself. Do you know of a pill that will help?
If your feet are on the platform and the straps are in, all right, we're going to take this one step at a time, all right? And it's hooked to the tree, all right? In order to inch this up, you actually bring your both feet up, right?
No, sir. It's hard to describe. The seat you're sitting on is it's permeable. It's not solid. So you can move.
I understand that. And I said, I understand this is a chair and I understand the seat is actually.
Well, then it's not very demonstrative, is it?
Okay. But I'm just trying to get the movement of the feet so I don't fall down.
You
So
don't
you
have
pull them both up.
You don't have to bring them up 90 degrees with your feet.
It's assuming the
The
birthing
seat
position.
section on the top section is actual cloth, so it allows your butt to rotate. So you only have to go from a standing position to only bringing your knees maybe to a 45 degree. You don't have to bring your knees all the way up to 90 degrees to bring the base up.
All right. So if you're like this, you're standing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to like them on the seat. You still have to bring them up.
Bring them up a little bit, yes.
You should troll him and tell him, no, your heels have to go up by your head.
Maybe 6 inches or so.
You can do it from 1 inch.
Look
to
at that 6
foot.
inches.
Have the ability.
So you bring them up. Hip flexors, back and your stomach muscles, your core muscles to bring it up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once it's up,
He
in
measures
that
6 inches like a
then
guy line on Grinder.
muscles to stand up.
You stand up. Yes, sir.
All right. Then you have to move the second part. Right?
Yes, sir.
And the second part with the wrap around the tree, you actually pick it up using your forearm, your biceps, your shoulders, and you pick it straight up.
He was practically Superman.
You hook it into the tree.
Yes.
Right?
God.
And then the process begins all over again.
Yes.
All right. So the muscles that you're using, as far as going up and down, you're using your hip flexors, your core, your back to pull up. You stand up, and then you're using your forearms, biceps, and shoulders to pick it up. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
I think this whole effort of the prosecution to try to deny that this is a frail old man is so the jury's looking at the defendant all day, every day of this trial. Just look at him.
Yeah.
You're going to do that, what, more than 20 times to get up 10 feet.
Half the jury's looking at the thing going like, oh God, I couldn't even do
So
that.
then you got to come down, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's just the reverse process.
Yes.
All right. So it's another 20 times that you have to come back down. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your father chose to do that approximately 1 week before this incident, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it was his choice to use that process to go 10 feet up a tree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't say, you know, son, I've assessed this situation, and because of the way my body is right now, I just don't feel comfortable doing it. If I fall, maybe I won't recover. There was nothing.
This guy's never met a man in his life, has he?
Based on his physical ability to perform that task that he related to you.
He didn't need to.
Did he relate to you? No, I don't want to do this because of my physical condition. I just don't feel comfortable doing it. He never said that, right?
No.
He just hooked up the apparatus to the tree and shimmied right up that tree, didn't he?
No, sir. I hooked the stand to the tree.
What?
I put the stand on the tree.
Just put a strap around.
Yeah, I did that part.
He got into the apparatus.
Yes, sir.
And he went up the tree.
Yes.
And then once it got up the tree, he had to get his bow, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's attached to a rope.
Yes.
And so then he pulled up his bow.
Yes, sir.
And then you turn, you're facing the tree, then you turn around and you sit down.
Arguing
so
that
you're facing
pulleying
out,
up a
right?
compound
Yes,
bow
sir.
would be difficult.
And it's narrow, it's small, right?
It's not tiny.
Okay, but that brings us to the next point. There's been testimony that a week later, your dad was 6'1", 6 feet 2 inches, 270 pounds. That's the man that went up that tree and sat in that tree stand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to your contact with your father inside the movie theater after your contact with Mr. Olson. I'm going to change it. All right. I told you if I went off topic, I'd give you a heads up, right?
Thanks.
I've decided to go someplace else. Let's talk about when you're down the bottom of the stairs after the shot is fired and you.
I love that he just clued in that he wasn't getting where he wanted to go.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, let's talk about that. You indicated to us that when you looked up in this area that you've described as nearly pitch black, you were able to see someone standing, correct?
Not when I initially looked up.
As you keep going up, maybe one step or two, you see a person standing,
At the time of the shot, when the body was silhouetted, yes.
okay? And as you went up, you still saw him standing.
Yes.
All right. And then you told this jury that you saw him take an exaggerated step down. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I even think he said a large exaggerated step. Right?
I know it was an exaggerated step.
Okay. So what is that? What did you see? I
It's
know
a
what
step
you
that's
said.
exaggerated.
What did you see? Can you describe it? Are we coming over
I did.
chairs? Are we standing in a seat and getting back down? What are we doing?
I stated there was a chance that he could have stepped down a row, but I did not know that if he did or not. He took a large step.
That's your testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right. Clearly, that's what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Like he was stepping down a row.
There was I never stated he did step down a row, but it was as if he had.
That's your description.
Yes, sir.
So the jury has it in mind like he was stepping down a row, right?
Yes, sir.
Like he was stepping off from the top of a chair, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the impression you want to leave with this jury.
That's the impression I had.
Yes.
Okay.
You
Now
can
let's go to your
try
contact
and
with
call out like a lie.
Olson.
If the person's given the
Get
impression
there,
that they're
that's
lying,
done,
where has this guy
and
done
you
that?
go up a couple of steps, you turn, you go over to where your father is, and your testimony was
Yeah,
that
this line of repeated "I doubt your answer" only works if the person's answer is demonstrably not credible.
Yes, sir.
If he's simply saying that's what I saw,
with me, wouldn't you, that
you're just
from the time
reinforcing
you
that that's what he
first
saw.
got to the time you got up there was a minute,
May have been more.
maybe even more. And when you got there, you saw the off-duty officer there standing next to him, right?
I didn't know he was at the time.
But you knew that he had the firearm.
Yes.
He told you he had the firearm.
My father told me that he had the firearm.
And while your father was sitting there and you were talking to him, and the other off-duty officer was standing there with your father, his glasses were askew and the lens was below his eye.
Yes, sir.
And the entire time that you were there, your father never took his glasses and put them back on where you're supposed to wear them, right?
I don't recall.
That's your testimony that they were askew.
Yes, sir.
Locknav, the step is somewhat relevant because it's alleged that he was kind of climbing up on the chair. So if he's taking a step down as if he's taking a step down a stair or something, it seems like he might be coming down off the chair.
You still a firearm instructor?
No, sir.
When did you lose your cert?
I let my cert go around 2011.
So in 2014, you were not a certified law enforcement firearms instructor.
Yes, sir.
You were not?
I was not.
Okay. You were up until
Correct.
2011.
Around that time frame, yes, sir.
And Florida Department of Law Enforcement has a specific course that you go through in order to be a certified law enforcement firearm instructor.
Yes, sir.
40-hour course.
Yes.
All right. And in that course, you're taught to not only be proficient as to determining whether or not an officer has met the Florida standards for proficiency, but no, it's not. I mean, we can come to the bench, but
I'll give you a little leeway. Overruled for now.
you're
How is it not
also
beyond the
taught
scope?
to make sure that the range is safe, right?
Yes, sir.
As an instructor.
His firearms instructor status was not raised on direct exam. So brief
And it's
update on
not
what's
his
going
duty to make the range safe inside the movie theater. That's ridiculous. In any case, he'd been informed that the gun had already been secured.
on cross-examination in a properly run courtroom, the questions are limited to the scope of what was covered on direct examination. It's part of the system that we built so that you can't just get up and immediately start asking a witness who they're having an affair with or whatever, because it's irrelevant, and two, it's beyond the scope.
And it would never end. The questioning would never end. You need a funnel structure so the breadth of the questions that can be asked gets smaller and smaller each cycle, or you'd
Right.
be on redirect.
Right. And so if you remember during, which you may not because it was kind of boring, but during the testimony of on direct examination, at least I don't recall them asking a single question about him being, I didn't even know he was a licensed firearms instructor.
Not until this moment.
So that automatically casts doubt on whether it's within the scope. And then of course, to somehow suggest that he is responsible for,
I mean, I assume that's where he's going.
Yeah, making the environment safe as a firearms instructor, or even being in charge of securing someone else's firearm, when he's been informed already that the firearm was in the hands of an off-duty law enforcement officer, that the firearm was indeed secure at that point in time. None of this makes sense for being asked. Adam says, don't know if you've talked about this, and I apologize for being off topic. Never apologize. But the riot police have showed up in Ottawa, and people and truckers are being arrested. It'll be interesting to see what happens tonight. Yeah, well, this is a provocation moment for the Ottawa truckers. They're going to use the authorities to push and see if they react negatively. If they react with violence or a bottle or a brick being thrown, expect a lot worse to start happening. They want the crackdown. They love the crackdown. Government always does love the crackdown. And anybody who feels asleep, by the way, check out the research assistant real quick. She's on the right side of the screen. She's absolutely passed out. She's done. Oh, sorry. She must be watching. Hi, you're fine. Don't worry. I was just making a joke. We love you over here at the chat.
You don't think the Canadian authorities will give the truckers room to riot like we do with BLM?
No, something tells me they won't. It's weird. It's almost like there's a certain characteristic that they would not be as amenable to. I'm not sure what that characteristic would be, of course. I would never want to impugn the sanctity and honor of the Canadian government's response to honking. But oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's being careful to hold her phone so Curtis Reeves doesn't see it.
He just immediately laser eyes back. Oh God. I don't know how that happened. I'm sorry. Sorry for the spike volume there. That was wild. Yeah. But who's he talking to? Oh, he's talking to Funderburg. Got to see if I can get that guy on the show.
His parents should have named him his first name Captain. That would have been pretty funny.
Captain Funderburg. Oh man. I'm curious where they're going to go. This guy comes across. I mean, he's obviously a sympathetic witness. He's the guy's son, but he comes across pretty straightforward. He looks like a dude I know here in town. Buddy of mine. Nice guy. Maybe that's why I trust him. I probably trust him more than my buddy, though.
Prior to 2013, did you have an occasion to go to Shooter's World with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Objection
And you've been
sustained.
with him when he had shot his pistol and his revolver?
Yes.
How is this within
Your
the scope,
father,
though?
Your sister.
Did they talk about this?
testified suffered from what?
I mean, his
trigger
sister
finger.
did.
How about that?
Yes, sir.
And the finger just locks up, maybe one, maybe the whole hand, right?
I know a couple fingers.
Okay. Does that ever cause you any concern when you're at the range or out hunting with your dad while he's handling a firearm, that his hand might just lock up and make the gun go off?
Not the sense of locking up and contracting. It's more if he can't bend it.
How would locking up a hand make the gun go off?
But pull the trigger, right?
Yes, sir.
No further questions? That's it?
Yeah, that was anemic. If your hand locks up, the trigger doesn't pull. It would only matter if it was full auto and somehow locked up while pulled.
asked you questions framed.
It wouldn't
by,
matter
well,
long.
Is that your testimony? Is that your testimony? Yes or no? Is your idea of testimony telling the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I object.
Sustained.
How about this? Is your idea of testimony giving answers to the questions as you know those answers to be?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. The prosecutor talked to you about climbing, your dad climbing a tree with a tree stand. Remember that part?
Yes, sir.
Were you or were you not present sometime after January 13th, 2014, and today, where your mother having
Your Honor, I object. Relevant.
Approach.
Well, Your Honor, he just asked a whole bunch of bullshit, so I figured I could do the same.
Your Honor, my line of questioning is permissible. I'll allow it.
Yeah. Oh, sustained. I need her sustained response as like my doorbell. Sustained. Every time someone comes over, which is never, so that'd be fine. Can you ask, was all your testimony truthful? No, you typically cannot admit evidence of a character for truthfulness unless it's been impeached. Although arguably they got really close to impeaching his character for truthfulness with that whole, is that a testimony you want? Is that really the impression you want to leave with the juror?
You know you're under oath, right?
Yeah, but typically you can only use testimony for having a character of truthfulness to rehabilitate an impeached character.
Was it hard for you to use?
Your Honor, I object.
Overruled.
It's not relevant
You made it relevant.
at 403.
I'll allow a couple
May we
of
approach?
questions. All right, come on.
You just asked tons of questions about this this tree stand on your cross-examination. On redirect, he doesn't get to ask about the tree stand that you clearly have a hate boner for. Like what? Your Honor, I don't want him to characterize it as relatively easy to use, but difficult for an old man who tried to use it one time, and then for the next several times that we went out over the week, he couldn't use it anymore and just opted for a stand, even though it might not be as easy, or a blind. Bench approach counter is up at 45. 45. My fucking daughter counter at 14. Silhouette counter 23. And chair snatch counter 3. The person who is that, who's tracking that, Maldemna, doing heroes work over here with the live trial stats. My goal is to make their research assistant laugh. That's the goal. If we could get that to happen, that would be magical. Problem is with the delay. I don't know. She's kind of smirking now because there's like a 20-second delay on this stuff.
Oh, geez, we just had company walk in the house.
R.I.P. Sell him a book. Hey, you guys want to get hard? Just walk out rubbing your shirt. I really want the chinless guy to get super mad at someone and start yelling at him, because I just want to see what it looks like when someone with no jaw at all starts just screaming.
Judge is like, well, Bud Light's not bad, but that Bud Zero stuff is bullshit. All right, break.
I prefer Zima.
Back to the tree stand.
Mm.
Tree stand first, is that what you said?
That brand, yes.
All right. And did you buy one for your father?
I don't recall if I bought it, but it was a replacement for an older style that was much heavier.
All right. So was it a lighter model?
Yes, much lighter.
And being lighter, I imagine that no matter who used it, that it would be easier to use than a heavier one.
Your Honor. Sustained.
Okay. By lighter, do you mean it weighs less?
Weighs less and it's easier to use.
So is that the model that your father used on that hunting trip?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
That was hilarious.
May this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, he's under my subpoena.
All right. Very
Oh,
good.
just being a dick now.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, he's under my subpoena.
I like to have men under my subpoena. You should smile, Curtis. That was a good move from your kid right there. Astro Capubes says, or Astro Cat Pubes says, can the defense treat Chinless as hostile because his jawline keeps receding to avoid questions? Yes. Yes. The interesting thing is, wait, since he's under the state subpoena, couldn't they have, didn't that destroy their leading objections? That's I'm not sure how the rule gets interpreted, but if the state has subpoenaed him as the witness, then you can just argue that it's the witness aligned with the state, and therefore it's hostile. Should have done it. Mandy Karavichis says, do you think the chinless prosecutor can bend over and give himself a Hummer? He can raise his knees pretty high as he's shown the witness. Oh, no. Well, he doesn't have a goatee to get in the way. Michael A says, I'm 35. I've worked heavy construction for 23 years. Damn. Knees are shot. Back is done. I've got arthritis in all my joints. I'll be damned if I ask for help. Pain stops cucks. Age stops all of us. Yeah, that was my point with it. He's like, did your father tell you and ask for help and talk about how it was really hard for him to go up and down the, it's like, yeah, guys don't do that very often. They're not like, oh man, this is so difficult for me, my son, please. Like, it also, as your dad, like the dad.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a stopping point for the day.
Woohoo!
So I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Remember my instructions. Be very careful, please. No news, no discussions, no internet searches. Just be very mindful. And should you get exposed to something, please make note of, telling me, and but look away or shut it off immediately. Okay. All right. Any questions? We'll start at 8:30 Monday. All right. So be here a little early, like whatever you guys have to do with the clerk in the morning, and then we'll get started. All right. Thank you all very much. Have a great weekend.
Oh, that's great.
All right.
That is great. I have a bunch of chats to read. You have company, so if at any time you need to go, feel free to do so.
It's not my company. It's fine.
Oh, gotcha. So would you like me to read them really slow?
read them in no chin voice.
CBDX.com said Judge is going to eat more Delta 8 gummies now that the day is done. Very possible, actually. The judge might do so. All right, over on Odyssey. The Odyssey, by the way, they've made their super chat window much cleaner. Very nice. Good graphic on it. Very easy to see.
And is it possible to simul stream to Odyssey directly from StreamYard, or do you need to use OBS or whatever that is?
No, you can do it directly from StreamYard if you have the subscription to it.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, you can do it there, but it's a little different than YouTube, because when you stream it when you do it to YouTube, right? Odyssey creates the individual live stream, and it creates a stream key and everything for that live stream, and it's synced up. But when you do it through Odyssey, you have to use the custom RTMP function and get
Yeah,
the
okay.
stream key from Odyssey and then add that to the custom thing.
Got it.
It's a little more annoying, but it is doable. I mean, I'm doing it now, but I have it just set up to use the same stream link for every live show, and it just keeps so people can always be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over on Odyssey says these are my life savings. Thank you for that. Less than one. It's less than 1/100th of a Libri coin, and one Libri coin is some minor fraction of $1. Thank you. And then he says, I could make millions of donations like this. Jay Winkler says, hey, Nick, we are having fun over here on Odyssey. Fuck them YouTube jackasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with another literal fraction of a penny donation says, Jay Winkler, what kind of name is that? Lol, I'm going back to YouTube. You guys are rude. By Sword Caliber. Says, illegals at the southern border, unvetted. Bank account frozen, uncredited. Second Amendment intact, untreaded. Last but not yeastly, Sargon on keto, unbreaded. Mofo Q says, fuction, stripper with gumption. El Gonzo, in Richard's voice, objection, Your Honor, Cross is retarded. What I would pay for that. And Del Frickin' Tree says, binger, in Odyssey language. So you can draw your own inferences as long as they're reasonable. Britt Cormeyer says, the nose job is looking good, Rackets. Who did the work? I will say that you may have gone too far with the gray highlights. Also, I'm not a fan of Nikki with a tie on. Leave that to Branca. Oh, so I see. I get it. Oh, I can do this. And then this as they're just leaving the courtroom in silence and shame. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, morning, Nick. Have you tried sleep? I hear it's good. How about an unbreaded Canabro PB&J? By the way, how do I join your Discord? Through Locals? Yes, Locals is the way to the Discord. Locals is the way to do that. So Jordan Wolf says the 5 elements are completely free. Just provide us your email so we can email you every day. Lol. Book is great though, Branca. Well, you could unsubscribe from the email.
Every email has an unsubscribe link right there.
Yeah. Actually, Jordan Wolf, send me your email address and I'll forward you mine also. Britt Cormeyer says, remember all these two are professionals. That's true. We are. Aiden Ramos says, PP picks from Nick. Don't threaten me with a good time. Tyler Mueller says, balls or no balls? Popular opinion. Put up a poll. Maybe on the night stream. We'll see. Patrick Allen says, awe and cry and killing it. They have made $15 in super chats this week so far. Yes, $15. Also, as a reminder, it is Friday. Root Beer Buzzed says Steve gets into intellectual law the same way Lunchbox gets into a Golden Corral buffet. First last says a threat assessment as a uniformed cop is different than one in plain clothes because that becomes an additional element in analyzing the behavior of another. I think they're going to conflate the two. Right, because if you're attacking a uniformed officer, right, you know that the uniformed officer is armed. They're a peace officer. It's pretty much any offensive action towards them, at least in Minnesota, becomes a felony, whereas it might otherwise be a misdemeanor because it's assault of a peace officer. So yeah, I agree. Miles Skoda says, I got 2 phones, one for the beaches and one for the dough. Kevin Gates. Yeah. One is for my personal and one is for work. Gene Jeffries, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Todd Baker says, who is this guy? I missed the last part of the trial yesterday. The guy at the beginning. This would have been right at the beginning.
But he wasn't from yesterday. He was new today.
Yeah, he was a detective. He was the co-lead detective, I guess.
Right.
Mr.
Right.
Smith. And
the lead detective was carried over from one court day to yesterday morning.
Right.
He was carried over. Cross was yesterday morning on him. a rather destructive cross. But this guy was new this morning.
Colin Helmuth says, could someone claim self-defense if theoretically a politician or expert could be proven putting my life or family's life in danger with threats? Tried the sandwich. Fantastic. It's a good sandwich, man. If I have to guess at the very dangerous line you're talking about, walking there with a politician or expert, no, probably not. I mean, unless they're an actual legally recognizable threat, which is a threat, an intentional threat with the intent of conveying immediate death or serious bodily injury, an apprehension of immediate death or serious bodily injury. That's a true
Unlawful.
threat. Yes,
Unlawful, imminent. Right.
Right.
So, of course, the
right.
politician will claim that whatever force they're using is lawful. And the kinds of threats most people are talking about when they talk about politicians are not imminent threats anyway. It's some theoretical, speculative future threat. There's a difference between self-defense and revolution, folks. Those are two different things. Revolution is, by definition, extrajudicial, extra-legal.
Right. It's at the part where the law is no longer trustworthy. And so people rise up against it. J-Dig 1982 says the judge looks like the blind singer guitar player from Roadhouse. Yeah. Yes. Yes. She definitely does. The God of Sleep says rackets on YouTube unmuted. Jessica R1222, welcome to Paralegal Status. Slade says off topic, but did you hear about the Facebook/Meta community manager getting caught trying to meet an underage boy at a hotel? Hang your local map. Maps belong on walls, people. Yeah, I did. We watched it last night. I loved his excuse of, well, I made the meetups and booked the hotel room because I believed that the 13-year-old boy would not show up.
Was that what he said?
Yep, that's what he said.
That's not the kind of stuff I would watch, but oh my God.
And then they asked him, so you believe it's okay to have sexual communications with a minor over the internet because you didn't plan on them meeting up with you? Yes, that was my intention. It's terrible. Let's see.
I had a buddy of mine who worked for a federal law enforcement agency and in very northern Vermont, just across the Canadian border, and they'd get all these pedophiles coming, looking for kids in America using the internet, and they would just do that exact same thing. They'd invite them over, pretending to be the kid. The guy would hire a hotel room in America, so in U.S. jurisdiction. The whole room is rigged with cameras. They're showing the guy catalogs of little kids he can choose from. Select your flavor, I guess. And they do that for an hour or so, and then of course they got him.
Yeah, it's God. And just think if they actually weren't being caught. It's horrible. Horrible. Keith Gillis says, who is Branca's favorite band?
Favorite band? Oh, there's a lot of them I like. Probably, certainly, I guess AC/DC would probably be the top.
Very cool. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, forgive me if this has been asked and answered. What purpose does it serve for the defense to tear their own witness apart like this? Why would they call a witness sympathetic to the state? Because they need information out of that witness, and the state wasn't going to call them because they have information that's damaging to the state. And they know if they call them and do direct, then on cross, they'll get ripped up. So instead, they make the defense do the work and call them in their case in chief. 200 Watt Studio says, Mommy Chew, scratch my bare back slowly and read me a bedtime story. I'm cooming. Darth Moonslayer says, gotta love crocodile tears. The Void says, can you turn on subtitles? I could not. I tried to do that, and on the Potter trial and on the other stream, the subtitles were not on today. Love commentary. That's why I'm here, but mics are loud. Video is soft. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, I had the video up loud. It's as loud as normal in I don't know if StreamYard was doing something weird with the audio during the stream, but all of the levels that I saw were normal. So it was very annoying. And that's my biggest complaint about all these streaming services is we can't get a visual representation in the app of the audio. And that's what we need to balance this stuff out. None Your Business says the Kinzinger tears. Ryoji Mata says never mention retribution, rehabilitation together. It makes you sound disingenuous. This guy did just that. Well, I mean, to be fair, retribution and rehabilitation are literally listed as the 4, or it's either the 4 or the 5 goals of incarceration lifted directly from the Minnesota Sentencing Guideline Handbook. So, I mean, he's quoting the handbook. That's why he's got them both. I mean, Matthew Frank is plenty disingenuous, but you know, I don't think that's the reason, unless that might've been Paul Eng. And if you think Paul Eng was being disingenuous, same answer. It's from the text itself. Wolfgang Deo says Russia is East Ukraine. China is West Taiwan. Patrick Allen, he was a good boy that didn't do nothing. DCV Titan says, my baby, my son, my dealer. Damn. Todd Baker says, sounds like he wants a departure to maybe get her on probation so she would not appeal on the negligent/reckless deliberate mischaracterization.
Well, I don't think she'll appeal anyway now. I mean, she's looking at 14 months time in the clink. An appellate court wouldn't hear the issue before then anyway. So you appeal, you get your conviction reversed. You don't get the prison time back.
Yeah. It's,
and I think, frankly, I don't even know if you were to ask her, if she were to say for herself, listen, I can live with 14 months. I feel awful that this happened. I did screw up, and 14 months is a penalty I can live with.
I found, I know a bunch of people said she was faking it at trial, but I mean, based on her reaction at the immediate time, based on her reaction at trial, and based on her reaction today, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that she was genuinely remorseful. And I thought she was from the moment she pulled the trigger. I mean, they tried to make a big deal, like the family, and of course the family's mad. So what the family says has to be couched in the idea that the family is furious at this woman for taking their son. Right. But, this idea that, she was not remorseful and that she was only concerned for herself at immediately after the shooting, to me, that doesn't meet up with reality. It looked like she was genuinely upset that she shot him. And remember, if she wanted to shoot him, she could have just pulled a gun and shot him and said, I shot him, like on purpose, rather than, oh my God, I shot him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I never doubted her remorse. And I think your assessment might be right, where she's like, no, I can take some punishment for this. Also, yeah, an appeal is not going to get heard in 14 months. I mean, unless you're somehow lucky, really lucky. John Parsons says, Nick, didn't the family get payday from the city? Most likely. I don't remember what the payout was. Let's see. Dante Wright family settlement. $27 million was the settlement for Dante Wright. But as November 29th, Dante Wright estate faces third lawsuit from woman he allegedly choked at gunpoint in attempted robbery.
I wonder how much of that money they're going to lose.
Well, probably
that guy's going to need lifelong care, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, this was a woman he choked. So, but the guy who got the bullet in the head, he needs lifelong care. If any of those lawsuits win, they'll lose all except for a third of it that Ben Crump takes. Laughing Dog says, but women police are Wonder Woman by default. Democrats said so. Peter says, we were asking for a sideways departure, Judge. Dante's mother is responsible, nature and nurture, and should serve Miss Potter's sentence instead. Helix Snow says, no, hun, you failed Dante. You could have raised him better. He was a criminal, someone on a bad path. He hurt people. What about his victims? Girl, bye. Diz5 says, gaslighting a-hole. Mean Sarton says, I'll miss him every day when he can't bring me weed anymore. Darth Moonslayer says, just going to forget that he ran preventing himself from getting aid. Tortheo, I was not coached. She read from her notes. Krug says, well, she never even said his name. She said she was sorry it happened. I couldn't hate anything more than this BS. Give her time served based on this alone. Ryojimata, this woman's speech sounds nothing but venomous. Her little angel would have been in prison for years had he lived. He wasn't an angel, but what happened was an accident. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, why can the family members never accept how much of a piece of human trash the deceased was in life? Oh, damn. Kiwi Kel E says, is it wrong to want to cross-examine this witness impact statement? Yeah. And now the defense, Your Honor, I want to spend my time making our argument, actually impeaching the victim impact statements that were just read. Can we bring each of them up and voir dire them? Ben Samuel says, are witness impacts coached to be over the top? I mean, I guess in theory, some of them might be. There is a victim advocate who helps them through the process, but I think most of the time, no, they're just mad. They're angry. And one of the downsides of criminal court for a victim, and if you don't want to call him a victim, just use a hypothetical victim and ignore Dante Wright. That's fine. That's fine. One of the downsides, though, is they don't, because the state has this process that is going on, that is seeking retributive justice for this long period of time, they don't ever hit the bottom until they make that victim impact statement, until whatever closure comes through. And they may never, right, if the person is found not guilty, but even when they're found guilty, they have to wait until they get their piece, because the whole time the system is telling them this person might be responsible for what happened. And I think personally, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think it prevents that process of moving on. It just pushes it back further and further and further. The last legal thing I did was a felony. It was 47 felonies. My client pled guilty to 5 or 6 of them, and my client pled guilty to actions that allegedly, I don't know if it's 100% true, but allegedly led to the destruction of a family business. And when those people testified, even though it had been 2 years since that business was basically out of commission because of COVID and stuff like that, I mean, their testimony didn't about how they felt and how it ruined their family and friendships and relationships and their ability to retire and all that stuff. It didn't sound forced or rehearsed. I mean, the hurt sounded real and fresh. And like I said, it had been a while. Radioactive Llama Pajamas says, legend has it Dante is still sleeping for years. DCV Titan says, to hold him, hug him, kiss him, caress him, work the shift. Sorry, you raised a thug and he went out a fool. Clumsy Clairvoyance, this is an accident. Her being in jail is not justice. Brandon Jensen says, in flattest voice possible, I love my brother. Murdered Out JD, wonder if the family got out on bail for this. Oh, damn. Tantyra Snowpaw says, statements sound like they're written in crayon. Stogies and Boomsticks. So are every one of his siblings going to give a statement? They typically limit it. The court will limit the amount of victim statements. They'll tell them, look, unless they have really just legitimately a bunch of direct victims, it's going to be, 3, 4, 5 at most if they're not super long. Maddie G is me says, even if Dante was a criminal, he should have his day in court, just like Potter, right? How does Dante being a criminal justify death by cop? Him being a criminal didn't justify his death by cop. Him running and putting other officers in danger during a lawful arrest is what justified his death by cop. What could justify his death by cop, personally. I don't like when the state kills anybody, by the way. I'm de facto opposed to it. In this case, I think justification was an argument, but I think the better argument is that we do not punish mistakes with criminal prosecution. That's been the law for a very, very long time until this case, in which a mistake was punished with a criminal prosecution that otherwise wouldn't have been prosecuted.
If your car's brakes go out and you run somebody over and they die, they didn't deserve to die. That doesn't mean what happened was a crime.
Right. Exactly. Murdered Out JD says he's spitting straight bars. Judicial idol. Kyle Bogue says this family is peak poor. Stay away from the donuts at Holiday and mix in a salad. Instructor Mike says if only Dante's victims would have shot first. Hobo with a shotgun said they shouldn't have raised a violent monkey. Monkai is the term from Warhammer 40K for human used by the Eldar, the derogatory term. It is not to be confused with monkey. That would be a very racist statement. So I wanted to clarify how this was spelled out. It was the 40K derogatory term for person or human person. Rooster Cogburn says, I didn't know he was related to Post Malone. DCV Titan says, I never thought my brother would be killed. I always thought he'd be the one doing the killing. Mossy Els says, please put that Rose's poem on a t-shirt. LKD 70 says, post overgrown, dropping bars. Happy says, yo, Nick, these bingers sure can read Hateful Family.
No,
Mountain
if someone accidentally steps on the gas instead of the brakes, it's still not a crime.
Right. And that happens with frequency. They're civilly liable for
Yes.
negligence, but criminal behavior is recklessness. Now, if they cause themselves to step on the gas and not the brakes by doing
If they're
something,
drunk?
right? If they're drunk, if they're otherwise impaired, or if they install some mechanism in their car that would obstruct their foot from getting to the brake, I don't know what kind of thing, but let's say that, I'm going to tinker together this cool device that'll crank up my subwoofer when I step on it, and they step on the wrong pedal because of that, then that is creating a dangerous thing. If they modify that area of their car in such a way that could cause extra danger, then they could have created a reckless situation, or they could have created a danger and acted in disregard of it. But just generally speaking, it's not criminal there. Mountain Goat Gaming says, I'm half black, never been shot when pulled over, never been in an altercation with the police, got pulled over, got my ticket paid, and moved on. No warrants, by the way. Well, I'm glad, man. That's awesome. Very good. Olive Dane says, any cash award granted to the right family should be instead given to the family of Dante's paralyzed shooting victim for his lifelong medical care. That would be what the lawsuit's for.
And the Colorado truck driver, folks, knew he had bad brakes. He knew he was driving down a mountain pass with bad brakes. That's the difference. He was engaged in a risk and he intentionally disregarded the risk. That's what recklessness requires.
Yeah, because he knew about the brakes. He had made a phone call about the brakes. He was concerned about the brakes, but he didn't do anything about the brakes. And that's his sentence was reduced to 10 years, I think. Commuted.
It's ridiculous. He's eligible for parole, I think, in half that time. So
yeah.
he'll be out in 5 years. He killed 4 people and maimed a bunch of others.
Yep. It's that's one of those where it got a lot of media traction as well, based on kind of a half of the narrative sort of thing. Look, if you're a mountain truck driver and you're on the phone saying, I think my brakes are bad and going out, you don't get in the truck and drive down the mountain because you need the brakes. And if you do get in the truck and drive down the mountain, you better hit the exit lane when they don't work.
And the truck runoffs and all the other things he could have done other than continue to drive that truck down thousands of feet of road out of a mountain pass.
JB says, should have bought the shirt for Dante. Jim says, oh, thank God they stopped talking. Joe, thank you for the donation. C. Goody says, due to being an officer, I imagine she was talking to the people doing her intake and they probably tried to cheer her up, hence the smile. Whoever asked her to smile for the booking photo, get punched in the face. If that's true, like, get punched in the face. What are you doing? J.K. Wynn says Minnesota paid $825,000 settlement to journalists hurt/harassed in riots. There are 3 lawsuits against the Wright estate by his victims. Him held as an angel is gross. Marty Lund says, check your messenger or Discord DMs. Questions on some Black Library release stuff that requires your input by Saturday. Yeah, Marty, I responded to you on Discord. I hope you saw it. I don't know if you're still here. Speaking of that, there was a message from the Silver Jedi who had sent his chat in, and for whatever reason it was left blank. He says, Ricada Law, I boomered my super chat and sent it blank. Isn't she in extreme danger if she goes to prison because she's a cop and because so many believe that she executed right because he's black?
Yes.
Yeah.
If she were in general population, but they'll keep her in solitary.
And that's where they kept her for 58 days. And believe me, that's going to be a rough year. Like that 14 months, if she's in solitary for 14 months, is going to be a very nasty stay. I don't know. I feel like I could do solitary for a while.
Oh man, it would be like a vacation.
Like, can I have a book? Like I can have a book and just read it. That'd be great. Paul Farrell says someone should bring up the people her son shot to remind her she failed as a parent. A bit of info says sound sucks. Paul Farrell at the Kim Potter sentencing. Yes. Casey Buram and Tom Tillich, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you. Warrior Biatch says the jails I worked in for 15 years always told the inmates not to smile. I don't know. Yeah, and who knows if they did, but if someone did, they need to be slapped. Rich Clark says, did you guys make any predictions on sentencing? I thought she'd get the guideline, but I hadn't read the sentencing motion. And once Matthew Frank said that they thought that this might be it was very weird because they said they were arguing for the guideline, but they thought this was a place where a departure could occur, but it was up to Kim Potter. And it's like, well, how is it up to her? Like you guys could stipulate to it. You could actually enter into a stipulation with a joint recommendation for a downward departure. And her agreement would be to do the speaking tour you wanted, to sit down with the family and talk. Not that it seems that they wanted that sort of thing, but to do restorative justice counseling programs they have where they put victims and or victim families in with perpetrators, and they actually do group therapy sessions. Like they could have done any of that. So his argument was very weird to me. But my prediction was the guideline sentence. Yeah. Ben Samuel says state's level of remorse, more than you showed. Always. Rich Clark, more people need to know about jury nullification. Bit of info says Nick sniffed where Jack Murphy sat. No. Mr. Steve VC says time served. She'd only served 58 days. So I did not think she would get time served. That would have been really a short sentence for a felony. J.K. Wynn says these are the cases for prison reform, not the rapist who pled down or the people with multiple early releases. This is why I don't take the left serious. Steve from PA says, Dear Kim, would you with mommy? Oh, stop. The Silver Jedi, thank you. Bogey 34, when do you think a judge decides on sentencing? Does any of this make a difference? The family or Kim Potter attorney, did Chu decide before she arrived today? Judges, yes, have typically made up their mind. However, they could change it, and they listen. And an honest judge will listen and decide if anything sticks out that they missed, that they didn't think about. They read the brief, but maybe they missed a paragraph. Todd Baker says, just think there's an alternate universe where Earl Grey and Paul Eng are defending Dante Wright for murder, and Kim is testifying against him.
For sure.
Cameron Nelson says Chu is going to invoke the BLM sentence for sure. Fair Frozen 55, is the jury in? Why are they needed? Isn't this ultimately the judge who decides? There's no jury there unless they showed up in the audience on their own volition. Johnny F. Face says James Carville switched gears after the Valentines. AWM Fishing and Gaming, read that one. Keegan Draper, thank you for the donation. 11 Bravo Crunchy says everything before the butt doesn't count. Bit of info, calling it no prison time. Stephen Cannon, is anyone else tired of being expected to pretend a-holes and POS were angels just because they're dead? So exhausting. Bad Weather Biker says, why is the judge reading as if she were talking to 6-year-olds? My impression is that's just how Judge Chu talks. Peter, is Judge Chu creating the grounds for appeal on purpose? Mistake. She offered a sentence that I think was calculated to maximize punishment and maximize discouraging of appeals.
Right.
That sentence.
Yeah, if this had been a Derek Chauvin sentence, 22 and a half years, of course they would have appealed.
Yeah.
But 14 months.
Yeah.
It doesn't pay, especially if you feel like you kind of earned the 14 months anyway.
The other thing I want to point out that Judge Chu was, I believe, completely incorrect in her legal assessment and justification. And you guys probably heard me say during that thing that it's harder to get a downward durational departure than a downward dispositional departure. And the reason is because you have to show that the criminal act was less of a less severe means than normal for the same crime, and that justifies the downward durational departure. And that's a unique necessity for durational. For dispositional departure, that's not how it works out. Dispositional departure is about the person, not about the act. So the dispositional departure says they're amenable to probation, they're remorseful, there'd be no service for incarceration. So we're going to remove them from the jail system, put them on probation. Durational departure says they go into the jail system, but for less time. But for some reason that ends up being harder. Her act of recklessly handling a firearm was no less severe than any other reckless handling of a firearm, if you believe the sentence was legally sound, right? Like, because the act of recklessly handling a firearm is pulling a trigger, causing, in an environment where danger is present, and you are ignoring that danger. That's the recklessness standard. You can't do less recklessness. Am I crazy? Like, can you think of a less severe recklessness?
Nope. I mean, I guess I might be able to imagine some aggravated forms of recklessness, but there's a base level of recklessness, and either you're in it or you're not.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, and that's why I'm saying that my theory is that Regina Chu picked this sentence specifically: discourage appeals, maximize the amount of jail time. Because if they'd sentenced her to 6 years, I mean, you appeal that thing right away, of course, and you use everything Regina Chu said: mistake, 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 mistake. And then you bring up all the case law that says that mistake is not actually recklessness. And then you make that as a basis for your argument. It's all on the record.
I mean, the risk, of course, of not appealing it is not a risk to Kim Potter herself. It's the risk to the next defendant, where the prosecutors are going to say, hey, they got away with it in the Potter case. Let's argue it here and see what happens.
Right. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that. I'm probably going to do a summary video on the Potter sentencing. I'll try and get it out today. Otherwise no one will watch it. But that kind of lays that out.
Criminally negligent is not really a thing, folks. When they use the phrase criminally negligent, what they mean is reckless. There's negligent, there's reckless. Criminally negligent is just a form of recklessness.
Yes, criminal negligence and culpable negligence, at least as defined in Minnesota law, where this matters, and really it's as defined everywhere, is gross negligence with an element of recklessness. That's how the Supreme Court of Minnesota defines culpable negligence, which is the standard that she was convicted under. So to do that, you have to still be reckless. It's because we don't punish accidents. We really don't. Like, they get punished civilly. They don't get punished criminally. Criminality requires intention intention, just in general. Peter says, Kim Potter's character as shown, I honestly think this is the sentence she wanted. Could be. Attic Hatch sounds, I think she would have probably rather not been sentenced, though. I mean, she could suffer at home and punish herself. Attic Hatch sounds, Bob Cowell says, live streamers getting arrested in Ottawa. Viva Frey just went live down there. Sleazy says, if I was a juror listening to how the detectives didn't get the evidence right, I'd think it was a cover-up at this point. Ann N says, CNN, Washington Post, etc. were posting live updates of the Kim Potter sentencing every few minutes. Now they're all silent and just local news reports. Ryan G, could you clarify self-defense law when you're not having a clear shot? Miss O's hand was hit. What if there were kids near? Would Reeves have an obligation to have a clear shot before defense can be invoked?
No, he's required to act in a non-negligent manner, but shootings happen all the time in perfectly lawful self-defense where innocent bystanders are hit. The good intention of firing in justified self-defense, that intention transfers over to the innocent victim. There ought not be criminal liability for that. On the other hand, if you just do a mag dump and spray guns all over the theater and start hitting innocent people, if your use of the force is negligent, then sure, then you're responsible for reckless endangerment and whatever injuries or deaths result.
But just to be clear, in this case, if Curtis Reeves is justified in pulling the trigger, the wife's hand being present on the husband's chest is not a sufficient obstruction to be deemed negligent when the threat is still present. Unless Curtis Reeves articulates that he knows the hand is there and aims at it or something like that. I mean, I can't imagine. But if the guy is coming at him and is going to harm him, he can pull the trigger if he's justified under. I don't think her hand changes that
Yeah,
calculation.
no,
in any way.
the judge stated that explicitly when she denied the motion for the JOA. It's if the shooting of Chad Olson is justified, then the shooting through the hand is justified. Justification would waive legal liability for both criminal charges.
It's transferred intent is the idea. Igor Ivanov says, is there a method to deciding the order of your witnesses? I mean, yes, it's the strategy of your legal team. And a very common way to structure it is to have your strongest witnesses at the beginning and at the end, and then you kind of sandwich in weaker witnesses in the middle. You might have a strong witness in the middle to kind of reinvigorate the jury, depends on how many people you have. And then some people will change to make like their strong factual witness up front and their strong emotional witness near the end, or they'll reverse them. It all depends on the strategy of the individual lawyers. But yes, there are strategies around it.
Also, there's an evidentiary sequence, right? So you can really only ask questions about things that are in evidence, and some of that evidence may come from other witnesses. So you need that other witness to testify about that first, so that evidence is in record, so the later witness can then be asked about that evidence that's in record.
Right. And we saw that a little bit today where the prosecution was objecting to facts not in evidence. Of course, the interesting thing about that objection were those facts were elicited by the state during their case in chief, so they were in evidence, but that's whatever. Lee Nicholas says, I was wrong. I really thought Mommy ASMR only fans feet judge was weak, and she proved me wrong. Cynthia says, definitely cover Kim's judge's comments. She quotes Obama, then bursts into tears. You'll have a field day. For what it's worth, I was moved. Phantom Hive says, remote access program could be on OS hard drives. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Very good observation there for the security cameras. Nova Amp says, major crimes unit needs a major crimes unit. Johnny F. Face, proud tears, little girl learned to lie so well. C. Jordan Common, thank you. G says, it's hilarious how interested the civil attorney is. Jam says, Mr. Prosecutor who hurt you. Patrick M, how does the judge look like Gary Busey and sound like Eeyore at the same time? El Gonzo, but did you see how fast he drew the 4-pound gun? Curiosity says, can the jury really not hear these sidebars? Same thing in the Potter trial. Also, did prosecutor's chin move down to avoid taking jokes on the ... I don't know if they can hear them. They most likely can't hear them very well. But they may be able to hear them. I don't know. It's without being in the courtroom, you never know what the acoustics are like. G says, over under on this prosecutor driving a Kia Soul. Andrew Hansen says, would it be wrong for me to throw popcorn in Reeves's face to see if he'd put me out of my misery from watching this cross? Nova Amp, and then gut and process and haul a deer rackets. Well, he didn't have to gut and process and haul a deer. He had his very large son there to help him with that. Also, it's a paid hunt. You may actually kill the deer and then call the place and they drive out an ATV and come pick up the deer for you. You have no idea. I don't know if they do that or not, but it seems like within the realm of possibility. Salty Old Guy says this guy is a tool. Granted, it's more like a plastic Fisher-Price kids tool, but tool nonetheless. Joe says, listen closely. You hear Cruella DeVille captured the puppies for dad's target practice. Nicole Olson's pointy schnoz says, my Chad would say, sometimes you got to take a beating. A crafty Huragox says, prosecutor riding short bus. Stephen Cabrera says he could ride a bike, therefore OJ did it. Ed and Steph, stuck on you. I've got this feeling deep down in my soul that I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. American Legend, not sure whose incompetence is bigger, judge or law dick. Pat Maloney says, what a waste of oxygen. Kiernath, you picked a good case that represents what happens when the prosecution sucks at their job. X Gundam X78 says, did she say she uses a tactical assault FUPA to hold her ammo? Yes. Kiernath, about the prosecution sucking at their job. If you read the Law and Crime chat, where there's not commentary talking about various things, many of them, maybe even a majority, believe the prosecution's doing a fantastic job in this case. I'm, as reported by other people, I don't know. I'm not paying attention to their chat. You would see it on my screen if I had it up, but yeah. So there are allegedly a lot of people who think the prosecution's doing great, and who knows? Maybe they may be the people who make up a jury. So, AWM Fishing and Gaming says, did Branca get to answer the Uber super chat I had earlier? Sorry, I had to deal with a child. He did. He said, you need to get hard, because that's a pretty specific question. Pennsylvania might have specific rules about whether an Uber is a domicile or a workplace. If you can have a gun there, I don't know.
I don't remember offhand how Pennsylvania deals with vehicles.
Yeah, so you should check it out. Cynthia Cotney says you should stream Viva for a bit. 32,000 watching. He's at the police line. Why would I stream Viva if Viva's streaming? I mean, look, I like Viva very much. I want people to go to his stream if they want to watch it. Please do go watch it. I don't want to take a single view from Viva, especially when he's covering something so important and he's out there doing it. Nothing but respect for him. I hope a bunch of people go watch him. Nova Amp says, is it a tactic being naive on a topic, i.e. hunting? Yes. Phantom Hive says, I mean, they might also just be naive because they're lawyers. And look, some of us have very thin fingers and frail hands because we haven't been busting cinder blocks our whole lives. So the guy might just not hunt. He wears a bow tie. Who knows? Phantom Hive says, imagine how different it could have turned out if the son hadn't been late. Nikki Giannopoulos says, Reeves texted his son while in the movie. Wow. Britt Cormire says, Andrew noticed the blonde hair first, sign of age. That is not the first thing I saw. Tortheo says, defense, prosecution, I'm on team court reporter. Avahine says, couldn't fix that chin in Skyrim character creator. Ed and Steph, I would pay good money to have him sitting down and standing up, sync to the music of the chicken dance. Patrick Allen at Branca, that is what makes it crappy. Jury looking at dude almost a decade later, completely inaccurate depiction in court, or the guy that shot Chad.
Well, I don't think it's a completely inaccurate depiction. It's not the difference between when this guy was 30 years old and 79 years old. It's 71 to 79. It's 8 years. Does it make a difference? Perhaps, but we have evidence of a lot of age-related degeneration even at the time.
Right. And his doctor and a specialist on aging are going to come in and testify about that stuff. Or that's the plan. I think there's an objection to it. They do not want the doctor to testify about what kind of shape he was in.
But that kind of thing can be a factor. I mean, I was talking with Don West, one of George Zimmerman's defense attorneys from the Zimmerman Trayvon Martin trial. And one issue they actually had that concerned them was when George Zimmerman had the fight with Trayvon Martin, he had just lost a ton of weight. He was relatively slim for him. But in the 14 months it took to get the trial, under all that stress, he was eating. When he showed up in court as a defendant in front of the jury, he was huge. And of course, that's what the jury sees. So now they see this big, blown up George Zimmerman and photos of a 12-year-old Trayvon Martin.
Absolutely. Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to follow this chat thing. Never mind. Look, it's like when the guy asked about the previous testimony and then pulled out of it. Murdered Out JD says no chin, can't admit his hair is gone. Lol. Not applicable says, so this entire case became how old is old? Kinda. And again, if you think, look, I don't care how spry and strong and wonderful a 71-year-old is, all but the top 0.01% of physical condition 71-year-old people are frail. And even those are somewhat frail. And if you have a 40-year-old guy who's 6'4" in relatively okay shape, throwing punches, I mean, that person is in danger. They're in danger. The question to me is not whether he was in danger from the guy. It's whether the guy was throwing a punch at all. If he was throwing punches, or if he was reasonably perceived to be throwing punches, then it's justified. If he wasn't, then it isn't. But once those punches are on the table, I mean, great bodily injury is there for me. Handerpants says, I am still ashamed that little guy showed us court procedures and No Chin actually helped at the range in the police academy. No Chin was nice though. Automata says, the nurse said he heard popcorn in my face and it might have been before the shot, which wouldn't make sense. But if, as the son said, it was get out of my face, that would actually line up. Ryan Bibb says, has the Potter sentence been discussed today? Yes, a little bit. Atzoa says, have you heard of Texas man arrested, charged for fatal Valentine's Day shooting of 9-year-old girl? He fired at a truck he believed the person robbing him got into. Damn.
And that could well be an example of someone who shot negligently.
Right. That one could also be reckless, I would say, because
it's kind of inherent when right. He knows he's firing a gun. He's creating a risk to others, right? It's his responsibility to not fire blindly into a vehicle that might possess other people.
Right. Andrew Hansen says, is that counter this trial or this witness? I think it's the trial or past couple days. Distant Warrior says, unbreaded could be slang for no money. So I think Harris is ranting that his career as a professor is an achievement on paper, but he's broke. Die. Sean Stapleton, hey Nick and Branca, are you guys still delivering the law of self-defense to Binger and Krause? Gotta wait till it's actually navigable weather, but yeah,
and if he's still a prosecutor, I mean, if Binger's gone,
it wouldn't be as funny.
I'm happy to do it once the weather gets better, but hopefully Binger will still be there.
Cameron Nelson says, if you threw a punch at Chinabro, would you miss the chin? 10 times out of 10. Sage 5 says, Diamond Wright got arrested at the courthouse. Joseph DiMartino's revolution is never illegal in the first person. Our revolution, it is only illegal in the second or third person. Your revolution or their revolution. Music and Fiction says, drop a toast for Minnesota Rep Jim Hagedorn, dead at 59 from kidney cancer. Good man on the Second Amendment. Okay, I'll do a quick one. All right. To Jim Hagedorn, a U.S. congressman, which makes him almost a person. But as I joke, a man who passed away with at least the fortitude to stand up for at least one of our fundamental rights. And believe me, if every congressman would stand up for just one fundamental right, we might actually keep some of them. So to him dying too soon, cheers. Ben Samuel says, everyone had genuine emotions, but they all played them up to a ridiculous extent. Mayhem 41 says, you should see the fallout of the Kim Potter sentence on Twitter. Rees everywhere. Josh Vermillion, look at Potter Minority Report style. She saved lives since he was a repeat violent offender and was going to end up in prison. Not there for his kid. Aiden Ramos, after lighter sentence, I got some respect back for Judge Mommy. I'll start thinking of her again in the shower, but my heart won't be 100% into it. Not applicable. My parents throw her a parade if I would. My parents would throw her a parade if I was a criminal. Ready to Kill says, today I have to say goodbye to my dog of 14 years. She's been with me since I was 6. I'm hanging out with her right now with the little time I have left with her. She's one of the best dogs you could ask for. Oh man, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. It's always sad to say goodbye to a friend. Nathan Snyder says, my father's a trucker and he mentioned that the truck runoff are often not maintained and the sand in them turns rock hard or overgrows with grass.
Right. It's high risk and you'll almost certainly destroy the vehicle.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're not obliged to do it if you intentionally created the risk to others.
Right. Pooh Zerker says, has there been a precedent of spying on jurors' phones / ISPs to make sure they do not research the trial, especially for the defense's benefit? No.
Nobody does that.
And that would probably be a Fourth Amendment violation. Saran Concord says Viva went off live an hour ago. Don't know why. Great co-erase today. By the way. Oh, thanks. Co-erase? Oh, I don't know. Stephen Christopherson. Jeez. This case feels like it's ripe for a fuck this court motion. Kat Von Connell says difference between Messerle and Potter. I don't know Messerle. Do you know
Never heard of
Messerle?
it.
Brett Van Buren says, yeah, okay. The difference is I know of the Potter trial and am familiar with it, and I'm not of the other one. Brett Van Buren says, heading to law school in August. Any tips? Hoping to be an international arms dealer. Focus on international law with contract law. Also, go Army, beat Navy. Tips are simple. Do the readings. Do well on the tests. Participate in class because you're there and paying to be there, and you're investing your time that you could otherwise be using to make money to be there. So engage with the professors and learn all that you can. It's up to you. And make some good networking connections with your classmates, because those people you'll form pretty good bonds with some of them, and some of them may go on to have access to resources that will help you, and you will have access to resources that will help them. And that exchange is very, very beneficial. So
yeah, I would just say do it at 200%. Be the hardest working guy there. Be the first to show up, the last to leave every single day. Do not take a second off the entire 3 years. There'll be time to rest afterwards.
Do you feel like you're resting now?
Soon. One of these years.
All right, guys, that's the show. Thank you for hanging out with us. Well, I guess I'll see you Monday. I wasn't going to, but your trip is getting rescheduled.
I think so, but I'll definitely be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, regardless.
Right.
There's a 90% probability that, but I'm not sure. I got some other balls in the air I got to work out for Thursday and Friday. But
well, I would never presume to interfere with the balls that you're looking at.
Yes, stay away from my balls.
All right, guys.
All right, brother. Have a good night. Good night, everybody. I'll sign off.
See you later. And then, guys, that's it. I will have a show tonight. Not sure exactly what the show is going to be. Might have a guest, might not. Stay tuned on Twitter and Locals if you want to be up on that. Otherwise, enjoy the early afternoon. It's a Friday. Go get something done. And is court running on President's Day? Oh, that's a good question. I think they said on Monday they'd have a better idea. I think it might be, but we'll have to check. All right, guys. Hope you have a wonderful evening. I will see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. Let's be here law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one